Guess we're back live. Is anybody going to come in here with me? That's weird. Oh, okay. So apparently there was no chat enabled for the watch page. So I just fixed that. Paran sent me a message on Facebook and told me, so I'm very thankful for that. Thank you so much. I'm just waiting for some of these people to come over here. Yeah, come on, y'all. Like Kathleen said, we're just chilling here, staring at the screen. Anybody coming? Kathleen, what are they doing? Oh, okay, cool, Kathleen. I was wondering why you were muted.
Where's the link? Can you give us a link for the oh, actually never mind. Just go to your channel. That's why they call. All right.
Look, I don't have sound now. Look what I do.
Oh, what the? How did you get that to work?
Oh, shit.
One moment. Here we go.
Was that Vincent?
Yeah.
No, yeah. What?
Yes.
Like I saw some, like my screen was, I wasn't on the page, so I thought I saw him in here. But where's everybody at, man?
They're coming. They're coming around the mountain.
Thank God somebody sent me a message on Facebook and said my chat was disabled. I was like, what? What? The new one?
Oh.
Is it working now?
Yes, I had to go back into the settings and enable it. I don't know how I clicked disable, but apparently I did.
Oh, the chat is disabled. That's
yeah, fun. I don't know what I did, but I thought he was talking about the and I was like, no. It's disabled because I have to start a new one. Something happened. He's like, no, it's you don't have no chat. And I'm like, wait, I haven't started my stream yet because I haven't even started broadcasting. But apparently it goes live before you do that. So yeah, just so y'all know that.
You can enable it in 2 seconds.
That's so weird.
Enable it?
Yeah. Just go to settings, click, boom, ready. Save.
Oh yeah, I already fixed it. But I don't know how I did that in the first place, you know? I don't know how I disabled it.
Oh,
like, I know you
sometimes.
checked that thing. I just must have been trying to go too fast, and I. I'm good at fucking things up.
It's a big club and we're all invited.
Except everyone except for Vinny, of course, because he's the one who has to fix everything.
Vinny could probably get here even if he wasn't invited, so.
True that.
He would slide in through the back door and like underneath the fence.
That's what she said.
Wing through the window.
Bana some wing.
Hey, shout out to Rob. What's good?
Okay. So now I think I'm getting back in the under controlness. So good lord. This piece of shit. All right.
Sharon,
Now I'm trying to open the chat.
it's changed now, so no worries.
Thank you, thank you. I don't need anybody who doesn't know I'm out of the closet to find me and like say, what the heck?
It's all right. It's fixed.
Wait, what?
He outed me out of the closet.
I'm confused. Oh my God, Hillbilly has a video that says there is no candy on a flat earth and he's live right now. What the fuck? Did he not get the invite?
Why is there no place to go? Because there's no candy on a flat earth. For those who know Candy Franklin knows that she was just having a hangout. Must have had some sort of technical difficulties and she had shut down. I was under the impression she was going to fire back up. If I see that she does fire back up, I'll be in
He's
the
awesome.
hangout out of respect for another flat earther and direct your attention to her hangout.
He's
Until
awesome.
she figures out her technical issues, or maybe she gave up for the night, I figured, well, hell, I wanted a place to hang out. Maybe some other flat earthers wanted to hang out. So I created a hangout. Man. So let me go ahead and bring the watch.
You know what? I would jump in his hangout right now.
He's just now bringing the watch page up. So
See who's in text already. I see there's a couple of people out there. Angel, there. I sent you the invite. New stream. You did get it going then, Candy? I'll sure enough end this one. If you got a new one going, let me do a flat earth search here again.
I said I'm streaming you live like P Mars does us.
I didn't want to step on nobody's toes.
Oh my gosh.
See, refresh. Still don't see your hangout. Got dark skies, Earth discussion, FPV, space universe, space videos, astronomy,
Let me
space
send him this
universe,
link.
two preachers, space videos, the
It's funny.
shepherd, explore Zen. Boy, that's a hell of a name.
Who's yawning?
Explore
That's not allowed.
Zen. Space videos, explore birds, bats, and bees. Live Space Galaxy, NASA,
He's naming all of
NASA, C. Jackson Holes, Casey, Don Phillips, and Vid Disco, whatever it is. No Candy Franklin hangout. Don't see no Candy Franklin hangout.
You better get back on that YouTube internet.
Are you streaming Hillbilly?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He has a video called No Candy on Flat Earth Hangout.
I'm not seeing your hangout, though, Candy. I'll be happy to shut this one down. Okay, we'll post the link. There we go, people. we're going to get a link to Candy's hangout,
He's so
and then
funny.
I'm just going to shut this one down because she did have the floor. I am not here to step on the girls' pretty toes. Although I wouldn't mind
How do you know my toes are
toe to
pretty?
toe with her.
I might have
I'm not here to
feet.
step on her toes.
You know, the benefit of the doubt.
He's
Well,
killing
we're
me.
waiting
Candy.
on her to get a
Yeah.
link or let her be
Yep.
noted that this hangout does
Turn
make
him off,
frequent
please.
I'm trying. Good.
You just noticed that your chat was off. Did you change the whole settings because you're not searchable
It's still
for
not
Flat
on?
Earth Live? Nope.
Turn
Yeah,
off.
you're live, but we cannot find you. What's happening with your tags and your?
Wait, what?
Is everything changed?
Huh. Let's see. Go to watch page.
I cannot
Yeah, my
find-
chat's here. My chat's here. I
Yep.
posted the link on Hillbilly's chat. Let me give it to you again. Hold on.
Yeah, I know, but some people search for Flat Earth and then filter it with live, and then they look for a live feed.
You know what? I got to change the title. Then I don't think I put Flat Earth in the title. Let me fix
Not
that.
only the title, your text too.
I put it in the what is it called?
Yeah, in your tags.
The thing where you search. Yeah, the tags. Yeah. And you just said that. Hey, Mike's here.
I'll be right back.
Bruh, go change the title first.
Well,
Yeah.
no, if you don't put the FLAT in it, maybe the trolls won't get wind of it. See? We'll just have all the good people hanging out in the chat who knows what's going on, and
Yeah, but then nobody can find us.
No,
Change
no.
it later.
They won't follow you, but it's only the trolls that will stalk you that will find you here.
That's how they do it.
Okay.
Like their flat earth hangout.
Save changes, and now we have a Flat Earth group.
No trolls on a Flat Earth.
Thank you. That's what I'm calling it. All right, let me go back
Do
again.
you guys believe in life after love?
Sure.
Yes, indeed. I had to think about that for a second. Life after love. I don't know. I don't think I found love yet, and I'm living. So
believe?
You mean a better life after love? Just
Yeah,
joking.
right.
Dang, someone's got their heart broken.
Well,
I haven't found love yet. So I don't know.
Oh,
Yeah, you have. You have a
I
daughter.
thought I
You found
found
love.
you have children. You found love.
Yeah, that's a different kind of love, though.
I
yeah.
know.
That's not what I was looking for.
When you be with somebody for that long, it turns into that.
You'll all find your Prince Charming one day. Trust me.
Yeah, I found my prince too.
Shivery's still alive.
maybe it'll be a monkey that's going to turn into a human, Vinny. Maybe you'll find you a girl monkey and she'll
Yes.
turn into a human, and there you go.
Yep, and his name is Pancho Pete.
Oh my god.
Call him Petra.
Did Al just like freak out and leave?
Who?
Al, go.
Who's that?
Do you
Oh,
want me to?
Bill.
Do you want me to add somebody to the hangout?
Sure.
Who?
Anybody you want to talk to.
I think
Oh.
Sub Johnny's been asking for.
Oh, Sir Johnny, of course.
I've been trying to get his information, and nobody's giving it to me.
Sub Johnny's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me bring up Sir Johnny. One moment.
What happened to Carl?
I don't know. I got in here and it was just Vincent and a bunch of ladies. I've never seen a chat or a hangout with so many women in it.
Hey, we like the girls around here.
You're gonna have to
No,
get
it's cool. It's cool.
Oh yeah, we should do a girls only chat once.
Yeah.
Every other
Alright,
flatter
girls.
chat
Let's
is
do
like,
it, ladies.
oh, okay.
Kathy.
But you're gonna have to leave that picture up and kind of have a higher voice if you want to participate.
Voice
Oh
changer.
yeah, I'll practice.
Al, a voice changer. Al,
Excuse me?
voice changer.
Or we can just
Oh,
tell
yeah.
you that you transitioned and then it'll be okay.
Hello, it's me, Finny.
Hi, Benny girl.
I'm pre-up, okay?
Oh God.
Oh, that looks like a picture that I drew like back in the like mid 70s of my friend, but she didn't have a
Mid
flower.
70s.
Correction.
You say mid 70s?
Everybody started slicking their hair.
Yeah.
I like natural. It's cool.
Yeah, me too. I like curly hair for some reason. I don't know.
Because it's real.
I have curly hair, and it's like, look at this.
Mine gets frizzy if I don't put any pads in it.
Mine, holy crap! You should see mine. It's like this big, like
Yeah.
12 inches on each side, all the way around the globe of my head.
Gets puffy.
Yes.
Mine's long and hairy straight.
What happened to Kathleen? Is she still alive?
She's in a store. She said she'll be back.
Okay.
I just got home.
Oh, there she is.
Okay.
I didn't even see you on here.
Do
I'm
we have the
making
same
dinner.
time zone?
Yeah, it's 10:55.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
What? It's 1:55 here.
Tell you, we're the last ones to go to bed.
Candy's
Anybody
always doing the night shift.
Pond.
Yeah.
It's the other side of the ponders that have the insomniacs.
Yeah.
There's Vinny over here.
I'm definitely an insomniac. And an insaniac. And,
Saniac.
Sometimes I'll hang out for a while, then I'll like cut out. I'll like fall
Oh,
asleep. And, like I'll wake up and then like I'll turn on Hillbilly because he comes on in the morning, and I'll just like half awake sleep and listen.
His hangouts are funny.
He's funny.
It is
I
pretty
like funny.
Yes, Mr. Hillbilly. Shout out to Mr. Hillbilly. Poncho Pete and me are coming back. Wee.
What? Yes.
You guys are like ultimate funny.
Hey, I just added Rob Dizzle, Mr. Poncho Pete, and a couple. But Sub Johnny, I cannot add you. So if you're listening, send me a message.
Ryan, I just sent you a message on Twitter, too.
Somebody's not answering.
That was Carl.
Oh, by the way, hello, Vincent. I don't think I've ever met you formally. This is Flip.
Hello, Flip. How you doing?
I'm very well, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
We can hear you so much better now, Flip. Before it was like robotic and patchy.
Flip got the
Yeah.
Wi-Fi hooked up
That's
now.
because he's always driving, so it's hard to hard to get him to where you can hear him clearly. It's been hard to get him at all. He's like been our missing link lately.
Hey Flip, I wrote a song like a bunch of years ago called "God Must Be a Truck Driver or Else There Wouldn't Be Nuns."
Jesus Christ.
Else. That's funny.
God must be a truck driver or else there wouldn't be nuns. God must be a truck driver or else there wouldn't be nuns. And I'll share the rest of it later.
Come on, finish.
Yeah, one of these days I'll get on a daytime schedule and pop in here all night. I'll be set up in the house or something or in a hotel.
Yeah,
People
my
can see me.
ex-husband used to drive truck, and I'd go with him a lot of times, you know, because I had weekends off. So like but the only thing is, we got laid over on a Sunday in Brampton, Ontario, and I had to call into work and say, "Oh, I'm going to be late." And they're like, "We really need you," and they were like, "Really bad."
There he is.
Well, you know, I can't magically just appear from Brampton to Detroit, you know.
Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good night.
Good night.
Good morning.
Hello,
sir.
Mr. Hillbilly. How you doing?
Hey, Benny Bot, new sheriff in town. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing very good. Thank you.
Man, I appreciate the kind words you guys were saying about my hangouts, but remember, it's you guys that make them great. I just fire them up. You guys do all the hard work.
Oh, listen to him all humble and stuff.
I know.
Right. It's true. I appreciate that some of you find me funny when I do my little rant at the beginning of the show. That's all fine and dandy, but it's you guys that makes the show. There's no way I could do that for 8 hours if it wasn't for you guys.
You should have heard us laughing at you when you created the other hangout when Candies died. We were dying.
Yeah, we were playing it on here.
Doing a PMAR on me, huh?
Yeah.
I seen you put it in text. Sorry for firing one up, but man, you didn't put flat Earth in title. I waited 10 minutes, couldn't find you.
I didn't even realize I didn't put it in there too. Like until you said that, I was like, wait a minute, it's not on the title. Well, I didn't even, not even when you did it. Like Benny started looking and then it hit me and I was like, why can't they find, oh, that's why.
Yeah, I was hoping you'd understand by looking at the title of mine. I was trying to respect your hangout. There is no candy on a flat Earth hangout.
And you know what? I don't even know how I found that because I think I was looking for my own so I could get in chat and then I found yours.
Yep, problem diverted quick enough. No harm, no foul.
It was funny. Glad it happened. Vincent must go to sleep.
Who says that?
Sub Johnny, you are added to this hangout if you want to come on. I didn't have your email address, and so I couldn't have added you before anyway because the stream died. But that's what I was saying when it died, I think. Who's vacuuming?
That's my onboard fan. When it kicks on, my onboard mic's right next to the fan.
You're so that means that you have a jet engine in your freaking house?
Don't tell nobody. No, don't tell nobody. It's the space shuttle.
I knew
I know that he's living on the ISS. Shh.
I knew it. I knew it.
Ain't got nothing getting by you, Felix.
You know, I know there's raccoons on the shuttle. There just has to.
Raccoons?
Of course there is. I got a video of them. Remember? No stars on, or does the stars on flat Earth prove or flat Earth, something like that? I forget the name of the title. There's a raccoon on the International Space Station. If there can be an astronaut in a gorilla suit, there can be a raccoon.
No doubt. So I take it you don't have any dogs.
I had a dog. I'm still getting over losing the last one, so.
Aww.
I had a timber wolf and a Pekingese. Imagine that. One of the biggest dogs you can get and one of the smallest dogs you can get.
It was mixed or two of them?
No, two of them. Yeah, that'd be a funny one if it was mixed. Timberwolf stood about 4 foot tall, and Pekingese was lucky to stand 6 inches tall.
Yeah, I got a Jack Russell and a Wheaten Terrier Shepherd mix.
Yeah. I never pictured myself with a little lap dog like a Pekingese, but a girl that I once dated needed a place to shelter her dog while she took off for Florida to try to get her life back together. 3 years later, she come back and want the dog back. I said, no way, girl, it's my dog now. It's part of the family.
My grandma had a Pekingese. His name was Pekin.
A red masked one? Red one?
He had a blacker muzzle, like a darker, and then he was all blonde.
Oh, blonde, yeah. Mine was...
that was when I was a kid. I think that dog passed away in '69 or something, but I'll never forget it. He was cool.
I have a stuffed domination dog, according to Cariana.
What?
A stuffed domination dog, according to Cariana. Do you guys know what that is?
Mm-mm.
It was her trying to say Dalmatian.
Dalmatian. Hey, you guys, guess what? The Earth is flat.
No way. Is gravity holding us here?
No, man. If you believe in gravity, you dance. You know, somebody asked me about gravity one time. I'm like, grab an open 440. You feel gravity. You'll be able to let go.
Gravity, the consequences of your action. Gravity, as far as a physical form of physics that keeps you to Earth, magic.
It's a grave situation. I feel the gravity.
That's interesting.
I feel it too. I can't get up. I'm too lazy. Gravity must be keeping me down. Gotta be. I mean, it's the explanation for everything else.
Matt was saying earlier that they use the gravitational equation in buoyancy, as in like the force necessary to repel it in order to be buoyant, but then they don't use it for density. So like, what purpose does it have in the buoyancy equation, like at all? Except to make it a force.
When density factors are greater than the buoyancy factors, the reaction observed is that the same reaction observed for their theoretical story of gravity.
Exactly.
Things go down.
Make things a force that aren't a force.
Yeah. Why do we need a secondary force to prove something that we already have something to prove that same action? Buoyancy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I get some sayings, you know, they ask you, you know, like, especially, I was like really big MySpacer. I used to do videos and vlogs and stuff like that. Like, you know, it took me a while to get on Facebook and Google and stuff. And I had to like, for a while, my channel was called Procrastinator of Physics. So one of the main things I like to touch on was like inertia, you know.
Yep.
The thing is I equals mr squared. So once I got into that and I started to kind of like find it and debunk it and find it and debunk it, I realized inertia is the force that holds everything together. Without it, there wouldn't be what?
Wait, was that a question?
Yeah, it's just
I thought you were trying to think of it. I'm sorry, I kind of wasn't. I was sending out that link.
I try to
But I'm
describe
listening now.
gravity
Can you repeat that, please? I'm sorry.
Without inertia, because inertia is, okay, inertia is. Without inertia, what would there be without it?
Inertia. An object in motion stays in motion.
Right.
Okay, what would there be without it? For every action, there needs to be an equal or opposite reaction. What would that reaction be?
So then would you say then that the action of an object being acted upon is inertia? Because that doesn't make sense.
The transfer of energy?
An inertial plane, or very close to it. It might just be under the water, under our feet, under everything. People are like, what's on the other side? It's the other side. But what's in between that? What's the white frosting in between the two Oreo cookies?
The good shit.
Felix,
The good shit.
Felix, so does inertia work? Okay, so is there, does it have to do with the law of conservation of energy, or is it like inertia is kind of like matter where you can't create it or destroy it, but it just is like
Force in motion.
stays in motion?
It's force in motion.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people get mixed up saying it's an object at rest, but no, an object at rest, what they're describing when they say an object at rest will stay at rest until acted upon. The action is inertia. It took an object in motion to create it.
Right, okay.
It's kind of that fine line between space and counter space.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, right, so how do you explain like the movement of the sun? Like, what is that? And how come it never loses, right? It never slows down.
That's the problem with pseudoscience versus real science, in my opinion. You can go shopping for terms if you want. Say gravity versus buoyancy. To give an example, I can go shopping for a car. I can buy a Chevy or I can buy a Ford. But at the end of the day, I still got a car. What's the actions of that car? Now we know gravity and buoyancy both do the same thing when observed the action of it. Although gravity is a theory and buoyancy is a fact.
Yes, buoyancy is a fact on this particular part of the plane. Yeah.
You know, you can't find one baller that will deny that density is a fact. What did I say? Did I say gravity's a fact? Did I mess up?
No, you said buoyancy.
Gravity is a fact, but it's electromagnetic. Like I always say, if somebody wants to feel gravity, grab an open 440. Just grab it. And open. You will feel gravity. No doubt about it.
Big Al, did you want to say something? I thought I heard you say, or maybe it was Flip.
I didn't say anything, but no, I would like to say hello to Hillbilly. Been listening to him for the past couple of days. Really like his show.
I know. I love him too.
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate
Hillbilly.
it. Sometimes. Go ahead.
You're from Ohio, right?
Ohio Valley, right next to the Indiana line.
You're talking to a Alabama hillbilly, or at least
Cool.
I come from a family of hillbillies. Put it that way.
Yeah. If you're proud, you're a hillbilly.
Yeah. Well, they ain't so proud of me because the difference between Ohio hillbillies and Alabama hillbillies is the Alabama hillbillies never leave the family till I come along.
So Johnny, Vincent's trying to for me right now because I know you wanted to come back information for you. So he's getting that for me. Just sorry for interrupting y'all. I just had to say that.
The microphone's getting crackly again.
How about that? Is that better?
Try it. Say hi.
Hi.
That's still crackly. Is it? Do you have headphones plugged into your cell phone?
I just well, I'm using my laptop, and I just was using my headphones, but I just unplugged them.
Okay, because I had one issue once, and it had to do with my headphones themselves. There's nothing wrong with the jack. There's nothing wrong with anything, but it's kind of like there was open in the headphones. I don't like to call them shorts. They're opens, okay? And it was like causing a So I just replaced them, and now these ones are starting to go. I don't know.
Is this any better now?
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, good.
Oh, great. What'd you do? Fixed it.
I just I changed the settings, and so I don't know why. Like, if I keep changing the settings back and forth, like whenever somebody tells me it's messing up, like it'll fix and then it'll go back to messed up, and then it'll like it's weird. Somebody's beating something up.
That was my big dog shaking herself out.
Oh.
She just stood up and shook herself out.
Sound like somebody was like banging on something.
So it's a big dog. Here, Ava. She wants to know what's going on. Come here. Come here. Come here. You want to show yourself? Come here, big hairy dog. Come here. This is a big hairy dog. She got a good. She kiss her big black nose. Mwah.
She's so cute. She's gorgeous.
She's big. Yeah.
I have a pit bull.
Show everybody your eyes. Just show everybody your face. Look. Look over here. Over here. She weighs like 60 pounds. I didn't know when she was going to stop growing.
Yeah, I used to have a Mastiff. It was a English Mastiff. Oh my goodness, that dog was so big.
They didn't know what kind of dogs. Like the girl I got her from, she didn't know what kind of dog she was. And as a puppy, she was like brown and gray. But as she got older, she turned white, and her tongue's got like half her tongue, like in the back of her mouth, is black, and her hair got really, really long, and she got this like, Westie Terrier looking face and stuff, and found out that the neighbor's dog down the street that hit the mama up, who was Australian Shepherd. Yeah, so she's Wheaton Terrier and Australian Shepherd. So she's a good kid. She's only 2.
Oh my gosh.
Her eyes. Beautiful. She's like got human eyes. Like sometimes she acts like a human. I don't know. It's really weird.
Yeah. Gorgeous.
She's quite
I'm
smart.
so jealous. I want one.
You good girl? You good girl? Kiss your mom. Oh, it's Bessie for mom. She's good. I'm gonna let her outside. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
I think
You really can't change the thumbnail until you're done with the
What is it right now?
like my face or something.
Hey, Hillbilly, are you there?
He's muted. I don't know.
Yeah, sorry about that. Forgot I was muted. Candy, get Tube Buddy if you want to have more control over your thumbnails.
Huh?
There's a program called Tube Buddy. It's actually put out by YouTube. get that and associate it to your account, and you can have more control over your thumbnails, more control over your account.
Cool.
Does
So you saying, Big L?
Oh yeah, I wanted to know about the star trails in the southern hemisphere.
There he is.
Why they rotate differently?
Why they rotate different, oblate?
Yeah, as opposed to the northern hemisphere.
I don't make real accusations as far as what goes on in space, other than the eclipse is physically impossible the way that math, heliocentric math, has their model. And that's only the solar eclipse. However, to chime in my opinion on what's going on in the stars in the southern hemisphere, just like we would try to use a reflection in the inside of a glass bowl, if you pay attention what happens to the center as you swirl a light around it versus the light that actually works like fiber optics, if you would, that travels through the glass until it hits the edge of the ring. Pay attention to the edge of the ring. It'll always have a smeared trail to it, like it's being stretched, versus the light being pinpointed in the center. So if I had to put my opinion out there, I would say it's more the skewing of the light.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks, Candy. How are you?
No, I'm good. Yeah, tell Benny thanks. He added you. I didn't know how. I didn't have any information to got like your email or anything, so.
Oh,
Hey, what's up, Johnny? How are you?
good. Thanks, Sharon. I was just watching this video about a lunacy lander. Does anybody watch it?
Lunacy Lander?
By Antonio Sabirats. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a cardboard.
Yeah.
A parcel paper. Yeah, I like that. I love that video, especially part 2, edited. That's awesome. Every second is priceless. So, yeah.
Hey, Miss is going to do her breathing treatment, so I'm going to mute for about 5 minutes.
Huh?
Mrs. Hillbilly's got to do one of her breathing treatments, so I'm going to mute for 5 minutes. Machine's kind of noisy.
Have you ever think about what people will do next if everyone will start know that Earth is flat? What is the next step? Does anybody?
Well,
think
my
about it?
opinion would be probably NASA would be the first to go down. Everyone will rebel against NASA, and
That would
that's
be
my
nice.
opinion. It would be a good thing because there's a lot of money going into NASA. That money could be going to our schools or fixing our roads or something more useful.
I know, right?
Yeah, because I don't know if people have noticed, but our educational system is set up pretty bad.
I think it will be lots of job losses. Not only NASA. It's like people who sell globes. Like, I mean, it will be lots of job losses, basically. Maybe profession we don't want anymore, or something,
There is a market, and Kathleen, she can back me up on this. There is a market. I saw an ad on the internet for professional plasterers for globe making in the UK.
What?
It was a job listing.
They can do a flat Earth model from clay. So for them, it will be no big deal, right? They made a globe, now they make a flat Earth.
Yeah, that would just be topographical. Flat Earth.
So you're telling me I can design a globe and get paid for it?
No, you don't design it. You follow directions and you plaster a ball as it's going through a die. You apply more and more plaster to it and smooth it out.
I think NASA have some how to say, something good about them. Only they help to create new technologies like engineering, like stuff they working at creating something, right? So this is only I can see what NASA can do good for us. Like maybe they develop some technologies, and another problem how they use them. You know, like they build satellites and nobody uses them. They just dump them in the ocean somewhere, but somebody still develops them. You know.
Guys, really quick, I have to clarify something. If anybody knows the answer, can you just tell me? If you have a vacuum here on Earth, right? Are the objects inside the vacuum still acted upon by the Earth's gravity, or is just the actual machine?
I just bought a new vacuum. It's a 6.0 horsepower vacuum. It's a shop vac, and if I vacuum under the couch, because I can't see under the couch, so it's dark under there. So whatever's under there is dark matter. So I suck it up with the vacuum, and I hear these noises. So like, okay, I don't know what dark matter is. The only way I'm going to find out what dark matter is when I open the vacuum cleaner. So I just take the top off of it, and kind of check the filter, and that's how you know what dark matter is. It don't matter.
Wow.
Wow,
Thank
that
you.
makes so much sense.
Thoroughly answered my question.
Wow. I see the light now. Thank you, Phyllis.
Thank you.
That vacuum analogy was beautiful.
Yeah, I used it on Morgul a couple of years ago when he got like all pissed at me. I'm like, dude, no, really? There's no vacuum.
That's funny. I forgot the question. I don't care anymore.
I think objects still go down, like they still fall down, even if it's a vacuum. So it doesn't matter what the density of air is, or like if it's vacuum, objects still go down, drop on the floor, or maybe even faster, because
Yeah,
no air resistance.
They collect on the bottom of the vacuum cleaner, and they I have a bag filter in this one. This one's really cool. It came with a bag filter. So like I don't really know what's in that bag, and do I really even want to open it to find out?
Oh no, it's not a Dyson. You can't see through it.
No, it's not a Dyson. It's a shop bag. It's pretty cool. I've been sucking stuff up like most of the day, and because it's springtime and I'm about ready to shut down the boiler in about a month and a half. So yeah.
Wait, Felix, I didn't hear you. You've been doing what?
I've been blowing out and sucking up the fins on the copper
Wait,
pipe.
one more time? I didn't hear you. Just one more time.
The vacuum sucks.
Oh, okay.
You can't have a vacuum unless it sucks and it blows at the same time. There's no such thing as a vacuum unless it sucks and blows. Okay, this is physics we're talking about here. So if these globetards think that there is a vacuum in outer space where everything is vacuous and inert and floating around and shit, I just buy a shop vac and clean your house. That's all you got to do. You'll understand the physics behind it.
Yeah, and somebody who believes in a heliocentric model has to answer how a vacuum can be attached to a non-vacuum.
Yeah.
A what?
how a vacuum can be attached to a non-vacuum. So if space is a vacuum and our atmosphere isn't, then it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, it comes down to
Hey.
density, whatever's heaviest, and the buoyancy and the density, on the flat line, the flat line, you know what I'm saying? We can take out as averages. We know there's mountains. We know there's really deep rifts in the ocean, right? I'm not kidding you here. Okay, we all know that, okay? So there's a line, and it doesn't, Mother Nature doesn't do math, okay? But there's, if you want to subscribe a point to something, it's going to go out to all directions. Okay, so I mean, we can do. Is there a master vacuum that sucks and blows? I don't think so. There's no master vacuum that sucks and blows. So if there's a vacuum in space, it's got to be blowing out the other end of something. And so scientists give up and they go, we don't know. It's a big bang. How retarded does that sound?
If you see inside the vacuum what's happening too, everything is floating around and spinning right where we are, and where that second dust.
You're breaking up.
Hey, hello? Can you hear me?
You sound very digital distortion. Sounds like
No. Is it better? Hello?
sounds like you underwater.
She must be underwater.
Hey, guys, may I share you my idea about this stuff? Like, I think if we have creator hide himself from us. He doesn't want to be exposed. I even think he hire people or looks like people, creatures like we are, and he probably pays them something, so they help him to hide from us. Just think about the way moon looks like. If creator wanna be visible for us, why would he would create a moon? Looks like a sphere with the craters on it. So we think it's asteroid bombarded with the moon, right? So he tried to fool us. I mean, the line happening on the highest level, I think whoever create us playing this game with us, because it's obvious he can appear here on Earth and stop any kind of war, right? But he do whatever he want to do, He let people kill each other and stuff like that. So I'm not sure what kind of creator it is, but I think he hide himself from us. He doesn't want to be exposed. That's why heliocentric model was created with his guidance or whatever. How people can figure out those distances by themselves, Someone helps them. It's just my thought.
Hey, hillbilly, what's happening? Check out my shop vac, man. I got it over at Lowe's. It sucks and blows. What do you think?
When the volume on it, just scared the wind away.
Sharon, your mic doesn't work.
I had to let my dog out, and she was poetry in motion. She chased a rabbit. Poetry in motion. She stopped dead at the property line. And she came back in. I said, "Did you chase the Easter bunny?" And she said, "Yeah." And I opened the fridge, and she went straight for the hard-boiled eggs. She knew. She knew. Stopped. Property line. That's a good shepherd.
How come it's two political hillbillies here?
Huh?
There is two political hillbillies. Oh, just was a couple seconds ago. Is anybody here?
Yeah.
I'm here. Let me get set up a second. I'll be back. I have something to say.
Here.
Hold on a second.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hear both of you.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
So this idea with the, sorry.
But Sharon's just her audio is just really low.
Do what?
Sharon's audio is really low. That's all.
Yeah, I'm trying to get mine set up.
Me, but you're coming through broken.
Yeah.
Hello.
I don't know if it was me or I was about to turn my headphones off and turn them back on.
Hello, everybody. I'm working on something and I was listening on the background. Can I help somebody? Because is everything going all right? All good?
I'm just wondering if it's me or everybody that it's like glitching. There's like the sound.
Yeah, I got you, Sharon.
It must be me. I'll be back.
No, we hear you.
I hear you. Yeah, I was just trying to figure out.
I know, but I don't hear you guys well. I'm gonna have to reset my headphones. So I'll be right back.
You're scared of me, Dennis. You're scared of me. I know you. Bye-bye.
Okay, try that,
Hello,
Sharon.
can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Candy, you're coming in like staticky to me. I don't know, but it's not bothersome.
Let me try this again.
Now Candy sounds digital.
Candy, it seems like it starts happening that the crackling noise when people start messaging in at the same time.
Is that better?
Better.
Yeah.
Is that any better? Can you hear me better?
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. Much better.
Little echo.
Sharon,
Hey, so
if you're
Johnny,
talking.
Sorry.
How about now? Sorry, y'all.
Currently, I'm in Canada, at Mount Forest, Ontario. But I live 30 years in Russia.
How we doing, Helio?
Everything right now to me is sounding pretty choppy, but it's starting to get better. But I wanted to say, well, what I originally wanted to say is kind of the conversation moved away from that. But I wanted to say to Hillbilly, there was a revelation kind of made on his show one day that I haven't heard people talking about, and they were talking about the 24-hour sun in the North Pole. and what your perspective would look like if you were far away from the North Pole, but you're looking at the sun from one side of the Earth. He'll probably remember, because my brain was, we were trying to do this mind experiment, or I was just going along with them, what they were talking about. Looking at the sun, say you're on the other side of the Earth, the sun's right in front of you, and you're on top of the Earth spinning around. And now I'm about to blow everybody else's brain out. Like it was like 2 hours long trying to picture this stuff. But you're looking at the sun, and it begins to turn. With if you're standing on top of the globe, you're turning eyes right, going towards the sun. You're on the say going towards a 90 degree, to your right, 90 degrees to your right around the globe. The sun's going to stay in a spot in the sky, and it's going to even actually move around, back and forth a little bit as you're turning, looking at it. And it would not do what it does, and turn around on a constant rate. And you'd have if you had a time-lapse camera, you'd turn that camera around and watch it go through the sky, 24 hours in a big circle. But if you were standing on top of a globe watching the sun, it would not do that at all. I thought that was an amazing thought experiment that everybody went through that day. It was cool.
Yeah. I can't remember who I was hanging out with at the time. I don't know. Maybe Dave Hive pulled up the video. I'm not sure. Okay, there's a video where somebody was up into the Arctic Circle, as you may want to call it. Okay, the dune line inside of it, and actually found out like where the station was in, like, it's gone from my mind right now, so I really couldn't tell you, but this person followed the sun. And what they did was they had their camera on for quite a while, did time lapse, and that's the video you see. The sun just does this just going around and around. It's like doing this, like,
Exactly. It goes around in the 24-hour period in one big circle. They have to follow it, and it's a constant rate, where it would not look like that if you were standing on the surface of the top of the globe, where you could see it over the horizon, from straight ahead from your vantage point, and you were moving around this globe. At that point, if you had a camera, it would stand still in the sky for a little while where you're heading towards it. It'd move a little bit. And they went through this experiment. Hillbilly pulled up this freaking awesome design and all that stuff. And then as you're moving back the other way across, after you're 180 degrees from where you were, and you start moving the other way, the horizon is going to start moving back the other way a little bit and coming back around. And so it would not just circle around you at the same constant rate in 24 hours as it would if you were standing on top of the globe observing the sun. You could see it that full 24 hours. There's no possible way.
Yeah.
Oh, I know what you mean.
No one's
Yeah,
proof.
I agree.
Go ahead.
Does that make any sense? I know it's a lot. It took me a while to really see it in my mind, but
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
That particular video, speaking from inside the so-called dune line, okay, that circles around, whatever the heck's in the middle there. Who knows? I guess we'll find out when somebody goes there and actually.
At the North Pole.
If it's a North Pole, I wouldn't even consider it a pole, okay, or even north. It's kind of like time. It's 6 o'clock. It's 2:43. It's whatever. It's just mechanistic variables that you can assign to, a phenomenon. People like things packaged, sold to them. That's been the push. From everything. Last 120 years, packaged neatly and sold to you. Without question. Yeah, it's great. You know,
Exactly.
check out
Yeah.
this Bilko radio. We got it on, and we got it up on a ladder. You know, it's shockproof. We're gonna knock it down. Okay, well, it broke from 9 feet up, but you know what? It only falls from the shelf. It's not gonna break. You know.
Yeah.
That video is very telling. That person is on a military base. You can find it. 24-hour sun. You know, on YouTube.
I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it
Everybody
actually.
knows what we're talking about. And
Yeah.
it is definitely, it definitely enforces, or I would say, it's a spill for, you know, flat Earth, definitely.
Yeah.
Now, to look at the angles of the sun, if we could do a sun tracking with somebody who's inside the Antarctic Circle at that time of year, let's say July or June, at any time. I have a friend who lives in Seward, Alaska, and when we do the next sun tracking, I'm going to get him in on it. I want to get him in on it because he gets twilight. He says, you know.
Well, and I was just thinking today, you know, that, you know, of all the people all over the world that have been involved in that, there's not very many people from Asia, you know. I mean, you know, so, but how much there is, a lot of their internet is probably limited and not knowing the English language just as much, you know, so YouTube's not as popular over there, you know, to get this kind of information.
It's not, honestly not that they have everything we have. It's just that they're all always busy working. That's why they like don't have time to mess around or even like time for themselves. They don't, you know, they have so many responsibilities. Like that's just their way of life. It's not easier for them. You know, it's not they don't have the conveniences that we have. So like everything is a responsibility, everything, and it takes up all day. That's it.
Yeah, I understand. It's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's a barrier with Asia and there's a barrier with South America. So, you know, if we can contact friends through mail, through Facebook, or I have a friend who's in Taiwan. I don't know if she'd participate. You know, like Sharon said, people are, you know, got a lot of responsibility. She does. She runs a business. I don't know if she'd have time to, you know, go out throw a Newman on a board somewhere. I could ask her.
I can only see one video, 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's a video with a compass. Oh, with a clock, actually, and sun looks like very fake. I think Jeranism was debunking that video. And besides that video, I don't see any video 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which seems to me it just doesn't exist.
It doesn't, and the ones from Arctic do, with uncut.
Arctic is, it should be happening in Arctic. But what they can do is they can reverse video. How we can check? They can make video in Alaska or very close to this region, right? To North Pole, and reverse video, and it will seem like it's Antarctica. How you check it? You cannot check it.
You've got a point there.
You know, I would like to be in Antarctica, on the shore of Antarctica, when they have their winter, right? Sorry, when they have their summer, and it should be Antarctic day, Antarctic 24-hour sun. And if I don't see that sun, that's it, because apparently if sun circling on a big radius, when we have winter, right? Here in Canada and US, in Russia, when we have winter here, they have summer. And according to heliocentric model, it should be 24-hour sun when they have summer. And it shouldn't be happening.
According to the heliocentric model, with the what do you call it? The ecliptic of the Earth spinning around on its dang tilted axis or whatnot, pointing towards the sun in the wintertime. Antarctica should be an ocean, not a frozen, stiff wall of sheet of ice as far in as you can fly a plane without freezing it up. It absolutely makes no sense with the heliocentric model, with the South Pole closer to the sun and what would be termed northern hemisphere winter, with that closer to the sun pointing at it. That makes absolutely no sense. It should be totally thawed and hot. So that makes absolutely no sense. That's the first thing. That's the first exclamation point we should throw up right there. The heliocentric model and what they tell us or try to teach people like me who refuse to absorb that because it makes no sense. So that is not a part of my reality. It's not a part of any reality. It's a falsification. So we can just unwind that there. And
Well, and I agree. And the way they try to give you the information is through whatever media you're watching. You're supposed to get your information from the History Channel or the news channels, and these documentary films they put out that are controlled. But then, which we're so far away from school and whatever they're doing in there, and a lot of people have children that are in school now, which mine's not in school anymore, but I'm sure he went through it. But I don't think he was really paying a whole lot of attention to any of that stuff anyway. He was more interested in different things. So, and I was too at the time, but I didn't really learn anything about these kind of things or about history or anything until after I graduated. And even long after that, but I started becoming interested in it, just driving around, and I found talk radio because I got bored with listening to the same freaking songs on the radio all the time. I was tuning in, and I was like, hey, this guy. Well, actually, it was Rush Limbaugh, I'm afraid to say. But he introduced me to understanding what they didn't teach me in school, about the Constitution, all that stuff, and being interested in what world events and all that stuff. But that led me way farther than Rush had ever thought about going. So, but maybe he's thought of it, but he's just making too much money and don't want to say anything about it. But yeah, it's kind of that's where we're fed information. We're not, because if you turn the television off or if you watch it objectively instead of thinking what they're talking about is real, including most events on the news, then you can just completely discount it or watch it, to get real information. But then everybody thinks you're freaking crazy, except for you guys. Thanks. Oh man, I don't know.
Hey, I heard the Earth might be flat or something. That's what I heard.
I heard somebody was lying about the Earth being round and shit.
Yeah, man. I want to get to the bottom of this. All right.
Man, the bottom of it would be find the perpetrators, right? But I don't think we're going to be able to do that.
The perpetrators are the clueless. The perpetrators are the clueless that have the money to censor book publishing and actual, how should I say, a scientific endeavor. Some people risk their lives to go to mountaintops to gather information. Some people risk their lives to go as far north or out. I wouldn't even say north, at that point,
How many
Uh,
insider? Who's going to stand up? You know, who's going to be a whistleblower
Hey, y'all.
insider that's going to stand up and
Wait.
talk about flat Earth?
These things
Hey, y'all.
are published in books like back into the
Yeah.
1940s.
It's about time for me to step outside and clear my mind. So I'll be back in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sharon,
Guys.
Sharon, say something because I just saw your message.
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, good. We can hear you. I'll be back, y'all.
No, I'm just curious, you know, because there's
Candy, pass over controls before you take off.
Too late.
Hillbilly, you think I didn't get this done already? Somebody's got them already. I'm not gonna say who, but you should know. I'm out.
Okay. Well, you're not in here to run it.
Yeah.
He got this.
Yeah.
Hey, Hillbilly, man. Did you hear what I was saying about that show you had with Antonio and Karen and
No, I didn't. I stepped outside for a cigar.
No, I was talking about when you guys did that mind experiment about, you know, seeing the 24-hour sun, how it would look on a globe compared to it traveling at a constant speed, a constant rate around you 24 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't that amazing? I thought it was amazing. You know, it really blew my mind. I mean, my brain was hurting by the end of the conversation. I'm sure. I mean, it sounded like you guys were too.
That's the bad thing of it. Some things are such a hard concept to visualize unless you're one of those type of people that can visualize things in your mind real easy.
Yeah, well, I think it made a lot of sense by the end of it. Everybody came to a consensus except for about the 360-degree rotating horizon, which I agree with you on. Nobody else did, but I do. Now, but the fact that the sun would stand still in the sky it would seem to stand still in the sky for a while while you're going around one way, and then you'd have to turn that camera around the whole way you're going all the way around. But then when you're coming around back around the other side, it would stand in the sky again, and the horizon would move back and forth.
Yeah,
that was the bottom line of it.
The camera does the zigzag motion like indicated, but the horizon does the 360 degrees.
Exactly, because you have to. I mean, you're moving the Earth is moving with you. I mean, yeah, I see where you were coming from, but I think the conversation went on, you know, past that and the argument because you know. But anyway, I thought that was a really awesome, you know, mind experiment. It took me a while to like picture myself on a globe looking over there where I can see the sun, but it's supposed to be blocked by the horizon. But I'm so far north, looking over the ball at the sun that I can see it because, you know. But anyway, so it was just amazing, and it would do what you guys were talking about in that experiment, that mind experiment. You know, just focusing on that instead of moving at a constant rate 24 hours around you. Would not do that on a ball.
So, excuse me, you want to say if we live on a ball, sun would be approaching fast on the horizons, like on a sunset and sunrise, and would be slower at noon, right?
No, I was talking.
Yeah,
I was talking about looking. If you're at you know, at the North Pole, they have the 24-hour sun, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if you're standing somewhere where you can see the sun for 24 hours, and you're looking straight across at it, and you are standing in one spot, say with a time-lapse camera, and the ball's moving around, but you keep the camera focused on the sun. If you're moving around this side of the ball, which would be if you're turning counterclockwise and you're moving, you know, to your right around the ball, but you keep the camera focused on the sun, there's going to be a while where you're coming, you know, to the east side of the North Pole or wherever, where it's going to stand in the sky and just move back and forth a little bit until you get around where it's going to start moving across the sky again. And then when you get back to the other side, then you're going to have to keep the camera, you know, and it's going to move back and forth a little bit, you know, because you're moving around the top of this ball. But if it was, you know, the sun rotating around you, it's going to go at a constant rate around you 24 hours, you know, and then it's going to start back where it was. And I thought that was an amazing experiment, you know, and it blows freaking mind trying to picture it, but but it was. I think that's absolute proof that there's no we're not standing on top, or somebody in Alaska is not standing on top of a sphere that, you know, experiences the 24-hour sunlight. if they
Oh,
really
yes,
look at it.
about that, it was done in on the inside of the dew line, where mostly everything was militarized and hidden. Why? We're gonna find out. But it's good that that particular clip was presented
Can I
without.
say something? Can I say something?
Excuse me for a while. Yeah. Can you please, Sharon? Can you say something? I will try out your volume.
Hi, I did not want to interrupt.
No problem. No, no. That's I want to interrupt because
Oh.
I want your sound to be okay because you want to have the conversation too. So here you go.
Thank you so much. Can everybody hear me all right?
No. Yes.
Testing.
Wait, I can hear you. Can you?
I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do.
No, it's you just say what you have to say whenever you want to say it. We gotta kind of jump in sometimes.
All right, I'm sorry. You can continue. You were in the middle of a thought.
No, I've been through this thought. I probably blew everybody's mind because it blew my mind thinking about it. But I actually, when it comes to that, now I've seen the time-lapse video of the 24-hour sun, you know, in around the North Pole, but I personally haven't verified it or talked to the person. But from what I understand, it just goes all the way around and it doesn't do what I would picture it to do if I was standing on top of the globe looking at it. And I haven't experienced it myself, but I just thought it was a good mind experiment.
I thought when I put the visual to it, remember I fired up my Camtasia program and I put the visuals to it?
Yep.
I thought it was pretty self-explanatory.
I was watching the whole time. Yep. That was good. So comparing that, I mean, you don't even have to actually do that actual video to know basically what it would look like, you know, because of the what you fired up, showing, you know, your horizon level going around the globe, looking at it, you know, and how long it would stay. And you guys put the vertical and the horizontal lines to show you how long it would stay in this area, and then how long it would take to move across these couple squares, and how long it would stay in those couple squares you're looking at. If it's not constantly, if it is constantly moving around you, then the sphere is busted. But I mean, it was busted that day. If there is a 24-hour sun that you can see visible and it constantly moves across the sky with no deviation, busted. So,
Well, there's going to be some bouncy with the sun, you know, going around. You know, if you're going to track it, it's, you know, there's going to be.
well, I mean, you'd have to be directly at the North Pole to see it in the same level in the sky.
But as close as possible, you know, yeah.
Well, I'm just talking about a constant rate across the sky instead of like from your perspective, if you were looking at it on top of a globe, compared to if it was going around you. That's what I was.
Like in Alaska, for example, you know, winter, almost 24-hour dark. You can't see the flashing green lights and, you know, the aurora borealis.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call that. Plasma. It's strange because when we harness plasma in this certain area that we're in, like where Tesla's done his experiments and so forth, you know, along these lines of, you know, US and Europe, you know, there's a common, what you would call a latitude, but that's produced from the ground. So it gives a purple plasma. So when you're, you know, closer to the center, it gives off a green plasma and it's in the sky. It's really hard to make a green plasma. I don't even know if it even exists.
Huh.
You know, most people can generate plasmas and, you know, trap them within vacuums and things like that. You know, thousands, I've even done the experiments, thousands of them out there. But the bright green that you get north or to the center, that is in the sky. That's something we're thinking about that for a minute.
Yeah.
Do you guys see two of me here?
You know.
Yes.
Yes. There are two big L's. That's
All right, I'm gonna ignore them.
Hey, you could like switch them back and forth, start arguing with each other.
I'm gonna call you Lady L.
Lady.
No, that's not. That's not nice. All right.
Hey guys, you know what's interesting question I have also? If people, if we have a biblical creation of Earth, like waters above us and below us, right? Where ice came from? Because if water above us, apparently temperature is above 0 degree Celsius or whatever. Even if it's salty water, so maximum temperature would be like -3, I believe, Celsius. So where this ice came from? Like, you know what I mean? Like, if we're surrounded by waters, according to Bible, how it can be ice? Is it refrigerators around Antarctica or something? Like, somebody should cool it down. Does anybody have anything about it?
I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know if it has anything to do with, well, if you're talking about the Antarctic ring, if it has to do with it touching the dome, or if it's just that the sun doesn't melt anything there, or if it's an effect of the moon, because as we know, moonlight, I mean, in the moon shade, it's warmer in the moon shade than it is in the moonlight. So that has like a opposite effect than the sun does. It condensates rather than, evaporates. So I don't know. We should look into that. Anybody else have any thoughts?
You know, it's a difficult question that we can make a lot of speculative thoughts on, because I really don't know what to think about the Antarctic wall. I mean, we go through YouTube and we ask all these questions, and I've been doing this a while now, and I've only seen certain sections of the Antarctic wall. I haven't seen a whole lot of them off of Africa, pictures off of the southern coast of Africa or Australia, different parts of it. If it's that huge, where are the pictures of it from that side of the world? So maybe there is some other kind of deception going on where where all we see is what you see off the tip of South America, and however far they went, besides that, because I can't verify any photos or video on. I mean, that's a very, even off of the different coast, it's still on the other side of the Pacific, which there's a lot of questions there as well. But there's a lot of coast in Antarctica that we can't verify, and that goes into kind of what you were talking about. But if the model that we might have in our mind about the ice ring is correct, then as far as melting it, I mean, there is land. I've seen pictures of land, vast amounts of land, under the ice in Antarctica or near the level of the ice. But then I've also seen these huge cliffs of ice. So it's very interesting, but I don't think it's going to be very hard for us to find answers to those questions.
Yeah. Especially if we're not allowed to explore it. Like, I think the area you're talking about is New Schwabia, right? It's that part of, is it West Antarctica? Or is it East Antarctica? It's West Antarctica. It's a section of, yeah, I think so. I could be wrong, but yeah, it's called New Schwabia, and over there, it's not all ice. There's freshwater ponds, lakes, and there's mountain ranges and rocks with like weird formations.
And that's where you can access it from the southern tip of South America, correct? There's a couple of islands down there, or
it's the west, what do you call it, peninsula? But I don't know. I thought New Schwabia was like on the eastern side.
Oh, you're probably right. But yeah, I know there's a couple of places where they get on certain parts of Antarctica. But what I'm saying is, and I haven't. I mean, I'm not acting like I looked at everything about it, but as far as like the parts that you can reach, and it's cold as hell when you get there, and you can barely survive. What about the rest of it? You know, that's the big question in everybody's mind. You know, so we would actually have to traverse it or trust our media to tell us that they did it.
Yeah, did you hear about the guy who they allowed him to trek to the, I think he trekked across Antarctica from the South Pole, and I don't know, he got like 30 miles in or something, and then he died.
Whoa.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and he was alone. He was by himself. It was like, you know, from the South Pole, he was unaccompanied. So I have no idea what happened, but he tried to go across the continent and he died.
Hey, yeah, I don't doubt that one bit because it's pretty horrendous. Have you guys? I know Big L's been around for a while. Did you ever follow when Patricia had Doomweaver on, and he used to work in Antarctica. He's from Britain, but he worked down in Antarctica for a while. What is Doomweaver? You know what I'm talking about, Big L?
No,
Doomweaver 2007, Robert
Yeah,
Schwartz.
2007.
Robert has never said that he has seen a 24-hour sun in 18 months straight.
Yeah, he did say that.
Antarctica, never did he once see a 24-hour sun. He says that.
Matter of fact, he says states just the opposite. I mean, there is no 24-hour sun. He never witnessed one in the 18 months he was down there straight.
Yeah, I followed him right away. When I saw him come up, I started following him right away to find out what he saw. I saw his presentations, photos that he snapped even before he even considered the flat earth. And he started putting everything together. And he's like, no, I never saw a 24-hour sun while I was there.
He's just started making videos again too.
Well, I think that he needs to get some YouTube skin. He can't handle the trolls, which I don't blame him. You know, it takes a special type of person. I've been trolled on the internet ever since 1999. So my skin's pretty thick.
Yeah, Robert's a really nice guy, and he's a genuine human being, you know, and he's, you know, done his work and made his observations and put everything together quite well. And yeah, it's
Well,
kind of like
I think he's coming back. So if you haven't looked at his channel in a while, then go over there and look at it. Robert Shorten.
I'm
There's Doomweaver 2007.
He had a hangout last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying for the people in chat that haven't heard of him, definitely need to go check his channel out. I think he's made a couple videos in the past few weeks.
He's a remarkable guy, and you know, if any trolls troll him, I just, you know, tired of that crap. But he's an honest man and a hardworking man, and you know, I don't see why anybody would want to troll him. If he does, you know, record something, you know, hangout or something like that, you know, maybe he should just, you know, do by invite only, and you know.
Yeah, exactly.
He shouldn't watch his live text if he can't handle trolls.
Yeah, and just
go ahead and do your hangout. Don't even pay attention to your text.
Exactly. Because you know what? When it's all said and done, you present the video at the end, the chat's gone. That's why I don't understand why people get all freaked out about what's being said in a chat. Because
yeah, especially if you get a few moderators in there, you know.
Excuse me. Who is this we're talking about?
Robert Shortman, Doomweaver 2007.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna put a link in the main chat.
Yeah, Flip, I think you'll really, really, really enjoy his story and the videos he's put out and what he did for a living when he was in the Antarctic. As an engineer, you'll really appreciate that.
Yeah, Patricia Steer interviewed him, and it's a pretty good interview.
He's got a hangout where he showed his pictures. He showed his pictures on Patricia's interview. Even if you don't want to take him for his word, it's well worth watching just to see the pictures.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
You got a couple hangouts that I did with him, or he asked me to go on his hangouts when he was first doing hangouts. We did one on law, one on the Antarctic, one on legalese. Then he took a siesta, went to Facebook. He's been doing a lot of work on Facebook. He never quit that.
Yeah.
Facebook has a lot of distractions.
Yeah. That you can't ever find a post when you want to post, and I never had a Facebook account. Don't want one, but I go there every now and then utilizing her account.
I use my own account, but certain people I have starred, and those are my closest, friends and family. Get flat Earth, you got the Church of the Subgenius, got all these different, groups and things like that. People are inviting me, pulling me in. Shit, I'm members of groups I didn't even know I was members of.
Yeah, kind of like that too.
There's people
I never post anything on Facebook
that are posting stuff, and I don't know who they are. The fuck from Adam,
Do a quick shout out
laugh.
to Tech.
Oh,
Do
yeah,
a quick shout out in text there. Eddie in the house. What up, my brother Eddie from over in Pennsylvania? Flat Earth Dave. Flat Earth Dude. Man, there's a lot of flat earthers going on here. Aaron Anton, Murky, Sub Johnny, Elevate Your Mind, On a Plane, Bill S. Man, you guys are just coming out of the woodwork, ain't you? What's that, Sammy? Sammy something, I don't know.
We got Aeon out there too. At this hour. Aeon, what are you doing? Love you. I'm playing.
And Vinny P. Shout out to our big friend Vinny P.
By the way, does anybody know what the deepest depths people drill on the planet?
Yeah.
What is the deepest hole
It's
they make?
12 kilometers.
How much?
12 kilometers, 8 miles.
12 kilometers.
Yeah, they can't get any further than that. That's why they can't confirm what's underneath the earth.
That was only one spot, though. That's what I don't like about that. To say that we've only been 12 miles, well, in the one spot where they tried to go deep, yeah, we've only been for 8 miles. I mean, we've only been 8 miles deep.
In Russia.
Could there be? Yeah. Well, actually, the United States did it too, but they abandoned the Earth Death War for the Space War.
Yeah, that's true. And the funny thing is, the deeper they got, the more, what do you call it? Viscous? No, there was more water molecules in the rocks. Like, they found more water trapped in the rocks, so shouldn't that make it easier to drill? Yet somehow they got stuck at that number. They weren't able to drill any further than that for like 10 years.
Instead of water molecules, though, I think it was ice molecules. I have a problem with that.
Well, water and ice is the same thing.
Well, yeah, but here comes the problem. Here comes the problem.
Steam water.
Temperatures as they went down got extremely high. How do you have high temperatures and ice at the same time?
I don't know
You
about the temperatures.
Because of the drilling equipment, it has to hit hard rock, so the drilling equipment heats up. Now,
Exactly.
Julie, you remember, like,
Throw
okay,
an
so
ice cube.
think about-
Throw an ice cube in a hot pan and tell me how long it takes to melt. By the time you extract your core sample up 8 miles, that ice fragments should have been water.
I can tell you this from operating a Bridgeport, okay? You pull the handle down, the screw goes in. The lower it gets, the hotter it gets, okay? The more force that's put against the bit, the hotter it gets. But I'm just like, okay, hillbilly, okay, you're on the same plane as me. Well, at least the same longitude, pretty close. Okay, Admiral Byrd, you know, like he went and he did like these explorations, and they were broadcast on television, you know, and you know, there's a lot of publications and things like that was going on. At the same time, do you remember movies coming out like Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Yeah.
You know, and they get into this like mobile thing, you know, and it's got the screw on the end of it, you know, and they're just pushing and pushing and pushing. And then they get to the center and it's like, oh, wow, look, it's a whole new world. We've reached the paradise. And it's pretty much the end of the movie. This is the science fiction that was, you know, it was an alternative to the going to outer space, going to inner space, you know.
Voyage to the bottom of the deep, voyage to the center of the earth. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, I have a lot of old sci-fi B movies, the black and whites and stuff that were produced in the 50s and 60s and stuff. I don't know. I like monsters and, you know, teenagers from outer space, the lobster monsters coming out at people, you know, vaporizations, all kinds of weird stuff, you know. I don't know. It's always, I don't like that stuff. I've been able to collect it now because a lot of the stuff's been really re-released on DVD. What do you think, Johnny?
I can share my thoughts right now. I'm thinking about, you know, it might be why our government lied to us. From philosophical point of view, does anybody drink Coke? Like, does anybody drink Coke, like Dr. Pepper or Pepsi, Cola, Coca-Cola? Any of you? Okay, we all know that it's bad for health, right? We all know this, like phosphoric acid and stuff, and we still drink it. You know why? Because we like taste. We like taste of it, and we still drink it. So from philosophical point of view, I think this is the same happening with our government. They lie to us. Let's say our government is our brain, right? And working people, working class is a body of this head. So when we consume Coca-Cola, we do harm to our body. Our brain knows, we know this information, Coca-Cola is very bad, and we still drink it. So we destroy our body wanting this taste. We pursue taste. They do stuff for their needs. They know they destroy the people. They know they destroy working class, but they still consume poison. They still, you know what I mean? Like, you know.
I do.
We get this.
Those people are the people that like to manipulate and control you. Now, the people that are being controlled are addicted to the media and propaganda they've been fed in this fake reality that they believe in, and actually there are benefits when you submit and be a part of it. And it's like some people would accuse you, you're just not participating because you don't want to do the work or whatever. Well, whatever we all do our own kind of work, and we're all victims of one type of unfortunate event or another that may have happened in our past. You can't judge anybody by that kind of thing. But yes, in a sense, I believe that the masses are controlled by these people, and only it seems like, you know, how when they say when you're, refining gold, the dross comes up to the top. Well, at the top right now, we have a bunch of dross, a bunch of people with really bad attitudes that are very narcissistic, but they give platitudes like they're going to do something for you, and they always lie. They always lie, and they don't really care about you. So why do we even give them a chance? I'm sorry. That's kind of negative. Is this a negative show or a positive show?
The person who can answer that is not her.
No, the fact that we're even in here. I'm sorry, go ahead, Billy.
The overall agenda is to talk about truth, so I'd say a positive show.
Yeah,
yes, he's
good.
back.
Hey, Candy, girl. Perfect timing. We're just talking about it. We're good.
I won't say 100% of the people that are at the, in a place where they have influence that are, they're not. They actually, some politicians. Go ahead.
Huh?
Somebody's.
Candy, you're giving a heck of an echo. Feedback.
Here, let me mute him with my headphones on.
That would be completely ignorant. Just blame everybody that's in any kind of office of power or something like that, because some of us know those kind of people, and they're really genuine people. So, but I say, at the federal level, there's a good portion of those congressmen and senators that, for one thing, have been there way too freaking long. I don't know why the term limits wasn't put in the Constitution for exactly for that purpose, and lobbying, in my opinion, should not even be there, because it shouldn't even be something that you can do, because the government should be giving money out like that. That's my opinion on that. No reason for people to go cry to the government and try to make deals, backroom deals with these senators and shit to get their corporations. That's just, how's it gotten to this point? It's insane. I know how it's gotten to this point, because people watch TV and they're taught that this is really good, and they're taught to go to the doctors, and that's, these pharmaceuticals and hospitals. How many? I live in a decent sized city, but there's like everywhere you go, there's a freaking hospital, man. How sick is everybody? I don't ever go to the freaking hospital. Shit. I did break my leg a few years ago, and I was glad it was there, but other than that, I try to stay away from it. I'm still a young man. I'll be 44 in June, so maybe I'll be all right.
Hey, Helioskeptic, just to piggyback off that a little bit. I guess we've all met people like this, but I had an uncle who basically he goes to the doctor because he goes in and they tell him he's got high cholesterol. So they put him on a statin drug. Then after they put him on the statin drug, he goes back in. He's got high blood pressure. They put him on high blood pressure medication. Then he goes back in. Before you know it, he's on 10 or 20 different drugs, all because originally he had high cholesterol. I think that's a lot of the reason why we have so many people going to the doctor and so many people are sick all the time.
Yep, I say that all the time. You have to take a drug for something that causes something, to take a drug that causes something, to take a drug, and the cycle goes on and on.
Then you got drugs for the side effects of the drugs that you're on.
Exactly.
So this is something Mr. THC talks about, Anthony from Australia.
Yeah.
He talks about getting back to your natural stasis and using natural herbs and things like that to heal your body, and your body is certainly capable of using those things that are in nature in the world around you to heal you. So it's not like, oh, just because these drugs weren't always available, that, like, how do you think people survived back then? You know, you have to wonder where all these diseases came from. You have to wonder, why do they want us so dependent on it? And why do they do it like statin drugs, for people who have high cholesterol? Let's say, for example, like they figured out that actually it worsens your heart. Like, you have a higher chance of a heart attack or a stroke for taking statin drugs. And like, I don't know, my thing is, does this have anything to do with the overpopulation thing that they talk about in the Georgia Guidestones, and they want to like kill people off and whatnot?
It depends on how nefarious you think that the people that own these hospitals and pharmaceutical companies are.
They're extremely nefarious.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I think they all just do their job. I don't think they know the big agenda. They don't know the big plan. Like we're talking about it because we've opened our eyes. We've looked into it. But those people are just doing what they're told. They went to school for it.
Yeah, I'm talking about the ones on Wall Street that are in the big board meetings,
Right.
or the pharmaceutical bankers that fund the pharmaceutical companies and all that stuff.
Right.
It comes down, you know, and yeah, you're right. People that go to nursing school, learn the allopathic method of medicine, and then then they genuinely want to help people, and they do. They honestly do. I mean,
They're trained. They're trained. You know what I'm saying? It's called training. Actually, it is called training.
I would say.
Go ahead, brother.
I would say that instead of them wanting, you know, as a depopulation like the Georgia Guidestones or the report put out by Deagle that we're supposed to be at 65 million by 2025, I think more or less, instead of wanting people to die, they just want them to die milk the crap out of you for money.
No, they wouldn't do that. I'm sorry, I'm always so good. Yeah, it's you know.
Oh yeah, do it at the expense of draining the Social Security. You know.
I don't know if you know this or not, but every year they borrow the surplus from Social Security and put it back into the system, and then borrow another $500 billion to $1 trillion on top of that. So we ain't got no freaking money. There ain't no money in the system.
Yeah, if all the interest is returned to the Social Security Administration, then there wouldn't be a problem. And
there wouldn't be a problem with Social Security, that's for sure, if they could never test it.
yeah, you know, and then that makes me wonder, you know, about my 26-year-old daughter. You know, is she gonna be able to retire when she's, you know, 65? You know, I've got 14 years till I collect myself. I mean, come on. What's going on here? You know,
I gave up on it, man. I throw them letters away. I already know what they are. They say, you got so much that you paid in. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I'm going to get that. I mean, anyway, but that's fine. I mean, it's not even supposed to be in place in the first place. It's unconstitutional, and it's a rip-off, and it's a freaking pyramid scheme. And it was bullshit from the beginning. I mean, it helps people now, but now it has to. But like I said, they have to borrow $1 trillion a year to keep it afloat.
No, they don't need to borrow anything. It's
they don't
robbed.
Well, but what happens? Here's what happens, and this is what makes me sick.
It's kind of like, you know, it's kind of like if you borrow from a bank, you pay interest. Okay. There's so much interest that is incurred from stealing from the or borrowing off the Social Security Administration that if all that interest was returned by the central bank, there would never, ever be any kind of debt whatsoever on the Social Security Administration. There'd be a huge surplus.
Yeah, that's why there wasn't supposed to be a for-profit company in control of the monetary system in the United States. It was in the Constitution, but they folded, man.
No, they got that bill in when everybody was away for Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and that was.
The Fed was established well before the Social Security Administration.
Yeah, but they crashed the market back during the Depression. And then you had the boom period after World War II. And then, but in 2008, they did the same thing that they did, back in, during the Depression, but on a much larger scale. And all the money that they were, and this is from me, reading some documents, but mostly this in Alex Jones, I guess, about what was going on at the time and following other sources, but there was over $20 trillion that were borrowed, and they're not telling us about it. And not mention all the other money that they don't tell us about, but like 20 plus, maybe to $100 trillion of money that was funneled into the banks to hold up the monetary system. It's the only reason that we even have anything left. So we're way more than $20 trillion in debt. We're probably 100 to 300 trillion dollars in debt as the United States to the federal bank.
We're not in debt at all. I mean,
it's just empty. There's no. It's paper. It's numbers in a computer.
Right. It's invisible.
So that's what everybody is. But I still have to use it. So,
they controlled very well. You cannot say dollar costs nothing. I think it's the wrong statement, because I cannot go outside and find a couple dollars. There is no $100 bill laid down on the ground. So I think it's controlled very well. That's why it's worth something. If it wouldn't worth anything, we can find dollar bill everywhere we want, right? I mean,
yeah. Well, but it's
$100 bill. You can snatch that up pretty dang fast, don't you?
No, they print money in the quantities they want, but they still control them. So they print them and they hold on it, because if something not worth, right, like maybe gravel not worth anything, because I can go and I can pick up a bucket of gravel from public road, whatever. Nobody put me in a jail, right? But you cannot take money from anywhere, Like, I understand they print like lots of money and it's a paper, but as they control this paper, they make it worth something,
Yeah, they know how to take a long time to manipulate the currency into a situation that they had planned for a long time for something to happen. They always win when it comes to that, especially if they leave us ignorant about what they're doing and how they manipulate, through inflation and through taxation and through these market manipulations and all that stuff. They do that on purpose so that they always win and they have control. And that's the reason that we have inflation. Inflation it's not a hidden tax, because everybody sees the prices going up, because it's been happening for years.
I think inflation is sort of a human kind of what would you call it? It's a human thing, It's kind of like, you start out as an apprentice and you make a little wage, and the older you get, the more you learn, the more pay you get for your labors. So it's the more you can afford to make yourself comfortable. Now, there are market manipulations, and who is calling the market manipulations? These are the people we need out with the truth. Who calls for market manipulations?
The Federal Reserve.
Yeah, that would be a start. Every time the Federal Reserve gets put before Congress, they're like either pleading the fifth or saying we're not privy to that information. They put some fall guy in front of the Congress, and they just say, well, and then they just leave them alone. They don't follow up. It's just crazy.
Look back when Freddie Mae and Fannie Mac was going on, and the Federal Reserve dropped to zero interest. Why would an organization with the intent to make profit go to a zero interest loaning situation? There is no benefit in it for them. That's not the way people practice good business. You wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. So now we got a corrupt organization doing it. So you got to ask why.
Why? Yeah, I'm with you on that. I opened my first bank account, I think probably about 1975 1975 or 1976, in my interest on that account, or a savings account, because my grandparents and other relatives would give me bonds or money or whatnot for bonds. Here's another issue for gifts, instead of material things, and I learned to save because I'm talking from grandparents that went through the American Depression, or grandparents that came to the United States back in the 1920s, and it's when you look at it, okay, now you go and open a bank account, you'd be lucky to be having an interest rate on your bank account or savings account of 0.25%. Okay, it goes from 5.25% in the 1970s to 0.25% now. And we're looking at, well, if you don't have a certain amount of money in that bank account, then the bank takes fees out of your bank account that exceeds the interest rate.
Yeah.
Now, who's doing this shit?
That's a result of inflation. It was a planned demolition of the economy, and we're kind of getting to. That's where you see that squeeze to zero, and the inflation gets so high, and we're not making enough money to compensate whatever's in between. That's where it's going to break. There's no way they can keep it up, and so what the hillbilly was saying, the 0% interest. Would you open a store and sell everything at cost? You can't do it.
But that's the problem. When you go to open a store and you want to establish any kind of credit, they block you. They want you to put up your, anything, any property, any assets that you have. They want you to put that up.
That's the
as
squeeze I'm
collateral
describing.
against a loan. Okay, so this is now no longer capitalism. This is like highway robbery.
Meanwhile, they look at you like, oh, you didn't follow the rules, get your college education and all this crap, or you weren't frugal enough and whatever. I don't know. I personally gave up a long time ago messing with them. Anyway,
I did too.
I'm just a working man that just sees shit.
Yeah, back in 2007, a friend of mine and I, we were interested in purchasing a property together and starting of having like a coffee shop, not like the kind in Europe where they have drugs, but having soups, salads, sandwiches, baked goods. It was near an industrial area where people would be coming and going at lunchtime. There would definitely be people that don't want to stand in line at the grocery store, who would just rather park, run in, grab some organic bread or tomatoes or whatnot. They just want to run in, run out. Hey, we had the whole business model down. And when we went for the final financing for, to buy the property, I mean, they got really nasty with us all of a sudden and was saying things like, well, what are your assets? And, mine were at like, I don't want to tell you what mine were. My friends were a little bit higher, and they were basically telling me, reject you because you're the lower wage earner in, him. And then they're telling my friend, we're not married, we're friends. Okay. I mean, a friend.
Yeah.
And they were saying, well, collateral for default on the, property loan would be your property. Well, as far as, either one of us had ever studied economics, you know, in the 60s or 70s. That came as a big surprise for us both.
Yeah.
And we had to stop right there, you know, because what they call angels, or, you know, those who want to invest, you know, capital in your business and so forth and so on, all of a sudden they become a little bit more invisible, you know. And so the banks want you to put up your personal collateral. Now, both him and I, you know, worked for the same company. So, you know, when that company closed doors, basically they said, you know, we're going to buy you out of your stock. We're going to buy you out of this, buy you out of that. So, you know, we both have big fat checks. Both of our homes are paid off, you know, and we're just like in this tizzy of like paperwork and bank notarizations and all this other stuff, you know, because when you have a small business, you do need to borrow a bit, okay, to get your goods in. And then you produce from the goods you bring in, you produce more through your labor or through yourself, whoever's working, you know, for the company. And then, you know, you pay the people, you know, you pay your, you know, suppliers, and you have your end result, which is your profit. Well, when we really looked into what the taxation would be on the profit, and, you know, we're looking at, you know, the election, and all of a sudden Joe Plumber comes out of nowhere and he's talking about Main Street America, and all of a sudden, yeah, we're Main Street America, straight on Main Street, Cass Avenue in the middle of Mount Clemens, Michigan, you know. And, you know, we had a good investment to go there.
Yeah.
But the way that the banks are arranged, and they're ripping people off left and right, we could not actually establish a business, nor were we going to put our necks out to get that first cut. You know, we just said, to hell with it. You know, we just want to provide a service to people in our community, and this is what we get.
It's actually good business for the banks to ask for more or for your personal property to be put up for collateral. 9 times out of 10, when you go for a business loan, you're going to ask for a loan that's far greater than the value of the just the property. That's so you can get your supplies, get your content, get your racks or whatever the case may be. If you're selling clothes, you had to buy coffee makers, espresso machines, tables, tablecloths, chairs. The banks, if you default on your loan, they don't want your content. They only want the building. They know content sells for pennies on the dollar. The property will retain its value. So it's good business for them. And it would be good business for you if you as the bank not being allowed to practice fractional banking. There's the bad part about banking, fractional banking. However, for them to ask for collateral in this aspect, that's not bad banking or criminal banking. That's good business. You would do it. I would do it.
Right. Well, here's what happened to this property that we were interested in. It was $160,000. And okay, fine. Okay. After 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, the foreclosure phenomenon happened. Do you know what that property ended up closing and selling at?
Probably 65% of the, what'd you say it was, 110,000 or something?
It ended up selling for $63,000.
That's what I was going to say. Just a little over 50% of whatever it was worth.
Right. They could have got our money, right? And, had it made, but took a loss on it. So when they take a loss on it, who do they put the losses off onto?
No, they put it onto the American people to pick it up because the federal government was step in.
And then I noticed that, at about the same time my daughter, graduated from high school in 2007. And, I had noticed from, like when I was younger, I could work. When I was her age, I could like work and pay for school at the same time. They were actually encouraging the kids, young people, to take out loans. I said, no, don't take out a loan. Well, she didn't. Because this is what's happening, And one of her best friends right now, this girl is like $60,000 in debt on her master's degree and is working a job that has nothing to do with her master's degree, It's a really screwed up thing going on out there, and I hope people just don't fall for this shit. I'm glad my child isn't in debt.
Yeah, only in the United States can you find burger flippers with degrees from college.
Yeah. I mean, even as so, having our company close doors and, you're overqualified. Everywhere you go to get a job, you're overqualified. So if you're overqualified, it's kind of like, what are you going to do? Start your own business. You've got all this knowledge, you've got all this knowledge, and it's like the system started stacking CBOs up against humans. Invisible money, ideas, bullshit against people.
It's a system that's designed to trap and fail you. Sorry, can you guys hear me fine?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool.
Now I can hear you whatever you just did.
I am swallowing the mic.
Slobber in the mic.
I am really unemployed now.
On the mic.
Yeah, no, it took them like 3 generations to do it, but they did it. Now, like Felix said, you can get yourself a college degree. You're gonna have to take out loans, and when you get out, there aren't jobs for you, and you're gonna have to work and work and work to pay off those loans. You're not free. You're in debt. You're a slave for 10, 20 years sometimes.
Yeah, what does that do? It makes you put off, buying a home, having a family.
It really puts you back on moving forward in life, achieving your dreams, because that's not what they want you to do. They don't want you to own your own business, make your own money. They're educating you to work for somebody else.
Yeah. And at the time, my friend and I, tried to, establish a business. I mean, he was in his early 50s and I was in my early 40s. And, at the time, I mean, we had everything established. He listened to his parents who had gone through the Depression. I listened to my grandparents. I never had a credit card. I'd had a home mortgage, which I paid off when I sold the house at a damn good profit. Now, when it gets down to it, I was always taught, don't pay interest. They're interested in you for your money. Don't pay interest.
There's actually a lot of the Abrahamic texts also advise against it, because you're a slave to the lender. A borrower is slave to, like, especially the thing about interest. I know the Quran says something about it, that it's not halal. Like, you should neither charge interest nor you should apply for anything that that charges interest. And it's really weird to me that, because it's in the Torah too, but like, I don't know, like, when did Jewish bankers, not that all of them are, but the ones that have, why did they decide to go with this model? It goes against their religion.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right in that. Now the thing is, if you look at Torah, if you were indebted to somebody for some reason via a dowry or property or animals or stuff and so on, you would work it out, literally work it out until the scales evened up. You know what I'm saying? For tit for tat. When did these scales go askew? And who was sleeping while they let the scales go askew?
I think it sort of gets mixed up, though. There's a difference between Zionism and Judaism. Zionism is not a religion. You can go back and even look prior to the alleged Holocaust, to where that's the name they gave themselves, not a title we stole upon them, but they called themselves the Zionist German Jew Bankers. That was a title they strolled upon themselves, and it's documented in a transfer agreement. Hey, Sharon, what operating system are you on? You could stand to turn your mic up a little bit. Your mic on the control panel is all the way up.
Let me see. Maybe on Hangouts. Hold on. It's not that. You know what? Let me switch. One sec.
I think it more has to do with how far the microphone is away from her when she's talking into it.
That's why I was going to suggest she picks up her mic boost if she's on a Windows
if she's
machine.
on Windows, she can go into the settings and hit mic boost, and it makes a big difference.
Yeah.
Yeah, as a whole, you'd think by law that Jewish people would be the last people to be participating in usury. It totally goes against all teachings, and also Quran. It goes against all teachings.
Hey guys, I think Japan banks, like some banks in Japan, they lend you money without any percentage. As far as I know, like, I'm not sure amount of, but this is what I heard. Like in Japan, they practice this: borrow money, not people, maybe companies, they borrow money and they return same amount of money they borrow.
I think the Japanese look at the rest of us and be like, man, them motherfuckers is crazy. We're just going to stay right here on our island.
I can see where you get government loans interest free, but not private loans. What would be the incentive?
Yeah.
A developed country, like develop technologies faster, compete with other countries. This would be interest of like a whole country, right?
So if we dump the monetary system, because we know from experience, any of us, how hard, once you get a patent, somebody's all over your back to try and buy you out. Lord only knows what they're going to do with it. But let's say, like, if you had a good drug to or medicine to through to cancer, what do you have to go through, and how much red tape and junk do you have to go through to actually patent something that
If you had a cure for cancer, you'd be blocked by,
Right.
by the system. 'cause they can't
Look
make
what
money
happened to
off
Rick Simpson up in Canada.
right? But if you're working in nanotechnologies, here comes your grant.
Hey, you know what? If there was a company, it shouldn't be a company. It's a conflict of interest for a private entity to be in control of a monetary system of a country. If the leaders of the country have the best interests of the citizens at heart, because a private company that like you were saying, Billy, the profit is job one. You can't pay your employee.
Yeah.
But the incentive should not be there. It's a conflict of interest for a private entity to be in control of a monetary system of a government.
That's a catch-22. In order to keep the government separate from the monetary system, you would want to privatize it or have it off to the side, so that the idea that the government's controlling the money is not in your face. So different agencies are there's the IRS, there's the Fed, there's certain administrations that are held accountable that are outside of our president, Congress, and Senate.
Just checking, testing. Can you guys hear me better now?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes,
Should I
perfect.
turn it up even more?
No, you're perfect.
It wouldn't hurt. Yeah. Well, see what the rest of them say. I'd say you could stand it up a little bit more.
A little bit more, yeah.
Okay, how's this?
There you go.
All right. Thank you, guys.
No problem. I just didn't want to see you covering up your mouth all the time when you talk, holding your mic up, or you're too pretty a girl. We need eye candy for the flat earth community.
I thought you were going to say it's because you wanted to read my lips, but I guess not.
No, I got my headset on, so I'm not deaf where I need to rely on that. Now, none of you
I'm
girls
sorry.
should be covering your face up, man. I hate to utilize sex as a way to get a message out, but corporate America does it, and some aspects they do it in government propaganda. Why shouldn't we take advantage of your girls' pretty looks in the FE community?
Yeah, the way I look at it is just Medicine Avenue. Sex sells. It's just a slogan, but attractive people with symmetrical features do tend to have a little bit more, I should say, panache, people look at them and, when people have, their facial, askew, which happens a lot with people with genetic disorders, especially like, okay, let's say like a mom's pregnant, she's like drinking and her kid comes out, with, people do tend to, my daughter's very tall and symmetrical, so where she goes, and she's a very humble, modest person inside, but where she goes, people like, whoa, and she don't know how to take it, and to like lock inside of herself, kind of like go with it. I dared her. She's like 6 feet tall. I dared her to put on 6-inch platforms and walk through the wall. She would not take out the dare. She would not take the dare. No, I'm not. Mom, no, I'm not.
That'd be true.
The difference, though, between regular corporations and flat Earth movement is once someone gets hooked based on attractiveness, and they come and hear people like Candy speak, they're like, whoa, wait a minute, this girl has brains.
That's just it. That's the whole purpose. I mean, all you girls got brains, not just Candy. All you girls got brains.
Dude, I haven't talked to a woman about this stuff I tried.
Here, let me give you an example.
Stop and think about it. If my face was on a thumbnail, or Candy's, or Felix, or Sharon's face was on a thumbnail, who are they going to click based on a thumbnail? Definitely ain't mine.
Let me throw this at you as far as like guys and gals go. Okay, I haven't been working out in the last couple of years. I'll admit I've let myself go to shit. All right. If I at 98 pounds, 5'7", can bench press 130 pounds. You do the math, 200-pound man. You do the math. Can you put up that much weight on a bench press? No! But, I mean, you can bench press what I can bench press really effing easy. But when it comes down to the math, can you do what I can do? Look at the ratio.
1.5 to 1. Most men can do that too.
Most men can't even put up 150 fucking pounds. They're all soft and titty boys.
No.
Bitch boys, tell you what, you come complaining to me because your job's too fucking hard. How do you think I got to be your boss? Because I can do your fucking job, bitch boy. When it
That's what I'm talking about.
Eddie, I'm going to check out Sly's channel right now because yesterday he had a video out on the gyroscope.
The gyroscope.
You know, I'm just wondering. Okay, I was in a German hangout thing. Okay, I had to like use translator because I don't speak German. I can understand it a little bit, but there's certain words that just don't like, you know, like past tense, four tense, whatever. Yeah. And I watched it very carefully, and they were doing an amazing job. It was flat Earth, and they were going over gyros or anything. Well, do you think Sly might have like grabbed their stuff and like twisted it?
Oh, he took it down. Yep, he must have made a mistake. And I knew I was. I know he had to hear me in the room where I said I was going to wait to comment on Eddie's comment until I seen Sly Sparkane's video on the gyro. The name of the video was Antonio Can't Gyro, and it was his last video put up prior to his last thing about the 1,000 euro bet. Or it came after, so it should be less than 20 hours ago, and it's not there. He pulled the son of a bitch down. That coward Sly Sparkane.
That's what I'm talking about, y'all. Y'all bitch boys can't keep up. You cry, take the video.
Dude, I want to tell you something.
You still on a German site.
Yeah, you can actually hear him crying too.
Man, Bob from Globebusters did I swear, I mean, I've been listening to Globebusters for ever since they started pretty much. And one day he went on like a 45 minute to an hour long presentation that he had about gyros. And he needs to chop that up and put it up on his channel just to put that, just that section back. Yeah, Bob, it was amazing. I was like, yeah, you're exactly right, man. There's no freaking way. And so we need to hold of Bob and he needs to chop that out. I mean, I'm sure he's talked about gyros a lot, but there was one time where nobody else talked. He gave like a 45-minute presentation on, because he'd worked on it a while and it was excellent. I loved it.
Hey, I just want to shout out Aaron Mizumoto. I don't know how to say that name. Aaron, man, I can't wait to see a picture of your baby. I would imagine your baby has gotten really big in the last 6 months. Anyway, glad you're here.
Man, I thought Kathleen snuck off to bed.
Oh no, I'm right here.
Well, you had Karen's daughter going the other day, didn't you? You're talking to a tree
Yeah.
stump. Oh
Hey,
man.
sorry, I was listening to you guys. Are you talking about this one or another one?
Woo! Look who got it.
No, another one. It was called Antonio Can't Gyro.
Oh,
Go
okay.
look at some of his videos, how he titles a lot of them, and like Hillbilly Can't Eclipse is one of his videos.
Yeah, I was.
This
Well,
Antonio
I'm really,
Can't Gyro.
I'm really busy, but I'm always listening. So I thought I'd jump in. Maybe you meant this one. Oh, all right, I'll be back.
Unless he changed the title of it, I don't know. That could be. We seen him do that on the Rob Skiba lensing video. He changed the title of it.
Yeah.
When he figured out he couldn't debunk Rob's claim, he had to change it to make it look like he's selling something else or a different thought. But the visuals in there, he comes right out and says it, typed right out in the visuals. Rob Skiba, atmospheric lensing, atmospheric lens or something like that. Sly's an idiot. Best he can do is take people out of content like he did Jeranism. We all heard Jeranism say time and time again, pseudoscience is a religion.
Yeah.
But to listen to Sly Sparkane deliver what Jeranism is saying, he says, Jeren says, science is a religion. No, science is something that's repeatable, observable, and measurable. And pseudoscience, on the other hand, isn't. But Sly Sparkane tells his viewer, or tries to take Jeren out of content, because we all heard it. Jeren says pseudoscience is the religion.
I think that that causes a lot of people to have who follow that fault line. You know, well, if something's not true, then everything's not true, and it's all a conspiracy, and it's all false, and all science is wrong, and we're all screwed. And hi, Stephen.
Hey.
Hey, Stephen.
That's what I'm saying.
Hey, Joey made a good point.
Hey,
Joey says,
Stephen, I really enjoyed talking with you at Dave High's place the other night. That was really cool, too.
Hey, Sharon, you have to get your about button turned on your page, or I need to figure out a way to add you in case you ever want to join my hangouts. I tried to add you today. Gave up after about
Hey, on
5
that point,
minutes.
Hillbilly, everybody that's in chat and all that stuff, everybody needs to turn their about page on so we can send messages to each other.
Some pages
Everybody
published after 2009 don't have an about page if you've set it up on a number of different ways.
No, there's a setting you have to do it while you're creating your page. There's a setting where you can have an about tab, tabs at the top, and there's an about page, and you can send a message to someone.
Yes, you have to hook on Plus.
So maybe somebody should make a video about that.
Yeah, right. I wish I could change it on my mobile, but there's no way to.
Yeah, I would.
But if you change it on the web, you'll get messages on your mobile, though. You'd be able to look at
Well,
it.
right. That would mean I'd need to get online on a laptop. That's unlikely at this point.
I know. I'm just saying. In the future, everybody look at your pages, edit them so that we can, contact each other. That's all I'm saying.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
Now
Hey,
that
Stephen.
sounded like Steve.
Stephen, get your eyes out of your house and go please to the NASA compound. and take some pictures and grab some of those Freemasons, drag them
All
by the
right,
road,
all right, I'll
bring
be
them to
right back.
my house.
Hey,
I
Steven,
think
this is really funny. Steven, this is really funny. Okay, like, okay, after I was like hanging out with you and Dave High, I was on Dan's channel, and Caveman 444, he's like, Tony, he goes like, okay, what? Who puts a NASA complex? Okay, like right here, and then he's like, okay, and then like, not even so many miles away in Orlando is Disneyland. You're supposed to make a choice over what's fantasy and what's real. After what we were talking about the other night, I got a good laugh out of that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of Masons here in Florida.
Well, hey people, I think I'm gonna burn one more joint and gather up a little bit of content for my show here in a couple hours and go take a nap.
Okie dokie.
Thanks for stopping by, Hillbilly.
No problem.
And what a gentleman to cut your feed to come over here. That was awesome.
Right's right and wrong's wrong. I always try to be on the side of right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Hillbilly man.
All right. Yep. Yeah. See you all in a couple hours if you join my hangout. If not, I'll see you next time around. Remember, people, it is flat.
Nice to see. Okay.
Hey, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette. I'll be back. I'll be watching chat.
Hillbillies.
Man, I've been sitting here talking all this time. Nobody ain't heard shit.
Are you serious?
Are you freaking serious?
Code.
I was look, I saw the side chat and I said, do you want to talk? Why is she saying that? I've been talking like
Yeah, I was like, you're awfully quiet. This is your shit, you know.
I was telling Sub Johnny left. I was telling him bye, thank you for coming. I told Hillbilly bye, everything. Like I'm like, what the hell? I was laughing at everything y'all were saying, like talking back. Like, what the hell? I said hello to Steven when he came in. Y'all didn't hear nothing.
You know what? You're all cozy and you look so
I'm so cold. I'm trying to get warm.
as in an opposition or strangeness to some guys that hold hangouts, you know what they do? They are really loud. And you're like, I don't have controls to mute them. It's like you just hit the red phone button and go.
Yo, guys, how do I like do the whole about page thing?
That's on G Plus. Oh man, I established my account.
I don't know anything about Google Plus really. I don't use it except for this.
The weird thing is when I established my YouTube account, it was about the time that, you could, they were starting up the thing where you could take your Gmail or, and your YouTube, and they had the Plus. So do you have a G Plus account?
No, I actually deleted it, but I have to have it.
Well, the best thing is to have your YouTube channel, your Gmail. I mean, you can have your own freaking email. I mean, have your Gmail account synced with YouTube, G Plus, and Hangouts, and
Gotcha.
content onto your YouTube channel. And I don't care if you just like take a random freaking video of, your backyard or something. Do it. Take a cell phone. Who cares? Load it up. And
yeah, my videos before like I started doing this were so stupid. I just like drove around with the sunroof open, like video in the moon, dumb stuff. Sorry, Felix, for cutting you off.
You didn't cut me off. I muted myself.
But they were bad. They were really bad. So
They could be worse than mower cams.
Maybe just as bad. I was trying to video the moon, and I was in the sunroof, and I was like, it looked like somebody gave the video camera to like a 2-year-old at a wedding. You know, like.
Remember those cartoons where like they would have like a song, and then they would have like lyrics with the song, you know, at the bottom of the cartoon or whatever.
Mhm.
They had the little bouncing ball. I had a similar thing. There was this great full moon, you know, and I was leaving Chicago and I was coming back, and the moon was so huge, and I got it in my camera so good, but it was like every bump on the highway or trees that we passed, you know. I never posted it.
Hey, Candy, did you get a hold of Carl?
No, never did.
I hope he's okay.
I know. I know.
He worked hard. He's probably sleeping, just healing his muscles.
Yeah, he was saying his back was hurting. Candy, are you saying anything?
No. No.
You know what? I use my my laptop, and like I keep the chat on a separate device altogether. I get a real lag.
That's smart.
I was reading. Flip thought I was sleeping all that time.
Yeah, Flip, she was cozy. How you doing, Flip?
Well,
Flip your camera.
do what?
I said flip your camera.
Flip my camera.
You didn't get it. It's okay.
Show your face, boy.
Exactly.
All right. It's
No,
Flip.
put it back.
Hey, Joey, I think I had a...
What'd you say, Sharon?
I said flip it back, flip it back. I'm just kidding, Flip. I'm just messing with you.
Oh, me.
Are you awake though? Are we keeping you up?
He's driving. He's working.
No, I'm saying, are we keeping him up?
No, he's working. Flip.
He's working.
No, I mean, like, are we keeping him awake for him to
Oh,
run?
are we keeping him awake? Isn't a good thing?
Good thing, yeah.
Oh my God.
You know, Flip, when you get to those stops, you know, where you got like all the Wi-Fi and everything, you know, that's a good thing.
Yeah, because he used all his data.
Oh, I did on the sun tracking. I just paid my bill, and like 2 days later, I do the sun tracking, and it like sucks down 6G of freaking shit just for being on my roof for what, 20 minutes?
Dang. Flat Earth Sub Genius said Candy's devoted in bed, not wanting to get out the flat Earth.
True.
He just won the internet.
You know, Danny won the internet a long time ago, but you know, can I officiate at your wedding?
Wait, is he about to get married?
Not yet. Logistics, you know. Flip knows about logistics.
Officiate at whose wedding?
Never mind.
Somebody said something they weren't supposed to say.
Some people are a little bit psychic.
We love you too. Wait, what's so funny? I missed something.
Hey, Candy.
Yo.
I remember when you started the first hangout that got all messed up. You wanted to talk about gravity, and I know you guys talked about it a lot, but I have an idea for which I don't have any. I can't create a simulation on the computer. I mean, I could, but it would take me a long time to learn software and all that stuff. So, but I'm sure there are others that might be in the community that can replicate this. I want to see a spinning sphere, which, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, we're on a pear-shaped type thing, which it's not as exaggerated as people make the memes out to be, but it's it's supposed to be bigger and south and whatever. But okay, but if you just take a perfect sphere and spin it, now from what I understand, if you put water on a sphere and spin it, all the water coalesces at the center point, which would be the equator on the Earth, and then it spins out from there. Now okay, so if we are on a spinning sphere going 1,037 miles per hour, 38, or there's so many, it's 1,037, 38. Okay. Now, it's so large that it takes an entire 24 hours, well, not approximately 24 hours to go around one time. So all the Globers like to say, well, you don't call it spinning, it's revolutions, it's one revolution per 24 hours, so they make it sound like we're not going 1,000 miles an hour, which is faster than the speed of sound. But anyway, that's just the way that they spin it. Okay, so if everything on the ball, say you did have a ball and you could have water going and you had it spinning at a constant speed, and you were able to put a supply of water on this sphere and spin it, maybe from both directions. I don't know. This is why gravity is so ridiculous. But if you were to drop some water on that ball, everything on the top of the ball would coalesce towards the center or the bottom. But you can't do the bottom because there's an up and down, and that's what we have here on Flat Earth. So we can't really grasp that concept, because if you're on a ball, it goes north and south, gravity goes towards the center. Okay, well, people on the equator, that makes sense. People on the North and South Pole, exactly, that makes sense. But if you're anywhere in between, your inertia, your movement is going to be towards the center as the sphere is spinning. So, and now they say gravity pulls everything towards the center, right? Well, how does gravity compensate for the inertia that is forced upon you while you're standing up straight, but you should be kind of heading towards the equator. So, but gravity pulls you towards the center. I mean, it magically just makes up for all that too,
Yeah.
No matter what latitude what latitude, latitude you are on the sphere. Gravity makes up for all that too, no matter what speed you're spinning and whatever force are forced towards the equator, which in my mind, I'm seeing it's less and less towards the North Pole. If you're closer to the equator, the force is going to be greater to drag you towards the equator. But gravity actually makes up for all that, and everything stands up straight. So
right.
I want to see a simulation of what the force is on a spinning sphere. If it does coalesce at the equator like that, all the imaginary force on a sphere that's spinning that fast, I want to see a physical representation of the forces, and then tell me how gravity makes up for that.
Right. Just like gravity, it has to stay a constant force. I mean, it doesn't have intelligence to know what kind of force to use on a certain kind of mass, or how much force not to use. It's the same amount throughout. So how does it know what to let up in the air? Like when we lift our arms, or a butterfly flies, or anything that can go up. So it can hold the heaviest thing. Really, it's holding buildings, water, anything like that. It can hold all that down, but it can let up the smallest little thing. That would mean that the force would have to change according to what it is pressing upon,
Yeah, depending on what latitude you are on the globe, because
even that,
gravity has to compensate for all of those minute calculations that has to compensate for all of that. That's faith in something that's bigger than we believe in God. So I mean, that's even
Yes.
more faith than believing in God.
You're right.
Right.
You're right. Well, I've said that for years. My dad being a pastor, I grew up. I went to a Christian school, went to Bible college. Life happened. I always said for years. So it takes more faith to be an evolutionist than it does to believe in God.
Yeah, I've always said that.
Believe
as
in
well.
any kind of.
Yep. I mean, if we get into evolution, I can go off on that too.
Well, hey, I wanted to bring up something. Just get your guys' thoughts on it. When you go back in everything that was created, it goes through Genesis chapter 1. It says blah 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 blah, and it was so. And God said blah 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 blah, and it was so. So, with that thought, then that would make everything that was created just a simple frequency of God's voice. And so, have any evidence of that? If everything's a frequency, well, I mean, scientists are coming out saying we're measuring frequencies of this and that and the other. One of the things I've noticed are, well, you know, they've come out with experiments like if you put a tulip growing in a pot next to a radio that's blaring heavy metal rock, right? Then the tulip will end up dying within a couple of days. But if you put it beside a radio playing classical music, then the radio, or then the tulip will blossom and grow and continuously that's hitting the flower. Also, like if you take rice and you put, you know, there's tons of experiments shown on YouTube of this where you take rice, same rice out of the same pot you just cooked, put it in mason jars. You put on the mason jars things like "I love you," "You're wonderful," and then on the other jar you put "I hate you," "You're disgusting," "You're awful." A week later, you open the jars. The one with the positive sayings is still basically edible, and the one with the non-positive sayings is just turned to mush.
I've heard of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but to say that everything is a frequency, I don't know. I think everything can be affected by frequency, or can affect frequency. Like for example, okay, so he created matter out of the word of his mouth, right? But like look at the stars, what he says about them, like all of the personifying factors or verses about stars and how they sing. And then now we learn about sonoluminescence, which is basically a bubble in a flask of water. And in that bubble, if they play a frequency, it basically keeps bouncing off the edges of that bubble on the inside. And as it does it rapidly, it all of a sudden, like, there's a light there now. So, like, let's say stars can be explained like that, and that is the frequency they are emitting, the song that they're singing to God. That's frequency, and then you can see how frequency affects, like, salt. Like, you know, I'm pretty sure you've seen the videos if you've seen the videos about the water and the messages and ice and how it crystallizes differently if you have different songs playing in the background.
Yeah, it's amazing. That footage is amazing. All the well, I mean, there's a video out there about the stars. You know, that they show the stars looking through. It's maybe a P900 or some other camera that can really zoom in on the stars and then show water with sound frequencies under it that form similar shapes. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
That's right. And have you guys seen the video that FPV Angel put out? Somebody passed him a video of Venus from 37,000 feet up, and they used a camera to zoom in and hold on, I'm gonna link it. You guys have to see this. It's a short video, but I mean, it's Venus. Just here, I'll look it.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen that.
While you look at that, I just want to mention one other thing is, have you ever noticed, like, say you got some neighbors down the street, they lived in the same house for 20 years. The house is beautiful, it's upkept, whatever. I know people do modifications on their house and they keep their houses up. But it's something once somebody moves out of a house, how fast that house can go to hell. I mean, there's weird things like the shutters will fall off, the shingles on the roof. And my uncle used to always say it was just because he was like, you see that house there? He used to point out to me when I was a kid. He's like, you see a house over there? He said, 3 weeks ago, that was a beautiful house. But he goes, the life moved out of that house and now it's gone. And so the house is just falling apart. That's one thing I'm saying. Whether we're all a frequency or not, I believe we carry at least some kind of a frequency that interacts with the things around us.
Well, that's the second law of thermodynamics, correct? Everything tends toward disorder unless someone's there to maintain it in a certain way.
Well, yeah. I mean, the general thing is that what drove them out of the house in the first place, and what brings new people in to make the shutters fall off. In these parts, generally we say like foreclosures, squatters, people who can't afford to pin the shutters back up in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
No,
and that's
motherfucking way. Aaron, what's up?
what's up, dude?
Aloha, everybody.
Hey,
Aloha.
I gotta talk a little quiet because my family's sleeping right now. It's 10:30 Hawaiian time.
Well, your
Candy's
mic's
sleeping
fine.
too.
Try to turn it down.
Yay!
Yeah. I love all the Flat Earth girls on here. That's so awesome. Flat Earth girls rule.
Yeah, we got Kathleen, we got Felix, we got Candy, we got Sharon.
Yeah.
It's girl party.
Sure is. And all you girls are absolutely gorgeous, so that's even better.
Steven, turn on your camera with your shirt off.
My bark is.
Oh man, I just woke up. I haven't taken a shower.
Well, turn your camera on anyway. Let us see how pretty you are.
Here.
That's awesome, man.
You guys definitely broke the record for boy-girl ratio. Like, it's never been. Well, oh my gosh, she did it. His shirt is off.
It's not a sausage fest. Who cares?
He's naked.
You don't know how happy that makes us sometimes. You know, it's like, damn.
We're
There
all
he is.
being-
I was gonna say Steve's half naked all the time anyway. I don't know why.
That's what I'm talking about. See what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I know.
Your turn, Steve.
Hey, so is anybody here a Dome subscriber?
Me,
Aaron, I wanted to talk to you about that.
Good. I love to talk about that.
Me too.
If you're a Dome subscriber, why are you a Dome subscriber? The scientific proofs. I know it's in the Bible.
Well, why I would think there was a firmament before knowing about the Bible. Well, what brings me to this conclusion is the atmosphere. It kind of is hard for me to, believe that our environment would behave the way that it does if it was an open system.
Okay.
I mean, how are you going to get condensation in your little water droplets and all that stuff if you don't have that little bowl over or the lid on top of? If you're boiling a pot of water, you can put a lid on it and then you'll have it, condensation build up on the lid and then it'll rain back down into the pot as you're boiling it. You can
As
even
well as a lot
distill
of pressure,
water.
Steve. A lot of pressure.
Yeah, or
as well.
you take the lid off and you boil the pot of water, and the steam just goes up, and then that's it. It's over. It's done. It's gone.
Yeah.
Well, then steam comes up and then it like reaches a certain height and then it like turns into
Well, that's because we got a lid over us, so we can boil the water. The steam will leave the pot. It'll leave the house. It'll go up in the sky, and then it'll fall back down. Because eventually you run into a lid. But I'm not saying it's not possible that we could be in an open system. I'm just saying why I think there's a dome.
Yeah, there could be some scientific evidence for waters above, which is
Oh, I don't know what is up there, but
Space, man. They told us it was space. That's what's up there.
no, it ain't.
Just a bunch of big old space.
Yeah, what I say to people who don't believe in a dome is that if there's not a dome, then and there's no physical barrier, then space is infinite, right? Just like NASA says. Also, I'll post this video if you guys want to watch it. It's like a 2-minute video. It's about, flat earthers. We find out all kinds of stuff. We learn about crisis actors, and basically you take everything that NASA and conventional science says and you flip it around 180, and there usually comes out your right answer. But you guys look into lightning. I like to study lightning and volcanoes a lot. And lightning actually strikes up. It doesn't strike down. They have it on super slow-mo videos. I posted one in the link if you guys want to watch it. And so if you watch it on super slow-mo, lightning goes up. You hear a delayed rumble from lightning called thunder about 20 to 30 seconds later after the lightning strikes, right? We don't see any potholes on the floor, and it's a localized roar. So I think that it's hitting the dome and then coming back down as a localized noise. Otherwise, it would just continue to go up forever. Why would it come back down and make that noise? Rainbows, sundogs.
Yeah, have you heard of the just piggybacking on that? Like, you've heard of Krakatoa, right? The loudest sound ever heard. So supposedly, it supposedly went around the Earth. The sound wave went around the Earth and came back 7 times. So they had the reading happen 7 times. Now, if you're on a globe, if you study the way sound waves work, that would dissipate when you get to a certain, even halfway point. There's no way, for it to come back, it would have to be hitting the surface and reverberating back in. It can't, the sound waves don't travel around like that.
Yeah. Agreed indeed.
Well, Aaron, lightning would be another reason I think there's a dome, because when it strikes, the sound that you hear sounds like it's here. Because obviously sound travels, right? Okay, well, when the lightning hits, that sound sounds like it bounces off walls or ceiling, whichever way you want to put it. So that would be reason number 2 that would lead me to a firmament of some sort.
Also rainbows. We don't know what the dome's made out of, but if you guys follow the Bible, it sounds like the Bible's saying that the dome is made out of a solid substance that's glass and mirror-like.
Sapphire.
Yeah, I
like
think
sapphire, because sapphire is blue, but it says specifically in Job 37:18 that it's a liquid molten lava looking glass. And so it sounds kind of peculiar, but on our flat Earth, it's just surrounded by a circle. And if you follow Passion's law, that actually makes a lot of sense. We have lava all over the place on Earth. And lava, when it's cooled rapidly, like the Arctic ice wall, turns into something called blue obsidian. They say like sapphire. That's similar to how it looks, but liquid molten lava could be what the dome consists of. Very likely. Job 37.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that completely. I don't know you. I haven't met you yet. What's your name, by the way, bud?
My name is Joey.
Joey, nice to meet you, man. I'm Matt.
Joey, that's right. My bad.
And
my wife's name is Aaron.
Aaron, yeah, no, I thought I heard something in the chat about that, but I didn't want to call you Aaron because I didn't think that was your name. But
and my 14-month-old baby Ariel is vaccine free, so I'm proud of that.
Oh, heck
thanks to flat Earth knowledge.
Yeah, great, man. That's awesome.
All right.
Yeah, but just kind of like to piggyback on what you were saying, man. Like I completely agree. It also references how it is like crystalline in appearance. It references that in the one of the what would it, apocryphalia books, Enoch. Enoch. He says it's of a crystalline substance,
and that's what obsidian blue obsidian. Anyways, if you think about it, the sky is blue when you look up, and so is the waters when you look down at it most of the time. But the sky's clear, and so is water. What gives it that bluish hue? Well, something blue has to be reflecting in it. Plus, you can't produce a rainbow indoors without the use of a prism or a mirror.
Yeah.
And what outdoors is creating that mirror or that prism? So it answers a lot of questions. We don't have definitive proof at all, but it answers a lot of questions, I think.
Yeah, no, for sure, it does.
As long as we're talking about the Bible, like sorry,
go ahead.
I was listening to a live chat last night. I mean, a live stream last night of a couple of people arguing with Arcane, I think his name is, and he was basically trying to, show them how the Bible does prove flat Earth, and they were adamant in trying to define the firmament as the expanse, as in, there's nothing there, and that the waters above are actually clouds and in the form of a mist. But he kept bringing up the verse where he talks about, it's as a molten looking glass, right? And not only that, but I don't know if he said it or not, but I remembered, and I was typing in the chat, but there was a couple of trolls that wouldn't leave. What do you call it? It specifically says he beats it out, right? How do you beat out a sky? Like, it beats it out to make a strong surface. Like, there's no possible way that could just be space or an expanse.
Well, yeah, I also think that it kind of proves the flood too. I think that, especially in the Bible where he talks about it when he's referencing the flood, how he opened up the skies opened up, the earth opened up. I think it explains a lot of our the Grand Canyon. I don't think that took millions and hundreds of millions of years to it's just, it didn't take that long. It happened in an instant. That's why there's a river at the bottom of it. You know what I mean? Like, that's what happened. You know what I mean? That river was once, that's probably, where the Great Flood came from, man. Like, there's so many crazy artifacts that we have found. Every great, every civilization pretty much accounts for the flood. They all believe that they lived on a flat surface and they had a dome over their head, because that's what I was talking about this earlier. We only de-evolve. We're not evolving at any rate. If anything, we're de-evolving. We're living shorter lives, maybe longer lives than we have in the past 100, 200 years, just because of technology.
No, that's a myth too. Medicine. That's a myth too. If you look into that, brother, sorry to cut you off, but if you look into that and you look at how they got their studies, how studies can make anything. Well, they took into account, and they don't take into account now. When children die early, they call it SIDS, sudden infant death syndrome. So they don't account that. They don't, and also people who are living on machines, they account for that. So they do all kinds of weird things. They even account for different wars. So those numbers are made up. Basically, what you said is we are devolving.
Yeah.
We used to live longer. We used to be taller. We used to be healthier. We used to be smarter.
Yeah, so definitely, and that's what all of the ancient artifacts and bones and everything that we have. That's what that we have found. That's what they tell us. That's what it's pointing to, is that we used to be bigger. We used to be stronger. We used to be able to adapt to the environment that was around us.
We only have to look back a couple generations. They were able to work until their 70s, 80s, 90s. Us nowadays, definitely not.
Yeah, really quick, if we can go back to the dome thing. Somebody in the chat had a question about how meteorites work in that system.
Well, this is what I theorize. So I'm just kind of going off of what makes sense and everything. So I believe that the dome is a solid structure. I think that following Paschen's law, that it makes a spherical dome. Paschen's law basically says this. I'll give you the layman's term, and I'm going to answer the meteorite question, but I have to explain the dome. The dome works like this. You guys can see me okay in the camera?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have I'm just going to use my hands. We have a circular ice wall, okay? And inside that is what they call in volcanism a ring of fire. And if you follow the flat Earth map, it goes just inside that circular wall. So Paschen's law says something like this. It's proven here on Earth too, so it's not just hypothetical. Basically what happens is, as the liquid molten lava is being cooled by the Antarctic ice wall, it's cooling rapidly, turning into what we call a crystalline blue obsidian, which is a glass and mirror in a prism. Okay, as it builds up slowly, kind of like the clay, when you're building clay and you have it in your hands and it's spinning around, you can form different structures. So as it's slowly falling into itself, eventually meeting up at the zenith, it's collapsing, but it's glass and it's hard and it's solid. So the higher up you go in altitude, the colder it gets. So it follows Paschen's law, and then all the stars are attached, you know, the non-wandering stars are attached to the dome, and it rotates 1 degree per day. But it's like our skin, you know, it's just like us, it's organic, so it's regenerating and renewing itself. And I believe that what we call shooting stars or falling stars or meteors or asteroids, all of them, I believe it's simply the dome shedding as it's constantly renewing itself. So that's what I think it is, and it's something that I believe is called perlite, which is a byproduct of blue obsidian.
That's so interesting. Have you made a video about this?
Yeah, I do. I have a video that's about 45 minutes long.
Can you link it to us, please?
Sure.
Yeah, man, you're awesome, dude. Like you're
Hey,
awesome.
thank
Man.
you,
I could sit here and listen to you for hours, dude.
Yeah, for real.
Straight up.
Well, the dome theory also, you guys heard of a guy named Robert Bassano?
Robert who?
Bassano?
No.
Can't
Yeah,
say.
he's taking a break right now. He might
Yeah,
be down.
he's taking a very long break. But anyways, he's the guy that he's like a genius who became a flat earther, and his whole focus was on satellites. So he called in and kind of debunked satellites really good. But anyways, he helped me and Robert Shortman and a couple of people on our theory because he's got a scientific based mind. He's, you know, he works in that type of field, and he helped us to discover this. It's called Paschen's law, so look it up. But I gave you guys the layman's terms, but here's how it works described in science. It's just 1 paragraph long, so I'll give you the basics of it. Okay, it's called a bubble dome theory. Remember how I told you it's constantly falling upon itself until it finally meets at the zenith? Well, then it constantly still is rotating. The North Star, Polaris, is at the center, and we're rotating around it. But here's how it works. So when volcanic molten lava breaks down into blue obsidian, the blue glass I was telling you guys about, it's also crystalline and dielectric, just like Tesla said, that it's a dielectric substance, which it would have to be. The glass, it breaks down due to liquid hydrostatic pressure. Okay, that means the higher up you go. Changes in the phase of the medium causes a breakdown into what they call a spherical bubble process. And these bubble spheres, they exist in gas pockets at the surface of the electrodes in the Antarctic ice exterior. The bubbles, when applied to Earth's electric field radio wave, electric mediums elongate those spherical bubbles, allowing them to eventually form at the zenith. The obsidian dome's length is met with low atmospheric, high pressure, low oxygen, creating a fluid-bearing hydrostatic equilibrium. And with a continual flow of lava from volcanoes, we get a continuous obsidian blue glass dome. And it's pretty simple like that. And I had a bunch of really smart people, smarter than myself, help to kind of put this together. And as far as it making sense, it does make sense.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Like okay, so what I just kind of want to get like what you're trying to say, like in the scope, maybe to where some other people can understand it, because I kind of understand what you're saying. So you're saying that there's pretty much like a ring of fire at the edge of Antarctica, and that's what's creating pretty much this this influx of just, you know, the dome shedding pretty much as an organic matter. It's just constantly pushing up and constantly building up to where that's pretty much what you're saying, till it meets at the zenith at the top, and then it drains, you know, then it breaks apart, and that's where you get asteroids, shooting stars, stuff like that.
Yes, but I don't know if you mentioned, that's exactly what I said, but I don't know if you mentioned this part, is that it also rotates one complete rotation, 360 degrees. There's really 360 days in a true year, and there's really 24 hours in a true day. But it rotates 360 degrees, one full 360 degrees in one day.
Okay, got you. Okay, yeah, and that makes perfect sense too. That makes perfect sense.
And then somebody was saying about the Bible, how it talks about the flood, and it makes perfect sense. Well, yeah, according to the Bible, if we're in an aquaponics terrarium, dome encapsulated aquaponics terrarium, and the Bible's correct, it actually, in the Hebrew, it actually says it opened the windows or the gates. And basically it just says it let water pour in, then closed them up, and then the earth just kind of eventually, after up to the highest mountain, and the earth absorbed it after that. So
yeah, and that's why we're finding, and that's why we're finding, you know, that's why they find seashells on top of Mount Everest, and they find whales, you know, dug up in the middle of, you know, Chile's, you know, most arid desert in the world. You know, you know, these things are just unexplainable, you know, without a flood. And they find, you know, trees standing straight up, you know what I mean? And, you know, through lime rock and basalt and all that stuff, and it's crazy.
Hey, Aaron, before I go, I'm really busy. Aaron, I just came here because of you. We were trying to get you in contact with you because we were doing the soundtrack. We already have Dave from Hawaii.
Yeah.
Did you saw it or not?
I did see it. I didn't. I'm not sure. Was Antonio trying to promote that, or
yeah.
yeah? He invited me, and
yeah,
you know,
me too.
I just got really busy, but I would love to participate in the future.
No problem. Well, we will send you the next invite for the next time. But I really have to go now. I just turned off her camera because she was sleeping. Oops.
Okay.
Now sound. One moment. Sleep tight, Candy. Okay. Thanks, Aaron. I'll see you next time, man.
Hey, real quick, just out of curiosity, I know you got to go, but have you seen or read a book on audio tape or just read it? It's called The Iron Republic.
No, I've not seen anything. I've been really busy in a couple of weeks.
Do me a favor. The next time you have 2.5 hours of free time, it's my favorite story ever, and it's a flat Earth story. It's beautiful, and it's
I will.
Possibly true.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, it's awesome, right? The Iron Republic.
What was the name of that? Iron Republic?
The Iron Republic.
The Iron
book?
Republic.
Yeah. Isn't that an old book?
It's like a diary, basically. Essentially, it's supposedly a diary that somebody had written, and it's so beautifully written. It's written so beautifully, and it's so eloquent and descriptive that even if it's fiction, it's gorgeous.
Awesome. I will take a look at it. Thanks,
Thank you.
everybody. I am still listening, so I'll be back if it's necessary.
Hey, Vince,
Thanks.
I think flat water fighter.
All right, Vincent.
You're right,
Sorry,
Stephen. That's what it is. That's who does it too. But I can link it to you guys. And then, is there any way that we could? If anybody even wants to, the video that I posted, it's only 2 minutes long. If you guys want to check that out, it'll show you just in a quick 2 minutes, in instant slow-mo, high definition, how lightning that we see, it seems like it strikes down, but when you watch it, it generates from the ground up, and that to me is like a dome proof like crazy. If somebody subscribes to lightning striking up, and it works the same way as our body does. You know, when you touch that metal door handle and you're rubbing your feet on the carpet due to static electricity, you actually are making the contact with the door and you're sending the spark out. And then when it zaps you back, that zap you're feeling is just the reverb from it. And if you want to play that video or just watch it on your own, it'll last 2
Could we
minutes.
screen share it? Could we screen share it somehow? Does somebody have that capability?
Yes, I'm the only one with controls. Candy fell asleep, so I turn off her camera and the sound.
Joey, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
But sorry, I really busy. I can do it for 2 minutes, but just pass me the link.
Okay, thanks, Vincent.
In the meantime, I want to ask Joey a question. Joey, did you ever notice like the difference between like what comes up from the ground, like lightning being white or purple, or even like when we like generate plasma within, you know, like a vacuum tube and it's all like purple and stuff, and even Tesla's experiments that, you know, made the plasma, the lightning strikes purple, as opposed to, you know, the electromagnetic splashes that come from, you know, the North Pole and it bounce off the dome and are put off at the edges are green. Isn't that a strange dichotomy?
Well, all according to Eric Dollard and many other brilliant minds, there's only supposed to be one real color, which is green. If you notice, well, I live in Hawaii, and so we get to see a lot of sunsets. But if you ever notice sunsets, people talk about the mythical green flash. Well, just like all leaves and everything else, even if it doesn't have the color green, green's the original, the real color. So that makes perfect sense to me that would be the case.
Yeah, and I've noticed, you know, like by meditating through prisms, that green, the very center of the green is white.
What color? White?
White. The very center of the prism of green is white.
Wow.
That would be our white angel.
So what were you were just making a comment, or were you asking me something too? You're just saying that it's unique?
Yeah, it was kind of like a comment and a statement at the same time. You know,
that sounds about right to me, because green is, I mean, I'm not smart enough to know this stuff, but I've read a lot of literature on people that I consider brilliant. And yeah, I mean, that seems to make sense, because if green is the real color and everything else is just a shade coming from it, then I guess that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, within our what we have in our eyes that register in our brain. But I've looked at prisms and cut glass windows and stuff like that, so when that shine in to my eyes. I mean, I can run from red to blue, phase shift, but in the center there seems to be like the green, and in the middle of the green is where the white is. It is so amazing.
It's beautiful.
You can even you can even see it in certain rainbows. I mean, if you have a fast enough shutter, or I mean, even just looking at it. Good.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of have something off subject, if that's all right.
Okay, then I go, guys. I was waiting for the link.
Are you
I will.
screenshot?
I'm just listening, and if you need me, just say hello, Infinity, and I'll be here.
All
All
right,
right.
Sounds great.
You take
Yeah. So anyway, so I wrote in the comments earlier, but I want to So a globe earther kind of asked me a question, and it kind of stumped me a little bit. So I went and did my research, and I looked up the density. I know the formula for density, but I don't know it off the top of my head. So I looked it up, and it doesn't require a gravitational constant. It's pretty, it's mass over volume pretty much. And you look at the formula for buoyancy, and it has a gravitational constant of 9.3 meters per second. And my I guess my counter argument to that is, how can you have one without the other? Does gravity only exist underwater, or does the gravitational constant not apply to open air?
That's a very good question. Well, it's obvious. I mean, gravity is interfered when you change the density of the surrounding.
Well, if you think about it, gravity would make sense underwater.
Underwater?
Yeah, but
Yeah,
gravity was invented because there was a need for it. Just like the moon landing hoax was
exactly,
created because there was a
It
need
makes
for it.
sense underwater. It makes sense underwater. Mass, coming up and it's affecting its surroundings. Sure, underwater, but not in what we live in. Not in what we live in. We're not in a gravitational,
Yeah, but gravity is saying that everything is being pulled towards the center, right?
Exactly.
And,
But underwater, it would be everything's being pulled towards the surface unless it's heavier. So it's still not, you know what I mean? It's still not plausible.
yeah, invented by a 24-year-old while his country was at war with France in the year 1666. A 24-year-old theoretical philosopher. Come on, that's not even science. And plus, Albert Einstein himself, which I don't like Einstein, said it was unprovable, and it hasn't been. It's still evolution to me. I mean, it's not even up for argument. But I do it on occasion with people who don't believe that gravity is a hoax. But
it's totally a hoax. It's totally a hoax.
It doesn't add up anywhere, and only had to come up with it because people at that time remember. Who was it that was in prison? In prison? Not Copernicus. Galileo. No, not Galileo.
Yeah,
somebody
Galileo.
help me. I think it was Galileo. Copernicus's protege. Can't remember. Anyways, 500 years ago, he was put into house imprisonment because he was trying to claim that we lived on a sphere. That was 500 years ago. So in 1666, when Isaac Newton claimed that there was gravity, he was trying to theorize. I mean, maybe he wasn't even a bad guy. Maybe he was, but he was just trying to figure, well, wait a minute. If we are in a globe, how is this falling? Well, here's the possibility. He was just a theoretical philosopher. So it was never
And it's
proven.
funny the year too.
Oh man, that's like the Bible says, the signs. The Earth is at 23.4 axis, minus the 90 degrees is the the 666, but also everything else is that way too. The moon, according to NASA, the axis that the moon is at, our moon is at 6.66, and the sun is at an axis of 13.3, and it goes on forever.
Yeah, 666,000 miles. That's how fast it spins.
What is that other than a baller? There's circles on it.
The thing with 6 and 6 and 6, when you add it up, it's 18. Add 1 and 8, you get 9. The same thing with 3, 3, 3. Add up 3, 3, and 3, you get a 9. The same thing with 9.
Well, but also in the satanic, I guess in the satanic world, you know, everything is upside down. So 9, you know, is backwards, upside down. Is so above, you know, as above, so below. You know, that's just how they are. That's part of the cult too. So yeah, definitely 9 would be a, you know, I guess you would say a satanic number. 'Cause, I mean, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about Satanism. We're talking about.
You're talking, buddy. Every number's the same.
Okay, well, I can see where the North Pole might be the South Pole. Maybe there is a South Pole and there's no North Pole.
I don't think so. I don't think there's a South Pole because look at a magnet. Look at a compass, Brother Stephen. It only works when you hold it flat, right? And it does. You know, it really seems to me like you guys ever like for me, I collect magnets, okay, because I like to do projects with them. So cool. So a way that you can get free magnets, if you don't already know, is if you guys see somebody throwing away an old radio or TV. Just grab the speaker. Inside of it, there's a magnet, and you can collect those. But when you look at the speakers, it looks like the same way that our Earth is. You know, it has the magnet in the center, the polarity up and down, what you might call south, Stephen. But yeah, other than that, I think it's just north with a magnetic middle, and then everything around you is not north. It's far south, far the outer extremities.
Yeah, but what if it's really south and not north? I'm not saying there's a South Pole.
But it would be a potato. It would be
we only
just
have
a name differential.
Well, I got a kind of like observation that like I go outside every night and I look at the moon because the moon fascinates me, and I noticed something. So the past week the moon has been coming straight overhead pretty much from my south. I live on the east coast of Florida.
Yeah. Same.
So the moon comes pretty much from my south, and I'm looking, and then tonight and yesterday I went outside and I looked, and the moon, I couldn't see the moon when I normally was being able to see the moon because it had shifted almost at a 45-degree angle in the sky to the more to the south. It was more to the south. So like it was crazy. No, it was to the west. So it was like southwest. That's where it came from. So like I live at kind of like a crossroad. I have an interstate, and there's one going, you know, north and south, and then I have a cross section where it's kind of like a little highway going east and west, and so I'm basing my directions pretty much off of where I know my true north is. In other words, I know the interstates aren't a really good, but I know I've lived here my whole life. I know where my true north is, so I'm kind of going off of that, and where I know my true north is according to where I'm at, and I know where I'm at in the state of Florida. It's it's coming from my south, but it's coming from my southwest, but it's coming from my like almost complete south sometimes. And it seems like it's coming at almost, and it seems like it's going like, because Brazil gets their solar noon before us and where I'm at. So Brazil will get their solar noon like 2 hours before where I get my solar noon at. And it's coming up, and I think that's why and it's going straight across Chile or whatever you want to call it. It's going straight across Chile, and it's going, and that's why they have that arid desert there. I think it makes a direct overhead path over that, and then it comes up and it goes over Florida, but not like directly over Florida. I don't think it really goes directly over Florida. I think it just kind of skims the bottom of Florida. That's why it's real nice down in the Keys and down in Miami and stuff like that year round. And on top of that, I think that it follows the sun. So, and I know this is kind of getting religious again, but whenever it talks about it in the Bible, and it makes sense to my observations too. So I kind of, it's definitely backed in my eyes is that, and he made a greater light to rule the day and a lesser light to rule the night. And I believe that the greater light is what's leading the lesser light, the moon. So the sun is leading the moon, and the moon is following a similar path to the sun. And I believe that they're of the same size. Maybe the sun's a little bit bigger.
How far away do you think they are? I know you don't know, but what would you guess?
I mean, if we're doing like plane trigonometry, and plane, I would guess probably 3,000 miles away, probably. I don't know, 4,000 miles away.
Are you basing that off of sextant triangulation using arc minutes? Is that what you're?
Yeah, well, yeah, but definitely not. No, yeah, not spherical trigonometry. So if we're talking spherical trigonometry, then no, I'm not basing it off. I'm basing off sextant. So it's just plain trigonometry. I can locate if I have a point. If I locate the angle of the sun from Jacksonville, Florida, and I locate the angle of the sun from, say, New York, and I get the distance of, and I calculate that angle, and I calculate the distance between here and New York, I can therefore, from the distance of the angle, it's hard to kind of explain, but.
No, I understand arc minutes. I use sections, and
okay,
I'm just asking.
Cool. Because
I've tracked it myself and done measurements. I just wanted to know how you came to yours.
Yeah, so did you come to similar conclusions?
Sorry, whoa. Sorry, I have to go. Aaron, I posted the link in the chat for everybody, and it's in the side chat here. It's everywhere. And I did the screen share without the sound, so everybody can look for himself. I really need to go. Bye-bye.
Bye, Vincent. Come to similar conclusions, or what's kind of your take on it?
So I tried my best to do the sun, and I also tried my best to do the moon. And I was a novice using the sextant, and a novice with the telescope, novice with the sextant. But I kind of self-educated myself, and I would get completely different readings. So my best conclusion, to lock it up in a nutshell, it seems to me that the sun, and I'll send you all my information. I made a big.
Yeah, I subscribe to your channel, so
yeah, I saved a bunch of stuff about it. But it appears to be, if I did my stuff right, anywhere between about 500 to about 15,000 feet above us, and I think it even could be lower at times. But I think it's lower because I used to think it was about 3,000 feet, and I think it just got stuck in my head. I heard a lot of people say that, but when I actually tried
definitely
using the arc minutes and just being as exact as I could, it's pretty close. That means it's even smaller in size.
Did you get the distance between 2 points and then triangulate it?
You cut out. Say that again, brother.
In other words, you get the distance. In other words, you get the angle of the sun from one point, and the angle of the sun from the next point, and then you calculate those angles, and then through plane trigonometry, I'm not going to go through the formulas. I'm sure you know them.
Yeah, and so the only thing that I cheated on,
triangulation, in other words.
Yeah, the only thing I cheated on is I used an app for the math, but that's pretty accurate.
Sorry.
Everyone uses that.
We can't hear you, not Joey. Matt, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself.
I don't know why I was muted. Joey, could you hear me?
I could hear you, but it was kind of I heard you good enough, and I understood everything, but it was a little bit staticky. But I heard you loud and clear.
How about now? Can you guys hear me now?
Perfect.
Yes.
I can.
Awesome. But yeah, so I think that's a pretty accurate and consistent number, around 3,000 miles.
I think at its peak, 3,000 is a possibility, and because I think that the sun, just like most flat earthers, I don't think that it's doing just a circle. I think it's doing. It makes sense. Everything's a timepiece. That it all goes in perfect harmony, just like a clock works. I think it's doing more of an elliptical as it's turning. And the moon
I
is too,
agree
and I think they're
completely.
pulling each other's forces. Yeah.
I think
it makes sense. They're using momentum. Go ahead, Santos.
Santos Bonacci describes it very well in some type of helix. That he has a theory on the way the sun moves. Have you guys seen that?
Yeah, I love listening to him.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Some type of helix.
and
so if you calculated it at 3,000 miles away, it may be that far away from you at the time that you calculate it, but so I don't really think it's that high. I don't think it's 3,000 miles on it. I mean,
I don't think it is.
There's no freaking way.
I think that it's half that distance at the most.
Yeah, it could be.
Isn't that amazing?
But I feel like you have to have very, very, in order to measure it consistently, you would have to get readings from all across. You would need readings from all across, and that's what Antonio's doing, man. It's really awesome. I mean, that's exactly
every season. Every season it needs to be done. Honestly.
Yeah, and I believe that it's changing in altitude too. Yeah, definitely. I think that it's moving up and down and up and down and up and down. And it's moving in an elliptical orbit. You know, I think that that's what it's doing, an elliptical circuit, in other words. Definitely, because that explains it coming from myself. You know, and especially like going over. You know, I was going over Chile, but like I don't know, like, but even more, but like I don't know, could it come back around? How does it make the elliptical orbit? Does it take a hard right and then come back around and then, you know, make the elliptical orbit like that? We don't know.
If you're gonna go off of scripture, you could go to a book that a lot of people don't like, but it's the Book of Enoch. And
I love
about
Enoch.
the different, yeah, I know. It talks about the different gates that the sun and the moon goes through. It describes it so in such detail. We don't know. Maybe
I know, and it's so
out.
hard to comprehend. The first couple times you read it, you really got to read those scriptures, just really. And I believe the Book of Enoch, it's apocryphalia or whatever. It's in the apocryphalia books or whatever. Isn't that what it's called? I'm pretty sure it is.
Apocryphal.
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
It's called Apocryphal. They're part of the Apocrypha. Yeah.
Apocrypha, yeah. But see, the cool thing about Enoch is he was the seventh son from Adam, and he was Noah's great grandfather. And the seventh son from Adam makes a lot of sense. And you got to think Methuselah was Enoch's, was it his son or his father? One of the two. I think it was his son. And he was the longest. He lived forever, you know. And Enoch was one of the only people that were ever raptured up to heaven that didn't die, in other words. And I think that can also be translated into when it talks about like the two witnesses or whatever. What does it say? I'm sorry.
You got me trying to think of the guy's name that lived the longest. No, I'm stuck on that.
Methuselah. Methuselah was the person who lived the longest.
Yeah.
But and I definitely believe those ages in there. I don't think that it's supposed to be God years where it's created in 6 days and the seventh day's rest. I think it's real days. I mean, if you ever have built a saltwater aquarium as opposed to a freshwater aquarium, you got to put in the water first, then you got to put in the coral, then you got to put in certain things. And, you know, it sounds like God's describing it like an aquaponics terrarium that, you know, he built this and then he built that and he built that to make sure the pH was correct. Just like the sun and the moon, we don't know that they're complete spheres. Like, you know, even lots of flat earthers say they're complete spheres, but we only see one side of the sun and one side of the moon. And they do a Faraday effect. So they may just be heat lamps and heat lamp and a cold lamp for us, just to keep us getting our UV light and the moon to cool it down.
Aaron.
Yo, what's up?
Joey.
Yes.
There's a problem with the moon. Multiple people very, very, very far away from each other can take a picture of the moon. Multiple people can do this. Not even playing with you. I haven't done it, but I'm almost putting my soul on it. You can put those pictures in Photoshop, overlap them, and they will be a fingerprint match. You might have to rotate them a little bit and adjust the size due to the camera, but once you take a picture of the moon, get them all the same size, get them rotated the same angle, meaning like a wheel, not rotating like on an axis. Just picture the moon as like a wheel. And you would turn it around until you get all the craters right and it'll match up. How can we all see the same moon?
It makes sense that we would all see the same moon. You know, you've been to a planetarium before. The only way artificially to recreate what we see in reality is a flat seeing surface like a planetarium is, with a domed surface and everything oscillating around our heads. So,
and everybody's sitting at a stationary point in the planetarium and observing it.
And the same exact phenomena would happen to them, Stephen. So it makes perfect sense to me, and it's pretty funny. Yeah. Anyways, that would be my answer. It just points more to a geocentric flat stationary Earth, and it also points to.
Do you understand what you just said? Now we gotta work this out. Okay, when you're sitting in a planetarium, what you're looking at on the ceiling or on the dome, those things are being projected onto that.
and you're at a stationary point, not moving anywhere and observing everything else moving.
Yeah, that's all right. That's all.
We don't even know the sun and the moon, Stephen. We don't even know what they are because the sun. We know it's not a burning ball of gas, basically, just because NASA lies about everything. But also, there's a lot of. I mean, there's no evidence for it to be a burning ball of gas. But let's look at this though. There's some really smart people that say that the sun is cool to the touch. I mean, how would we know? Well, a lot of scientists kind of poured into it, and if you're going to have something that's generating coldness, like a refrigerator, your byproduct is going to be heat. If you're going to be having something produce heat, your byproduct is usually going to be cool, like a generator. So the sun might not even be hot. There's so much that we still have to find out.
Well, yeah, it also. Go ahead.
Yeah,
we don't have a real science program. I am curious to know that if I decide to send a drone up in the sky, am I going to fly it into the moon, or am I going to fly it through the moon, or is it a projection
I don't think you can send a drone up.
Am I going to hit a
You
ceiling?
mean hypothetically, if you could send the drone that high? I don't know. I think it's a solid object. I think so.
You
I
think
agree.
it's tangible, like touching?
Yeah, I think it would hypothetically be.
Well, hey, just kind of like to touch on what you just said, Joey. It also states that in the Bible in Genesis 1 that he created night and day before he created the sun and the moon. So I think that what you said, that it might not be hot, the sun might not be hot and the moon might not be cold, is a very good point. That's something that could needs to be taken into consideration. You could be right.
Which is
actually,
another...
that's not my opinion. That's the opinion of people who I think are really smart. And I've done my best to.
Well, it matches up with what the Bible says too.
Yeah.
Which is a good point for globetards too, because then you can say, well, I mean, I'm sorry, that was mean. I should have said that. What I meant to say was, Christians who take Bible literally, well, if the heliocentric model worked and God created day before he created the source of light, or like the sun or whatever, then what was the earth revolving around before the sun came into existence? Or where was that light coming from that produced a day for the first day?
Yeah.
That's
I think that night and day work independently from the sun and the moon, and that's why you see the moon in the sky during the day.
Well, honestly, the book of Genesis, it describes the sun and the moon were created and the stars were created on the fourth day.
Yeah, exactly.
After the trees. Yeah. So
exactly.
There was a light. I mean,
almost as an afterthought. What do you think?
By the Bible.
Almost as an afterthought.
Yeah, well, I mean, the sun and moon seemed really important. And then it says, and he created the stars also.
Yeah.
So that was kind of an afterthought. Sun and moon were important,
Yeah, definitely.
He described what the sun did and what the moon did, and then he said, and the stars also. But he said they were for signs and for seasons.
Yep.
So,
and I forget. I forget who said it earlier on the other hangout, but he was like, I think that stars could be like a language that we just can't, and I agree with that. I think it could be a language.
Well, I think that, I mean, since in my opinion, I'm not going to get into all that. What the sky, the stars and the sun and the moon are a clock in the sky that is wound up one way or another. There is a message there. We've been deceived about what that message is and misled and misdirected. And in any other way you can be freaking lied to. But there's something, there's a message in the stars, in the lights in the sky, the way they move. And sometimes it takes generations, hundreds or thousands of years for it to set itself back the way. But I think that they're also that the elite have a knowledge of some of this, and they're using it to manipulate us, and to hide the secret of the story that's written in the stars from us. So,
that reminds me of something, because a lot of truthers, they look beyond just flat Earth. They're looking into everything, right? And you guys heard a lot about clones.
Bless you, Matt.
Yeah.
Well, for
Thank
me,
you.
bless you, brother. For me, clones or the way that they're saying them is about as relevant as no force on a flat Earth. It's a great idea, but I don't think so. I think that if the elites are doing something and we're doing biblical research, when you look at the Hebrew and you read the Bible, it says that the tree of life is a real tree. If they actually eat the fruit from it, it sustains them to live for a really long time. I wonder if the elite have that seed. They're just not sharing it with us because it sounds like it's not necessarily a divine gift, but it's more so a divine gift on earth, though, a real tree that you can eat from. So, if the elite do have something that they're holding back from us, they could be doing all that stuff.
I bet you the trolls are going to hit us now.
Don't bother me.
No, I don't bother me either. I'm just saying.
Well, no, I mean that makes sense too, because have you ever seen like the pictures of like like Nicolas Cage and shit back in the day? Like they compare him to like crazy people back in the day, and there's so many of them too that you can find like ancient, like not even ancient, just like a couple hundred years ago, like princes and and kings and stuff like that, and you compare them to like America's modern day celebrities, and it's just like crazy, man. Like it's so wild. They look identical. Nicolas Cage, y'all should look that up. It's so crazy. I don't believe it, but it's it's cool to look at.
Well, it's kind of the same thing it's always been. I mean, we haven't experienced the cultures that we try to study and try to understand, but we're humans, so I imagine it was pretty much kind of the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With overlords, manipulating the populations.
But I do believe we're living in the age of like the Great Deception, and I think that we're opening up to the awakening, and I think that like the people who are like the elect, and it talks about that at the very beginning of Enoch. Joey, I know you know what I'm talking about. Anybody else who's read Enoch, it talks about the elect. And I believe that the people who are out searching for the truth and really read the book of Enoch, because that's what it says that book is for. It's for the elect. It's for the people. It's for a certain time period, and it's for a certain group of people. And I don't believe that certain group of people is specified to any group of people. But I think anybody could be in it, but you just have to look for it, and you just have to open your eyes to it and understand what it's saying. And I mean, it's crazy, man. And if you look at the Bible, I don't know if any of y'all like ever get into the Bible codes and stuff like that, but like if you get into the Bible codes, like it's wild. It'll just blow your mind. There's like algorithms in the Bible. It's wild.
Well, look at the language that the Bible is written in, just Hebrew, and they use numbers, and it's a no-brainer to me.
Yeah, it's definitely there's signs in those words, and in the Bible codes, like they say there's prophecy in them too and stuff like that. And I don't, it's kind of hard to believe what somebody says when it starts talking about prophecy and stuff like that. But it's like and they break it down in a way that really makes sense, and they show you what they're doing. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool little thing, and they're right, and they're right.
The only thing with the Bible codes that the only thing I find that discredits them a little bit, because they find all these things after every big event. Find something before a big event happens. Even like this past election, they're like, "Oh, we can find Donald Trump in the Bible."
Oh, dude, they did, bro. They did. Hey, man, so many people did. There's so many people did, man. So a lot of people, the Bible codes definitely said that Trump was going to be elected president. There was people like out there prophesying, out there, speaking prophecies and stuff about it, dude. Like it was crazy. Like there was a lot of people. Trey Smith did a video on it, on this dude. He's kind of a whack job, but I don't know, man. He could have been, in touch with God. He died like a day or two after the election, and he prophesied that Trump was going to be president, and he could have been a false prophet, but he was right about that, and then he died. And Trey Smith gave him like a he did a video about him and like told his story, because he left like a letter at the end, and it was a really touching letter, and it was really beautifully wrote, and it was very touchy.
Matt, that's really touching. That's touching. Later, dude.
Later.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting.
What just happened?
I don't know. She's. I don't know.
I think it was Felix saying goodbye to everybody.
Hey, Matt. Hey,
Yeah.
Matt. You ever heard of Jonathan Gray?
No, I have not.
He's from New Zealand. He's
I
an
don't
archaeologist.
think she likes me too much for some reason. I don't, I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah.
Well,
Go ahead. That's okay. That's okay.
This
I
is
bet
in
you
the
she
same.
does. I bet she does like you.
She likes you. That's right. But
Yeah,
anyway,
no, I would
I'll make
rather
you
her
a $5 bet.
either way, I mean, I've been meaning to ask you because I heard you say earlier that you were interested in archaeology and all that stuff, and you talked about Trace Smith. Well, Jonathan Gray is an archaeologist, and you ever heard of Ron Wyatt?
Yeah.
Yeah, briefly.
Well, Jonathan Gray and Ron Wyatt were friends, and so he's got some stuff. I can send you a link. Well, I need your email so I can send you some stuff. But yeah, there's a book that he wrote called Dead Men's Secrets about some archaeological findings. You know, like we were talking earlier about how they hide, certain stuff if it deviates from the narrative. Especially when it comes to evolution and all that stuff. And Jonathan Gray has some really Dead Men's Secrets is a really good book on that.
Is Gray spelled Gray?
Yeah. Jonathan
Okay,
Gray.
yeah.
And he has some lectures on YouTube too. So yeah. You want some hours of listening to him talk and describe it. It's excellent.
Well, archaeology is fascinating, man, because whenever you really look at what it entails digging up history. You're digging up our past, and
But he also wrote a book. He also wrote a book about the stars and about the signs in the heavens too. So.
Oh, nice. Like, what really interests me is I want to go find some giant bones. That's what I want to go do. I want to go find some giant weapons. Any armor that they had.
We could probably head to the Smithsonian and dig down in the basement and find some.
Yeah, I'm sure we could. I'm sure we could.
They're hiding them from the public.
But at the same time, I bet we could go out in one of these Native American, places and, in the caves and stuff like that. And I bet you we could find them out there too. I mean, the Native Americans talk about giants. There's been giants found all in Arizona, Utah, Nevada, all over. There's been like little Nephilim creatures found in, Chile, and there's been in Peru. And it's, these are real skulls, like people with elongated skulls and stuff like that over in Africa and over in Peru as well. And they're also, they find all these remains around, ancient, sacrificial.
Michael talks a lot about that stuff.
Yeah, well, I think it all correlates back to what, the deception. Yeah, exactly. Like it all leads back to the big deception of, if we don't know where we're at, if we don't even know where we're at, then we're really in for it. We are really in for it. I think that's definitely something we need to know, is where we're at and what we're on and how we work on it. We know the basic laws. We know that water does stick to the exterior of an object. We know that it'll always, find its level. If you think about waves in the ocean, you can pretty much just, if you simplify waves down to a smaller, container, all they are ripples on a mass scale. So, it's and it'll find its level. I live in Florida. There's days where the ocean is choppy, and then there's days where it's just beautiful and flat. And I live on the Atlantic side. So, and it's rough water a lot of times.
Hey, Sharon.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the pyramids were built?
I have no idea. It's a mystery to me.
Does anybody know how they were built?
I have my speculations.
I've been studying it for years, and I have no idea either, man. I
have my speculations.
It's real easy.
Is it magnets?
Giants.
Is it magnets?
No giants, no aliens, no diamond tip blades.
Is it magnets?
Rebar and concrete?
It's basically concrete, brother. It's called geopolymer technology.
Wow.
And Dr. Tavidius went in there and basically reverse engineered. He got a little sample of the casing, and he found it to be 96 to 97% organic, with little fillers from different parts of different rocks at different time periods also. And so what he did is he figured out how they did it, which is basically, here's how they do it. It's called geopolymer technology. I posted it in the video. It's a 4-minute, in the link, it's a 4-minute video. But essentially it's like this. They had wood boxes. Everybody that was helping them out was carrying bags of sand, which is the desert. When you mix sand with ash and lime. You let it only has to sit for like 2 days. You get exactly the same thing. It's reconglomerated rock. It looks organic. And it's just basically a smarter version of cement. Cement's a more dumbed-down version. So they didn't need slaves. They didn't need to carry it up and down. They could have built it like a Lego box. And it's called geopolymer technology. Use sand. How did they get their ash? Well, there's palm trees everywhere. They were burning palm trees. The ashes left over from that is what they used. And lime and water. That's all they needed.
Wow, that is so interesting.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, and then how do they get the perfect, can't stick a razor through it? Well, there you go. Also, how they do their hieroglyphs? Well, the same way, just on the box itself, they have the hieroglyphs going outward. So when you're seeing it, it looks like a hieroglyph. And it's the same thing. They did that same technology. They built pyramids everywhere. We're finding new pyramids. It was real easy to build. And that technology is being used today, by the way, so it's not hypothetical. Also, even like places like Machu Picchu, possibly.
That's what I was going to ask about.
Jordan and Petra. The most beautiful, to me, more than Machu Picchu and more than any of them is Petra and Jordan. And that's a reverse cast mold. Super simple to do. All you need is sand, water, ash, and lime. So next time someone tells you that ancient aliens had to use diamond tip blades, no, there's an even smarter way. It's basically like using, I don't know who said it, but it's like cement.
It sounds so simple.
Go ahead, Sharon.
No, that was it. I was just saying how we're making it complicated today.
Yeah, because we're all hypothesizing. How is it possible? Everything is simple. Occam's razor. Just look to that for everything. The simplest, easiest, most least amount of excuses is always going to be the answer. And our ancients were smart. They didn't have to do all this crazy hooplas like we do. They didn't have to cut everything. They were smart enough to use alchemy, and that's how they were able to create a lot of stuff.
What about the stuff made out of the big structures made out of the, what is it, bentonite stone? It's like harder than granite.
I would that one would have to be something I'd have to look into. It may have some type of technology, just like the geopolymer technology, but I don't know about that. But I would speculate.
Yeah, from what I understand, there's evidence of very, very large blocks of granite that were moved over sometimes 100 miles.
And see, to me, that doesn't even make sense. And since I know about geopolymer technology, I would just assume that they would have some type of way to do that as well, because it's just a lot easier.
But by the time we figure it out, I mean, Solomon wrote, supposedly the wisest man ever lived. There's no new thing under the sun. So by the time we figure it out, it's gonna be like, yeah, they figured it out thousands of years ago, way before we did.
Oh yeah.
But we're the biggest, smartest, baddest, fastest humans that ever lived on the face of the earth, right? Because science.
Yeah. We have evolved to this state.
I do think that we're living in an era that there's never been nothing like this. I do believe that.
This is the most interesting time on earth to be alive. We're all living through it. We're all,
and I don't know if
to know this information.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'm blessed or cursed because of it.
You're blessed. You're blessed, brother.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But I mean, when
you only
really
feel
look at
cursed because you have an obligation in your heart. You have an obligation to spread the truth, and you're being laughed at and mocked and not paid attention to. If you just knew the information and you never were going to say it to anybody, you'd be blessed, right? But it just comes with that burden of knowledge, they say. So yeah, you're totally blessed. We were all chosen. Why is it that you know the Earth is flat, but your buddy?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Why is it that you know the Earth is flat, but your friend, who's probably maybe smarter than you are, has no clue? I think that we're.
I can't really hear you.
I can hear him.
I hear him fine. Must be
I can't hear you.
Must be you, Matt. He said, well, go ahead and say it again one more time, Aaron, because that's a very good point. Why do we see it? And the person standing next to you, even when you explain it in either in minute detail or something very general that's very easy to see, how come or why can't they see it? What's so it's right in front of your face?
Hey, what if this was the reason? What if only 144,000 find out this information?
Well, we're gonna have to put our blood over our intent and run to the glory hole in the middle at the North Pole. I'm sorry to, give a quasi.
I was just having fun with the Bible. You know what? Actually, speaking of the Bible,
You got that reference.
the flat Earth and evolution, the knowledge of those two, the absolute knowledge, changed me into being a fake Bible believer into becoming a real Bible believer. So I believe that for atheists, it's a salvation issue. That's my opinion, because I almost fell into being atheist because I thought it was ridiculous. I thought we evolved. I thought it was crazy. I thought that we were on a spinning globe, and knowing all these different truths, I think that that's why they're doing all this stuff. That's why they're lying about everything. But I think it's a big salvation issue.
Yeah.
And it's sad.
No, but brother, if you never knew this information, would it be a blessing to know it or not? I guarantee you, if you had the opportunity, even if they told you you'd go through 10 times worse than you are, you would take this information. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah, every
Open your
time.
mind.
Every time.
Yeah.
But it's an unfortunate gift because we are one of the elect. I do believe that. I believe that we are the elect. People who truth seeker, true truth seekers, like you said, true Bible believers. They are the elect, and they understand the Apocrypha, and they understand the meaning of those books and why those books have came out in the past couple hundred years, and why it's.
Hey, in defense of non-Christian truth seekers, come on, man.
Oh no, totally, bro.
Saying,
hey,
I'm not saying that like on the other end.
Muslim, whether it's Buddhist, it doesn't matter to me. I'm just asking an opinion from other Christians. Like, that is something that if you were going to lean towards Christianity as a religion, you would laugh at it because, come on, that's obviously not true. So I'm not saying you're not going to be saved. I have a different opinion of the Bible than other people do. I read it myself.
I do too, and that's why I said that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And just like
I didn't mean to offend
Bible,
or anything.
No. And I've read it. I read the ancient language the best I can with my friends who actually know the language. Like my tattoo right here. That's correct. That's the way that Jesus' name was actually spelled, Yeshua. And if you look in the Bible too, guys, there's a lot of stuff that people think is the truth, and I'm almost positive. I would say I'm positive that it's not the truth. Like, for one example, when the Bible is talking about the worst sin in the world, or the unforgivable sin being somebody being gay, basically a man laying with another man. When you look at the Bible and you read it, it does say that a man shouldn't lay with another man, but the verses they're talking about pedophilia. There was the Jewish at that time had they were big into having child proteges, and they would molest them on a regular basis. And that's what the Bible is saying is abhorrible, is for a man to molest a child, another man, another person. And when you look at the Hebrew of it, that's what they're really talking about. It's a pedophilia thing, is that they're talking about. So there's misrepresentations in the Bible and so the reason why I'm saying that is because a lot of people think you're not going to go to heaven for this, you're not going to go to heaven for that. Well, I don't agree with that, because even in the Bible it says the Good Samaritan has a higher place in the heavens than even any Christian follower, if your heart is with love, because that's how you're going to be measured at the end. As your heart is compared to a feather.
Yeah, but that's not what the New Testament says, so that's why I'm not. I don't want to get into this today, but
no problem.
Sorry.
All I'm saying is that look, two different people who are both smart, who are flat earthers, have differing opinions. So that's what I love about the Bible.
I know
that we stick together.
I was a Bible-believing, fundamentalist for a long time. So, I know that, the whole thing. But I will say that there is a lot that is misinterpreted, especially, if you come across the flat Earth information, if you are a devout Christian and you come across the information about the flat Earth and are convinced of it, that I don't know. I guess there's the same dichotomy there between someone that's not a Christian that actually, if you see the information, you see there's no freaking curvature and there's no way you can ever find it. And then you see all the cartoon lies that NASA has on TV and all the fake news and all that shit. How can you not deny, say the Earth's flat? And then you're like, okay, no, I'm sorry, Sharon, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing with you that See, that's the beauty of it, right? We as flat earthers can have different beliefs. We can speculate about things we don't know. Like, I can believe in the dome, you could believe in an infinite plane. However, we don't disagree. Our common belief is that the earth is flat, or like it's not a globe, and that's the truth that brings us together. It's about truth. It's not about beliefs. It's about joining together in truth.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, saying that, Sharon, that reminds me of this. I can't personally understand. Maybe you guys can help me out. Just like what you said, Sharon, as a follow-up, how we agree. But what we should do is broaden our community, because we can get the people who are the geocentrists that believe we're on a motionless globe. We can get the people who believe we never went to the moon. We can get the people who believe we're on a concave, motionless Earth. Why don't we get together on what we agree on? I wish, because that's what the flat Earth community does. But I wish that we could pull in other people who also believe that either A, we didn't go to the moon, or B, that we're on a motionless Earth. And because we already have a huge community. That's my wish list.
I agree with that. That would be amazing.
It's like we argue. It's like, come on. Forget it then. You know, when I argue with my geocentric friends, I say, okay,
I guess why, because for a long time I wasn't religious. You know, I grew up in a Southern Baptist church, and then I kind of like went away from it as a teenager. I wouldn't call myself an atheist, more of an agnostic, but I just, I didn't really know, and I don't know, man. Like, I've just been through a lot, and then just coming across the truth, like you guys say, and then comparing it to what I was taught my whole life, and then actually reading the text for what they say. I do believe the Bible is a flat Earth book, and I believe that back then they
it definitely is.
Yeah, so I mean, and it matches up too precisely for me to even consider anything else, because I do believe it's never been falsified. It's never contradicted itself.
If you study ancient religions, they were all flat Earth books.
They were all.
Too.
They were not only that. I just recently started pouring into the Hawaiian language, and when you look up their the description of Earth, they're talking about the same stuff too. They're talking about pillars holding us up. They're talking about a solid dome that encapsulates us. They're talking about magnetic center. It's pretty amazing. Every culture, every religion.
It's a very new concept compared to the rest of history.
Oh,
when you compare it to the rest of history, it's a very new concept.
Mm-hmm.
It makes me really mad that they gave us this lie and said, no, they were all wrong. We are the smartest in history, and we're telling you this is what it is. Like, you're giving them authority, and they're taking away your ability to.
Man.
Yeah, what's pretty amazing is, even if you point out to somebody who's
flip this. Flat Earth dude, you jacking it all low. All right, there you go.
I muted him.
Go ahead, Joe.
Oh no, I was just saying that even if you point out to people, like, just try to point out the flaws in NASA's holes in NASA, their supposed theories, and even if they don't believe the Earth is flat, if you're trying to get them to be able to at least cast doubt on NASA's science, and you show them the moon being up in the morning time, which it does often after a full moon. You'll see the moon in the morning time just alongside with the sun. It never changes its waning and waxing phases depending on the sun being once it rises and once it gets to its noon, and it stays with the same waning and waxing phase it started with. If the sun was reflecting the moon off of the light and you point it out to them, then that would be impossible. And it's like they don't want to believe it, because it's the same thing with me. I didn't used to really believe in police brutality. I used to kind of be a apple pie guy, and until it happened to me. It actually happened to my friend. It happened to my friend right in front of me. And then I think the same thing applies with these people who don't want to look into what we're talking about, because they just go, "Come on, man, I don't want to hear that." It's not even that they believe it; they're just not listening. I think.
Going back to our individual religious or philosophical beliefs about the, now that we all know it's flat, people spend time bickering about that shit all day anyway, whether they think it's round or flat. But it points, this simple fact that the Earth is flat and that our governments are lying to us points exactly to who the enemy is. Who are the ones that perpetrated this cause? Perpetrated this hoax on us, and the dimensions get so deep in how it happened and how it was able to how they were able to pull the wool over our eyes for so long. That is way more important, I think, in the short time here, because especially with some of the stuff that's going on in the news today, with Trump dropping bombs everywhere, which I knew he was going to do, and everybody thought they could vote for him, and it was going to be like, "Oh, make America great." Well, make America great by dropping bombs over everybody. That's what fucking Obama did, the same shit, and Bush did that. I mean, come on, guys, man. That's the enemy. They are complicit in all the lies, and we can't take arms up against them, because they'll do the same shit to us that they did today to the other guys. This is our warfare right here. Us finding other people of like mind, communicating, and getting a voice out there. That's my opinion on that. And
I agree
religion ain't gonna save
100%.
us from that.
100%. I tell people that all the time, brother. I say, you know what? They go, can we do more? Can we start fighting? I'm like, look how good we're doing with just social media awareness. I mean, I started following this a while back, and there used to be a small amount of people. And about a year ago, especially today, but about a year ago, I mean, so there's Google chats everywhere. There's new flat earthers asking this to friend request me constantly, and I'm sure you guys all have the same experience. So I think what we're doing is, just like you said, this is how we win. We protest, they can pepper spray us, but we do it this way. The only thing they can do is shut down the internet.
Pepper spray, I'll survive. I'm sorry, Sharon.
No, he's absolutely right. What they want us to do is not.
Don't go protest. Keep doing what you're doing. And the same thing, like I forget who was talking earlier, but when you have family problems with your family and friends because they don't, believe the Earth is flat, you gotta stop being like how the vegans are. I mean, nothing against vegans. I love vegans. I'm a vegetarian, but they get real hardcore about their beliefs and they actually throw people off. Just be real cool about it. Be your witty self. And if someone says you think the Earth is flat, and say, "Oh yeah, man, just like all of our ancient ancestors." Just don't get all serious into it. Be like, yeah, it is. You gotta listen. They're deceiving us. Right away, you're gonna throw them off. Just stay cool about it. Have your sense of humor. Let them ask you the questions. I always do that when people are, "Bro, you think the Earth is flat? Can you tell me?" Because in my business, some of the employees and stuff will pull me aside and say, "Hey, you really think it's flat? How come? I watch your post." I go, "Well, next time you have about 20 to 30 minutes, I can give you a basic intro on it. So just let me know." That's it. And it plants the seed, and they start getting curious and they start asking me questions. So I think you got to just play it cool, lay low, and just act like it's no big deal. Act like it's no big deal. It's weird. You kind of just have to do that. When a guy's trying to meet a girl or a girl's trying to meet a guy, you act like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
The psychology, but same thing. Just you have your knowledge. Don't spout it out. Make them beg for it. Make them. So wait a minute. Then how does this happen? Don't let them jump around and say, "Okay, do you have 30 minutes so I can explain that to you?" Just take it easy.
And that's a way more approachable method, because if you take the conspiracy route, then they'll just start thinking you're crazy.
You want to convince them in 2 hours, and that's just not going to work.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, you got to come right out with it, man. Freemasons run the world.
That's a good way too. That's another good approach.
Freemasons run the world. It's flat. We're all doomed.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, that's what they did in The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Anyway, hey, listen, guys, it's been nice talking to you. I have to go get a couple hours of sleep. I got a wedding today. And Joey, it was really nice meeting you. I'm so glad I stuck around until you came. I definitely want to talk to you more, but I really can't. My body's screaming. And I hope to hang out with you at another chat sometime soon. Helio, you as well. Flip, thanks for sticking around, man. Stephen Bradley, this is the first time we're talking face-to-face, like face-to-face. Now I finally see you, but definitely going to come back. Matt, I don't know if you're still here. You're not muted anymore, so Kathleen, Candy, Vinny, I know you can hear me. I know you're listening. Thanks for everything, bro. He's listening. He'll pop in and say goodbye and then go. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Keep talking.
Sharon. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to meet you too.
Thanks for being on, Sharon. for participating so much.
Of course, no, I love this. This is, come on, we're all educating each other. We're all learning from each other.
Sharon, how long have you been a flat earther?
For 4 months.
I love it.
Only because I didn't know it existed before that.
Yeah, good.
Yes. So,
Congratulations.
Thank you guys for all the work you guys do. I'm gonna start making videos. Felix, love you, girl. See you later. She's in the chat. She just popped up. Yeah, so I'll see you guys probably on Sunday because I'll be not around. Good morning, good night, good evening. Nobody cares from the UK, are they? Nope. And Candy, I'll talk to you later, girl.
Bye, Sharon.
Shout out to everyone in the chat. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go too. I gotta be working about 2.5 hours myself.
All right, brother.
Damn it. You guys did it to me again.
Flat Earth Unity, brother.
Flat Earth University.
No, Unity.
Oh yeah, Unity. I know. I'll just does not figure.
Hey, nice chatting with you, brother. Nice chatting with you. That's why I love flat earthers, because we're all so educated on different topics, and sometimes we disagree, but you know, I'm willing to listen to another flat earther's point of view because I know you've done some research. So it was awesome talking to you, brother. Hopefully we get to talk more.
No, one point about the religious thing. I mean, there are places where everybody can, you know, throw their ideas back, but sometimes that just, you know, doesn't really jive with a lot of the.
No, I only talk that with other people who are Christians because.
I mean, it's fine in every place. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Candy probably was like, I don't know. I'm glad that I'm able to express my opinion in places. I appreciate the opportunity, you know.
Good man.
I ain't even said the half of it yet. I don't even know where the rest of the half is, man. You know, I mean, I'm about.
There's so much information. There's so
I'm
much
still
that we have
seeking.
inside of it. Yeah. It blew my mind when I found out about crisis actors being real. I knew there was false flags. I knew there was all kinds of stuff like that. And it was I learned about crisis actors after the flat Earth. And
okay, since we're talking about that,
it blew my mind.
I was thinking about this today, which I've known about the Boston Marathon. I knew was bullshit from the beginning. If somebody was going to say, you going to say something, Kathleen? Oh, your thing popped up. Anyway, but how many crisis actors involved in the Boston Marathon bombing? I mean, there were dozens, you know, and their pictures are on TV and everything. I mean, shit, man, that's a lot of people.
Dozen people. That's
not a dozen, dozens.
Yeah. Well, I mean, brother, think about it like this. Look at their budget, unlimited. Look at what they fooled everybody. We went to the moon. They've got people that, and not only that, but I think that there's also this psychology that people don't realize too, is that a lot of people, they don't need to pay to be extras, or they don't have to have them in their cult or whatever it is that they do. Because if I take somebody, like, let's say me and you aren't flat earthers, okay, we're globe people, and everybody over here on this panel is all globers, right? We go to a movie theater, or we go to a school or something, or an area, and we hear shots fired, and everyone starts running out, and we hear that there's a gunman inside, and we start to automatically, I don't know, exaggerate, pretend that, you know, and plus you got a TV in front of you. I think there's some of that psychology involved too, but I think definitely.
They use it, but I mean, inside the scene there at the Boston Marathon bombing, I mean, you've watched PK's videos, right? Mm-hmm. Bro, he breaks it all down. I mean, there's dozens of people involved in that, and they all know because they saw themselves on TV with all the fakery and all that stuff. So, how they have to have a lot of money to keep everybody's mouth shut about that, man, because that was just total nonsense, in my opinion. If you've seen the really good truth videos on the Boston Marathon bombing, man, it's so obvious that you know, a 5-year-old could see that through that shit.
No, I agree. All of them, when put under scrutiny, it's like the ISS. You know, it's like it's such a horrible on purpose. They're just throwing it in our faces. It's like
Yeah, so there's dozens and dozens more involved in that as well. So scuba divers to the to the actors that are the fake station with the hairspray and shit and all that, everything, man. It's like they must have either they're getting a lot of money or they really believe in what they're doing, you know, whatever it is, what they're telling people.
Or they were raised that way. I mean, we don't know what goes on behind the scenes. I mean, plus look at all the missing children and people, and I mean, who really knows? They could be POWs. They could be part of their cult, raised into it.
And so part of PK's video is about the guy that, you know, the one guy that lost both of his legs or whatever.
Yeah.
Now 9 weeks later, he walks out and throws the first pitch at a baseball game or something, or comes out and he's walking on his new prosthetics. 9 weeks later,
he's scheduled to be on So You Think You Can Dance. He's supposed to tap dance or something.
Yeah, but it's a different guy. It was a different guy than they had in the video. It's a different dude, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Insane. Insanity is sanity. That's what. That's why I like that guy's name. That's it.
Yeah.
Insanity.
I tell you what, Aaron, I never thought of it from that point of view. They could have been born into it. I don't know if y'all saw it, the episode of Dr. Phil a few weeks ago. He had a lady on there who was born into sex trafficking. And it's basically the only life she knew.
Yeah, you would not know any difference. Look at Plato's caves. I think that's not a myth. I think that's actually true. And look what they were. You guys are familiar with Plato's caves?
What's that?
Heard of it.
Plato's caves.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I look at them. They all were able to be fooled into anything. How would you know any different? Nobody would know any different. We all believed in Santa Claus. You don't know any different if you're raised that way. And yeah. Plato's caves, I think that's a real story. And I think that's actually an analogy of flat earthers too. We all know this truth, and just like in Plato's caves, there's always one person, the hero, that got out and found freedom. But every single hero never stayed in their Shangri-La. They always came back to try and help everybody, and they were still heckled. That's just a la flat earth.
Yeah, the girl on Dr. Phil, I mean, she made some statements like, she really believed the only person that would ever love her, take care of her, the only person that would ever be there for her was her master.
Of course, how would you know?
It was amazing.
What is it called? A Stockholm syndrome?
Stockholm syndrome.
Stockholm syndrome. I mean, it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Well, I am going to jump off, guys. Hey, Joey, I'm already friends with you on Facebook, man. I'll get a hold of you.
Okay, brother. Anytime. Thank you.
Flips, good talking to you. Candy, thank you for having me on. Steven, it's like old days. Kathleen, same thing.
Everybody loves Steven.
Oh, that's always good to hear.
We do, man. We all love Steven. You're the best.
Steven, you're one of my favorite flat earthers in the whole world, brother.
Hey, you ought to get together with Red's Rhetoric and film one of them rocket launches down there.
Oh, I've talked to him before. Oh, dude, that guy drives all the way.
I'm talking about you need to get together with him, man. Like
he goes all the way on the Cape side. I'm all the way over here on the.
Does Red still not show his face?
I don't think so.
I've seen him one night. He turned his camera on. I was watching, and he's not. He doesn't have. He's got. He's skinny. He's a brunette. But I don't know. I don't know if it was an accident or whatever. But one night I saw him. But I'm sure he's turned it on before. But I saw him one night. It's like skinny kid, brunette hair.
Like really young?
Yeah, he seemed pretty young. I mean, like he's early 20s.
Yeah.
That was last year sometime.
Kathleen?
Yes.
your volume's like low.
Oh, is it?
And my
Yeah, it's pretty
control
low.
panel's locked up. Why can't I use the control panel? Control. Shit, I can't turn your volume on. Not that you talk much anyway, but.
Right.
Shit.
It's always the quiet ones.
Oh, you almost
Most
came in
dangerous.
just now.
I didn't hear what you just said.
You didn't hear me.
Correct.
So, check.
Oh, hey, good night, guys. I'm out.
Oh, he's hectic, man.
It's good. It's good talk. See you guys later.
Good talking to you. Won't forget your statement tonight. Glory hole of the North Pole.
Yeah, that's what I like to call it, man. Quasi, man. I've said a few things about quasi stuff. That's I don't care. I ain't the only one. All right, later, guys.
All right, later.
Yeah, Quasi's kind of going out there, ain't he?
You guys, I also have to head out.
All right, man.
Thanks so much for coming in here. Awesome.
Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are awesome. I love you. I just subscribed to you, Candy. And I'll definitely be tuning in and listening to you guys chat. And
awesome.
Appreciate you guys being so amazing.
Yeah.
Hey, Aaron.
Yes.
Where'd you say you got your information about the dome with the ice or with the ring of fire? How it rotated?
Robert Bassano and his friend Matt and Robert Shortman and I, a couple other people too, like Alex Carrion and stuff, gave us some tidbits, but mostly from Robert Bassano and John and Robert Shortman.
Okay, I want to look into that. That's pretty neat information you put out earlier tonight.
Well, think about this. We see the star trails, right, going in a circle. If the stars are attached to the dome, and the dome is turning 360 degrees, a full rotation once per day, it hypothetically makes sense.
Yeah.
But check out that video I posted about the lightning striking upwards. That one right there is a
That's
dome,
good
a dome
one.
proof extraordinaire. Yeah.
That's a real good one.
Thank you.
Going
Love
up.
it.
Because I've observed that too. And, over the years, nobody has a camera in their hand or anything, you just see it.
Yeah. And since that is the case, obviously we don't see potholes in the street where lightning struck. We don't hear instantaneous boom. We sound like a gigantic explosion. We hear a roaring, echoing kind of sound that's sending back a noise in the localized area, in the general area, the lightning we saw. And if it's going up like we know it to be, and there was no boundary, a dome, whatever you want to call it, then that would mean space is infinite. And it definitely wouldn't be shooting back to us because something has to be propelling it back, that equal and opposite reaction. So that's it. There's so many dome throws. And I think somebody was saying earlier, atmosphere, all that stuff, I totally agree.
Have you ever noticed, here in my area, I've been inundated with clouds. This has been the weirdest, warmest, foggiest winter I ever experienced. And now it's going into spring. Things are blooming and things like that, But I've been kind of like really a lot for the last about 11 years looking into weather control and stuff like that.
Cloud seeding and stuff.
Yeah, it gets off into a lot of, reality tunnels. But I noticed at a certain time of day that there is a jet sound And I can only say that it's a jet sound, even though I'm nowhere near anywhere near a military base, which I used to live near one. So I know what, jets sound like when they're taking off. But this is like way up there. I mean, like stratospheric, you know what I'm saying? And it just sounds like an F-16 over your roof, breaking the sound barrier out over the Great Lakes someplace, and, but, I'm in the middle of the state now, and this sound goes off, and it's like, I mean, it's just, it doesn't shake anything like, it did on the coast, but I do notice that after I hear that noise, that there's a change in the weather fronts. It could go from a totally cloudy day to suddenly blue sky, or when it does that, along comes the planes a little bit later. But the only time that I get to see the dark blue, what you're talking about, is before these fallen are up there. They're fallen, yet they're up there, blasting our skies with crap.
Yeah. Agreed indeed. We don't know. We don't know what they're doing, but we know they're up to stuff. So
I have, yeah, living near lakes and actually on a lake, I have seen lightning come off, from the surface, from a flat surface. I've seen it. It looks like it's ejecting out, off of,
like
the
a Tesla coil.
Yeah, but I mean, it's prior to, I'm sure people have observed that for many, many, many a year, a decade, century. I mean, if you look at the work that was done by electricians, which brought us people like Volta and Steinmetz and even Tesla, 80 years later. Even the stories of Ben Franklin. The guy was an engineer. He's a genius. But we do know that there are ejections that come from the ground. A lot of people observe lightning coming from the sky, but yet if it does, it has to bounce. There's a certain.
Well, they think it's coming from the ground, and some people say, well, I've heard of people getting struck by lightning. Well, you can get struck by lightning on the way up too.
Yeah, that's true. I think probably the up would probably be the most deadliest.
The human body can survive with electricity. I think the whip would probably be the most dangerous. I think we would just be getting a surge of, because it's dielectric too. So dielectric energy doesn't really harm you. It's supposed to be beneficial.
Yeah, perhaps what burns people or kills people or stops their heart is, like the frequency, like everything converging at one time. I mean, I've seen it hit trees and split them and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like it's coming from above, but it can be coming from the ground and arcing, arcing down and, hitting something that's, grounded. It's always looking for a ground.
Yeah, well, it's just like how we know it on Earth. There's always got to be a ground, and the Earth is that ground, and our body's a conductor.
Yeah, I mean, any body could be a conductor, and there was, when cars were, the hot thing, back in the 1920s or 1930s, when tires really came into, the rubber meets the road, and, pretty much back in the day, you could depend on being in your car a safe spot from a lightning strike because of the rubber tires. And you know, pole climbers wear rubber.
The only thing I would say about the lightning is, what about the times where you get those lightning storms where all you see is the lightning just in the clouds, spreading across the bottom of the clouds? I mean, you get some beautiful, beautiful lightning storms. At least when I grew up in Alabama, we did, and it would only spread through the clouds. So,
have you seen the video that I posted about super slow motion HD lightning striking upwards?
no, I haven't yet.
Well, you got to watch that video, but I'll give you a summary of it. It looks that way, but here's what's happening. It's the volt is going up, and as it goes up, it looks like a tree almost. It's 1 volt eventually starts spreading and volting over, just like a Tesla coil. If you touch it, the volt comes up and then it starts to dissipate into branches. And so we're not seeing it as it dissipates into the branches as much. It's kind of like a whip. It's making such a fast motion. But look at that video, watch it. It's only 2 minutes long, and you'll understand why, to the naked eye, it looks like it could be coming down, especially because people told us that. But when you see that it's coming from the Earth on HD camera, there's no denying it. Slow motion, super slow motion. So check that video out that I posted and give me your input on it.
It's almost like a shrub that's overgrown to where its branches are touching the ground. You know what I'm talking about? Oh, Flip, you're on the road so much. I would love to see you get like a good camera and, record some of the stuff you've seen. I mean, Flip, you've got to have seen like tornadoes. You've got to have seen like crazy situations and, driving through mountains in snowstorms and, going around the other side of the mountain and there's like no snowstorm, I mean, Flip, you've got to have seen it all already.
Yeah, I mean, I see some pretty interesting things. That's like right now what I'm doing is going up in the mountains of West Virginia every day. But there's when you come from North Carolina into West Virginia, you go through 2 big tunnels that are about 1.5 miles long each. And I've literally been on one side of the mountain range, little mountain ridgeline. And even though these aren't giant mountains, they're small, the Appalachians. On one side it's bright, it's sunny, and it's 60 degrees. And you go through the tunnel, you pop out on the other side, and it's a daggone blizzard. So it's interesting how weather works sometimes with that. But,
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
so, yeah, you definitely see some stuff out here.
Yeah. There's real estate on the sunny side of the mountain that goes for higher price than, the cloudy side of the mountain. And people always want to be like, where's this the most, sun, like in the valley or whatnot.
No, that's one thing I'm looking to invest in is a camera soon. Probably the
Flip,
most beautiful thing.
Awesome, because I know that you're driving over the road and so forth, and my ex-husband was an over-the-road truck driver, and I've experienced really weird stuff being on the road with him, and I think you could do some really good, excellent YouTube documentaries. I know, money's tight and stuff like that. And, to afford cameras, is I would go, there's a lot of people in the flat earth community that go with the Nikon P900. That thing is super sharp with macro photography, and it's got 2000 millimeter on the zoom. But the thing is it's not that quick. It's not that good in low light. It operates in JPEG instead of RAW. But if you're not a Lightroom fan or Adobe or whatever, the JPEG will do just fine, with like Windows or, just general editors. But they're going for about around $600, and if you get the filters for them, it'll hit you about around 700, and when you got those layovers and you're in a weird spot. And also the Nikon's 7100, you can get them gray market secondhand, and they'll even be on par or even less than the P900. The only thing is that you're going to have to add lenses onto that. So adding lenses onto that, brings you into a whole new rabbit hole. But Canon makes some excellent zoom in cameras. So does Sony, and you can pick them up for a range of anywhere from $600 to $1,200. There's people out there that really like get into it. They got the telescope, they got the 4,000 millimeter zoom, they get the DSL hooked up to the telescopes and stuff like that. You don't really have to do that, but Flip, I think you could really do some really good logs of what you see, even when you're, you could be like on a mountain and be like looking out forever. Why not record that? That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I second that.
Even watching birds, even watching birds.
No, it's something that I've thought about for quite a while. I just haven't done it. There's not really a reason why I haven't done it. Just I haven't. That's what it comes down to. Because there's mornings where I'll get up on top of the mountains. The fog will be just below the peaks. Here I am on top of one. The sun's coming up right above it. It's just gorgeous. And here I am thinking, man, I wish I'd have bought that camera.
There you go. So now you get a reason. Because like I've seen like total yellow, being in those areas, it's like whew, all of a sudden it goes from this like deep, beautiful magnetic blue, all of a sudden, within a few minutes, it's just yellow. And, just to sit there and, run the camera for, 35 to 40 minutes, even an hour. I don't know how much time you get, on certain cars. And, my camera, the one that I use the most, works on a disc. So, which I could finalize and just pop into any DVD player or whatnot, and edit them and do things like that. But yeah, don't miss a moment, man.
Oh, well, with that, I am getting close to my final stop. So I'm going to have to say, well, I guess good morning to everybody, but I'm going to head out of here.
It is.
All right, brother. I'm getting out too, guys. So I love you guys all. Thank you so much. Like I said, subscribe to the channel and appreciate it. You guys made my day.
Marty saw, we're friends on Facebook already. Take care, you guys.
Aloha.
All right. Take it easy. Bye.
Good night, Felix. Good night, Helio. Thanks for being on earlier, Joey. Steven, you still around?
Yeah.
What's going on, buddy?
Smoking a joint.
Do what?
No. Oh,
What?
I don't know. Yeah, I said I was smoking a joint.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, waiting to go into the beach again. What are you doing?
I'm talking to you.
Well, I know you're talking to me. You're on Eastern Standard Time, right?
You are.
Yeah, I am.
I'm on West Coast, California. It's 3 a.m.
Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I just woke up actually.
Ah.
Yeah, sun's starting to come in. Whatever.
Wake and bake, huh?
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's like, why the hell am I so tired at 8 o'clock in the morning?
I don't know. Why?
See, I'm trying to figure out, am I tired or am I just going to think I'm tired?
Or both.
Well, the birds are going to start chirping.
Hey, what about your rooster?
Oh, just give him, see, he's a little late this morning.
Yeah.
Well, Catherine, I just don't understand.
Sorry, go ahead.
What's up with the tree bark logo?
You haven't heard me talk about that?
Yeah, I asked you like nearly a lot.
It's the same story.
Yeah, but I keep forgetting.
It's a tree I really, really, really like and was very impressed with how three-dimensional the bark was. And it's in Golden Gate Park in San Francisco.
Oh.
And to be up close to it, it's kind of like being in the presence of a sculpture. Really beautiful.
Are you saying those trees are rare to find down there, over there?
No, but they have in Golden Gate Park, they have a collection of trees from every continent. And it's really amazing to see these different trees that don't, usually grow in the area. They're like real expensive and rare. Mr. Anderson.
Don't you guys ever sleep?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So how's everybody doing?
Of us that we take turns sleeping and being online on panels.
Yes. Is there an echo on my end? Because I'm in my car now. I've got headphones and mic. Okay, guys. All right. Sound good?
Mm-hmm.
And there's not going to be a picture because I'm going to kill the picture.
Where are you driving to?
I'm going to work.
Did you get good sleep?
Yes, good few hours. Sleep is overrated.
That's what most of us say. And actually, what Stephen would say is, that's what I'm saying.
Who all is left on here? And first of all, pardon me for just butting in.
No, please. So
but
glad
I saw that. Well, I saw the stream was still live. I thought, I could use the company here going to work, and it's kind of rude to butt in, but I actually didn't. Okay. All right, good. Who all is left on the panel?
Stephen in Florida, me, Kathleen in Oakland, California, and you. And then we have Candy who's asleep.
Good for her.
Okay, there's the rooster. He's a little late this morning. He usually starts at 4:30. It is 6.
That's weird. That's so weird. Roosters are usually really on time.
Yeah, he's a whole hour and a half on.
Something's up.
Well, he did get attacked by a dog. Yeah, he's going crazy now.
Oh, he may not be well.
Yeah, I got a bunch of babies. You're going to have a bunch of roosters around here.
Mm.
You see, Kathleen, after my last rooster got shot, I figured, okay, it might be easy to shoot one, but if you got 10 roosters, if you're getting attacked by 10 roosters, you got to shoot 10 times. If the dogs don't get you. I mean, you get my point?
Sounds like high drama to me.
Yeah, I'm building a militia out of dogs and roosters. Get a kangaroo for backup and a.
Now that would be a trip. Kangaroo in Florida, come on.
Hey, I have been trying to purchase one.
Really?
Yes.
Living dangerously, I see.
Soon as somebody says, hey, I got a baby kangaroo for sale, bam, go and pick it up.
You're ready to play mama to a baby?
Oh, yeah. Going to work with, oh man, my boss is going to hate that shit. I'll get my own ride to work.
I could just see you wearing a pouch thingy with the,
yeah,
a box.
Straight in a pulling closer with a kangaroo hanging from my chest. Hell yeah.
That's crazy, buddy.
Yeah, I have to teach them how to drink beer at a barn. Get them an ID, some clothes.
You would dress it up, Stephen. Are you kidding?
you gotta act casual. You gotta blend in.
Hey, Kathleen.
Yeah.
We Candy fell asleep. Her picture's still up. Did she just fell asleep on? You mean on the stream right now?
Yeah. So what happens is they're out, and when they go to sleep, we turn their camera off.
Take over.
And we continue. And you know, if people don't hop on like you just did, I have the option of shutting it down.
Oh, otherwise it would stay on. That's right.
Yeah. So I'm glad you came back.
Well, I'm glad to be here. I'm gonna have to stop here in a minute, get me some caffeine and something to eat here. So I'll just kind of be jumping in now.
Okay. Well, let us know if you find a baby kangaroo.
Okay.
Not even playing.
Very likely, I would think.
Probably not here in northern Utah, but I'll keep an eye out. Okay.
Northern Utah. Huh. I got a story to tell you when you get back.
Okay. I'll check in when I get back.
All right.
Stand by.
Can you imagine how much you would spend to keep a kangaroo healthy?
Oh yeah, I just take them to the cow patch with me. Just run around eating carrots all day long.
Carrots. They're not rabbits.
Yeah, they eat vegetables, don't they?
My guess is you haven't done enough research if you're asking that question.
Oh man, I'll figure that out later.
What if they were to only eat tarantulas, and tarantulas are expensive to buy? Huh? Then what?
I'd have to figure out the return policy.
Yeah. Well, you're in luck. They don't eat tarantulas that I know of.
Yeah, I don't think they do. Yeah, I have seriously been thinking about getting a kangaroo.
Steven.
From like a little baby, I'm not even playing with you. Just have that bitch walk around with me all over the place. No leash, no nothing.
Where do you get these ideas?
I've been wanting a kangaroo for like 2. You can't get them. One guy told me there was a farm over in like the middle of Florida. I'm all driving around there and it didn't exist. Yeah, they're like $1,500. Starting. And the only way I can do that is if I drive all the way over to Arizona to pick one up. Somewhere over there where you're at, they sell kangaroos.
I bet they're not legal.
Yeah, you gotta get a. Yeah, you just gotta get a.
Wild animal permit thing.
Yeah, you can get them legal, but I don't know about walk. See, I'll just be walking them around town. I mean, see what they do. But. I'll be able to bond the animal out, but the animal won't be able to bond me out. But yes, I am getting a kangaroo. Surely they won't put me in prison. You know, for all I know, that might just be an ordinance violation. I'm going to look it up right now. Pet kangaroo. recording.
Still haven't had mushrooms in a while?
No, not since last year. All right. 68A. Possession of wildlife in captivity permit requirements. Well, I don't want them in captivity.
Well, it would be in captivity. It wouldn't be out in the wilderness. What would you name the kangaroo?
Oh, I'll figure that one out later.
Yeah. And what room would the kangaroo stay in your trailer?
Wherever he wants.
Audio check.
Yes.
Echo, right? Is there an echo?
The audio is not as good as it was.
Okay. Better now?
Yes.
Well, I
Helio,
thought I'd try it.
Helio, did you come to talk about the name of the kangaroo?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to ask about the name as well, but I also found a website that told the laws of each state on exotic pets. Now, I can read that off, but I do want to answer to the first question, which is, Stephen, what would you name your kangaroo, male or female, both? What would you name your kangaroo that's going to follow you around without a leash?
Yeah, I have no clue yet.
Oh, come on, man.
That wasn't your answer. We'll figure it out later.
You said you were thinking about having this kangaroo for a long time, so surely you thought of a name for
it. No.
Depends on what it looks like, right?
Yeah, I would have to actually have the kangaroo.
Man, the only time I ever had contact with a kangaroo, they had in Little Rock in Arkansas. And Little Rock Zoo, by the way, is shoddy at best, okay? And I don't have any shame in saying that because it's been like this since I was a little kid, and I'm over 40 now. So, Little Rock Zoo sucks. But they do have animals there. But there was a part where they had like this petting zoo, and they had these like this kangaroo. I swear it was probably blind. But I had my little boy when he was little, and I'd go home there. I was like, "Oh, it's petting zoo," and oh man, there's a kangaroo. And this kangaroo came up, and my son reached over the fence and he touched him, and you could pet him. And he looked like he was blind; he couldn't hardly get around. And he stuck his hand up, and he had shit on his hand, and rubbed it all over my son. But anyway, so that's just a story about kangaroos that I have.
And then there's that.
And then there's that. Kangaroos rub shit. Blind kangaroos rub shit all over your kids.
What are you gonna do with that in your house?
I don't see anything about kangaroos on the list here.
Yeah, litter box is not part of the deal with kangaroos.
No, that's true as well. I don't know what their feces looks like, but I think just like any other animal, it can probably be trained, to I think Steven could probably train it to use the toilet.
Come on.
And he could probably train him to shoot some pool as well.
Oh, that would be a good idea.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, Mr. Anderson comes back.
Oh,
Yay,
that would be
good.
fucked up, man. If I could get a kangaroo to shoot pool. Oh, dude.
Dude, you can get 2-3 million hits on your channel, man.
Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Did you get your coffee? I heard a rooster crow. Was that Steven?
Yeah, let me go ahead and move. I wonder if he heard us. I heard him. Did y'all hear him?
Mr. Anderson. Well,
I'm going to the store to get cigarettes.
I'll have to step outside and smoke a cigarette. But I'm taking my laptop with me, so I'll be here for a minute. But just for a minute, because I might have to start getting dressed, get ready for work. I'm not going to sleep tonight.
Mr. Anderson, Sharon says good morning to you.
I don't know
what I said, Mr. Anderson?
I don't know.
Yeah, a little glitchy this morning.
Okay. 1 second.
You heard your good morning from Sharon?
Did I what now?
Sharon says good morning to you.
Oh, well, good morning back. Is she in the chat?
I don't know. I think she might just be listening.
That was really strange.
She sent me a message.
What did she say?
She said, tell him I said good morning.
Oh, okay. It's a good morning, I think. We haven't blown ourselves up yet, have we?
Oh.
I don't have anything to blow myself up with.
Over here, but maybe over there we did.
Mother of all bombs in the morning. Good heavens. I think the whole world's gone nuts. Whether it's flat or round.
Yeah.
We got issues either way, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so you ready to hear my story about Utah?
Oh, yeah, send it.
All right. Okay, so at this point, it's probably 6 months ago. I took a flight from San Francisco to Salt Lake City. I mapped everything out on Google Maps and took screenshots and knew exactly the lay of the land that I'd be flying over. I got my compass, my level. I was ready for that flight. Camera, everything.
Okay.
The sun was exactly where I expected it to be the entire trip. It behaved exactly the direction that it should be, and the compass lined up with that.
Are you driving or flying?
Flying.
Oh, okay.
The lay of the land, however, was not what was on Google Maps.
And by that I mean, if you zoom out over Nevada, you'll see what looks like rows of green and brown. It's like mountain tops that are all green, or maybe it's the valley that's all green and the mountain top is all brown.
Okay.
The angle that those rows are would have been expected to have looked out the passenger side window looking back to the back of the plane the entire time crossing those. That's not the direction they were. And given that the plane paying attention to where the sun was the entire time, and the sun being correctly oriented, it was a straight shot from here to there. The sun maintained its position the whole time. It wasn't like we went one direction for a long time and then we turned another. No, it was a straight shot. Looking out the passenger side window, I was looking up to the front of the plane, down those furrows, not to the back of the plane. And the two men that I was sitting next to, I explained the whole thing to them, and they were tripping out. No explanation for why, how. It made no sense at all. There.
How long? Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my story. I have no explanation for why the sun.
So, a moment in time that you can't account for.
Yeah. Why would the lay of the land be so different? Like a completely wrong angle for an entire mountain range.
Well, I would imagine that you could apply that to all of Utah. Sorry. There is a mountain range in Utah that goes east-west, and it's the only one. All the rest of the Rockies are north to south mostly. But that doesn't explain the sun staying in one spot. How long was your flight?
Like 2.5 hours, I think. Maybe less. I don't remember that part.
And where did you land? Salt Lake City?
Yes.
And where are you from, if you don't mind me asking? State, if you don't.
Where what?
Where are you from? Are you from San Francisco?
Oh, well, I live in Oakland.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if you were like from back east, you know, that people come out here and they look at the mountains and it's like, oh, mountains.
But Utah's beautiful.
It is something else out here.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been down to the south, you know, like Zion's Arches, any of the canyon lands, Grand Canyon, Lake Powell?
Well, it seems like I've been to Lake Powell.
Well, you would remember red rocks and water, I guess. It's like you're on a whole different planet. Okay, I'm going to mute out. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm going to mute out here. Well, now I've gone into another place here and get something to eat, okay?
Okay. Oh, I hear some birds.
Oh, that's probably me.
Mm-hmm.
The moon has traversed past where I can see it. It was brilliant in the sky again, but it's not anymore. I'm probably gonna jump out here shortly and I guess put my clothes on and wake up, even though I didn't fall asleep because I have to go to work.
No.
Go make cabinets, but it's payday, so nice little. I know. It's like I should learn my lesson a long time ago.
Sleep is overrated.
Well, at times I don't think so, because while I'm at work, if I'm doing something real mundane, I tend to get really kind of tired. But I'm listening to you guys all day long and all that stuff, so kind of keeps me interested, you know. And there's always new information and new people, so that's very interesting. But sometimes not enough to keep me all the way awake. So I don't know.
Have you had Irish breakfast tea?
Have I had what?
Irish breakfast tea.
Irish breakfast tea. No, I drink a lot of McDonald's coffee.
Irish breakfast tea with brown sugar. Man, that is a kick in the pants. I don't care how many hours it is. It works. Way better than coffee.
Irish breakfast tea with brown sugar.
And brown sugar has all kinds of nutrition because all the minerals are still in it. The molasses, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because that McDonald's coffee, it's pretty strong sometimes, and it actually gives me anxiety if I drink too much of it, because it's just a straight shot of caffeine, but it doesn't last very long. When you come down, it's like,
yeah, the Irish breakfast keeps going.
I have to try that. Is there a brand that you recommend?
Every brand I've had of it.
Okay.
And they
What about one? What about one from Ireland? Maybe I should ask Pete Shea.
That's probably the best one from Ireland. Yeah.
Sound check.
Sound check.
Mic check.
Yeah, it's very. Your mic is coming through fine.
Okay. All right. Not too much.
A little bit too much, actually.
Oh, well, but it was not as good as that. So I would say,
Or for me, it's a little too much. I'm not that I don't want to hear what he's saying. I'm just saying it's a lot louder than the rest of us. Or I don't know what mine sounds like, but
yeah, I think yours is maybe a little louder than his is.
I'm not really
really?
sure what. Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, goodness. Heliocentric? Skeptic? I'm sorry. I can't remember your name.
yeah, it's either Dennis or Helio, whatever.
Helio. Okay. And Kathleen, you've got like a hollow sound on my end.
Well, I'm on mobile, and that's just one of the things.
And I am too.
Yeah.
Now keep talking, please.
Okay. Have you had Irish breakfast tea?
Irish breakfast tea. Wow. No, I guess not.
It is a different flavor from English breakfast tea. Irish breakfast tea with brown sugar is so awesome. Hi, Flip.
Hi, I'm back. That's what you get for doing your job well. I get to stay here for 45 minutes and go down to Ryder and get the truck worked on.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it is what it is. So I heard y'all talking about a kangaroo.
Well, that was with Steven, and he's gone to get some cigarettes or something. Now we're talking about Irish breakfast tea.
Irish breakfast tea.
And brown sugar. Organic brown sugar. Yeah. It's way better than coffee. Gives you a kick. Keeps going.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. I ain't never tried it.
I do circles around the youngins I work with.
Work with youngins. What do you do?
Oh, I don't talk about what I do.
Oh, okay. I don't either. Not what I really do. This truck driving thing's a facade.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. It's my cover story. I'm really a reptilian spying in on flat earthers.
Reptilian, shape-shifting flat earthers. Does this mic sound any better now? Different mic. Is it too loud? Hello, hello.
It sounds much better.
And better, man. This is like $130 mic.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, I hear a blinker. It must be Flip.
No, it's me. I'm on my way to work.
Oh, okay.
And so you might have, me cutting out too here when I go through the canyon.
It's all good.
Oh wait, they flipped from last night. Truck driver.
Holy crap. That was
Hey,
my
God, I'm awake now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's me, Mr. A.
All right.
You guys seen the movie The Island?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an amazing movie.
Which is surprising. A lot of people haven't seen it.
I know, that's why I'm just like a lot of people I would think in the truth seeker movement would be like, oh yeah, that's a great movie. But when I first saw it, I didn't know what it was about. I never heard about it, never saw a preview or anything. It was a friend of mine who said, hey man, I'm about to watch a movie, you want to watch it? And I was like, yeah. Man, it blew my mind. And
Refresh me a little bit if you don't mind. Is this the one at the very end? They have that really nice boat they're cruising, but it's like a.
well, that's not the point of the movie, though.
Oh no! I'm just trying to make sure I'm associating it with the right movie.
Well, it has something to do with cloning.
Yes. They're harvesting people for cloning their body parts for the rich, and then they tell them that they're going to an island, but they're really going to get harvested.
To get harvested, yes.
Yes.
I feel like that sometimes.
Every day, going to work. Go work for the man or the woman or the machine.
Yeah, it's an excellent movie.
Yeah, thought-provoking movies like that are very entertaining and thought-provoking. What's the one I'm thinking of? Well, The Matrix is my all-time.
Yeah, of course.
I'll think of it in a minute.
I mean, there's so many that are pictures of our reality that are supposed, and in reality they are, we'll say pre-programming, but they're really out. It's like for people like us, we're supposed to see it, I think, and it kind of pisses me off. You know what I mean? It's like,
help me out here. See, it was a movie. They go and it's all about dreaming, and then group of them. Gosh, I hate it when this happens. Say that again.
no. Say, can you picture an actor in the movie? Maybe that you know who starred in it.
Ellen Page.
Doesn't ring a bell.
So it was a lot like The Matrix. They would form a different reality in their dreams. Introspection, inversion. See, and I'm going to remember it later.
12 Monkeys, maybe. I don't remember.
Dinner too.
Have you seen Fringe television series?
The whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great. I love it. I love Fringe.
All right, I'm going to get you on.
Cool. Kind of broke up there.
Yeah, I do that on a mobile.
No, that was Mr. Anderson broke up. I didn't hear what he said. But I figured he was about to get something to eat because that's what he said he was going to do. So. Anyway, I'm sticking around so I can stay awake because if I go to sleep, I ain't getting up. So.
Yeah, you got to go to work shortly.
Yeah, I got to be there in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, that's what Candy did. What was it, Tuesday night? She
Yeah,
pretty much was up the whole night.
I was in there with you guys, man, and I felt like shit the next day. But I got some sleep last night, so I think I can do it again. Whatever. I bet I've had a lot of fun tonight. I mean, it was really had a good conversation. People jumping in. It was just fun.
Only 3 times a week, though.
Well, yeah. I tend to marathon and then zombify.
Yeah.
Actually, I haven't hit the zombify state for a couple months. So, and even though I don't come on here and talk a lot, I still hit the zombify state. I'll be listening or in chat and all that shit. Man, damn. So fun. I mean, you know how many years that I spent trying to talk to people about, and ever since I found, I guess Flat Earth kind of brought it all together, but there was, I've been a truther for a long freaking time, and I don't like to sit and chat and type and stuff like that, if you notice me in chat, I don't sit there and type all freaking night long. I'll type something if I want to, but I'm not going to sit and write paragraphs or debate with anybody in chat. Or, I'll say hi, and I just don't do that. So, but for shit, it's been over a decade, man, that I've needed people to talk to about this stuff, and you can't talk to people around you, for the most part. They're not interested at all.
Yeah.
So that's why we stay up all night, because we finally found each other. I was like, I'm not alone. I'm not the crazy freaking psycho conspiracy theorist guy. Whatever you want to call this. There's other really more there's really other names that are
I agree.
a lot worse than conspiracy theorist.
No.
Hey, Candy.
Is that Candy waking up?
Can't guarantee that she's actually waking up.
Yeah, there she is.
Oh.
We can't hear you. You say something?
I think she's probably still trying to figure out if it's still going.
No, my headphones were plugged in. I just unplugged my headphones. No, they don't have school today.
It's Good Friday, correct?
Good Friday.
Good Friday. You want to talk about that? That could be controversial. Religious circles, there's different opinions.
Andy, I think we're getting an echo through.
Yeah, we're getting an echo from you. But anyway, Good Friday is in Catholic tradition when Jesus was crucified, because the third day he rose again. But then there was another part in the New Testament where it said, he said himself that after, just like Jonah in the whale after 3 days and 3 nights. Then he would rise again. But you can't fit 3 days and 3 nights between Friday and Sunday, right?
No, not at all.
So it was really Wednesday, which was another. Now I'm a little. I wouldn't say Passover, but Passover is the celebration of, that's what he was, the Passover lamb. Okay, but there was another Sabbath. That's what it was. There was another Sabbath on Wednesday. That's the day he was actually crucified. If you go by true Christian tradition, which no true Christian church in America practices that. And when I was going to church and all that stuff, I tried to tell people that. But and then some of them preached it, but they just really weren't interested, and that was really it just really flabbergasted me. That wait, we're Protestant, but we're following the Catholic. I was raised Catholic. We're following the Catholic tradition, saying that Jesus died on Friday, but he really died on Wednesday on another Sabbath that came right before the Passover. Anyway, does that make any sense to anybody else?
Technically, it's like we're all just branches of Catholicism.
I know. Oh yeah, I know that. But I mean, I don't know how deep some people want to get. I try to be sensitive to, that kind of thing. Because I've been researching these. Yeah, go ahead, Flip. Sorry.
Yeah, I had a guy in church. He was telling me, he was like, because I was telling him this. I was like, look, dude. I was like, everything that we know. I said that. I mean, not so much as we know, like as our doctrine compared to the Catholics and their doctrine, but like our order of service and how we do things. You stand up, you sing, you sit down, you listen to just all this is just turns into another ritual. It's just same thing. I mean, it's just the model all comes from the Catholic Church. I mean, you trace it all back to it.
And the evidence of that is the steeple on top of the church, which is an obelisk.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so and when I was hardcore in the church, and stuff, I tell people, hey man, found out that we have a phallus to Baal on top of the church. They don't listen. They don't listen. There's a monument to Baal, but that they're. It's like, where do you go from here? I mean, it's like, how can you get through to people that you? Well, this is the way, actually. Because they won't listen to you if they know you personally. It seems like, even though they know you're an intelligent, genuine person, they really can't hear that information. I mean, I found it out from someone else, not directly connected to me. But actually, I'm a type of person that actually, if I really, knew somebody that was interested in this type of information, would at least take a look at it, and then look at the alternate view and say, you know what, this makes more sense. I'm going to do some research in this area. But that's not most people, so whatever. That wasn't my experience in the church when I started finding this stuff out, which was a long time ago.
Mine hasn't been so long ago. It's been fairly recent. I mean, within the last 4 or 5 years. And,
well, it seems like a long time. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bill.
Oh, it's just something. I mean, I started learning a lot of different things and following different people. And so then I started having questions, started reading the Bible for myself and like trying to understand it for myself. And so, I went to pastor of our church and I said, hey man, I said, what's up with this deal with prayer? And I said, we teach prayers. It's this great and powerful thing, but we don't use it. He's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, I mean, the truth is the Bible tells us if a person gets sick in the church, then you call the elders of the church, they anoint them with oil, pray for their healing, and they're healed. I said, I've never seen that, and you have never seen that, because nobody's ever practiced that in front of us. So,
yeah, it's like,
are we going to
believers? We don't ever do it.
Yeah. Yeah, we're Bible believers, but and there's power in prayer, but we can never show it. And to me, that's what's killing the church. And if the church was healing people, if the church was casting out demons and doing all these works that the Bible says you're supposed to be able to do, then people would be flocking to the church.
Hey, I'll tell you something, man. I was in a Pentecostal church, and are you? I mean, I guess. Are you from what background as far as denomination?
Oh, Baptist.
Baptist, okay. And I mean, there's a lot of Baptist churches that will do that, and I've met a lot of. I'm from Arkansas, man. I mean, it's like kind of a mixture here. I mean, some of the Baptist churches are Baptist-costal, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so there is a lot of praying, a lot of anointing with oil and stuff, and they do practice. I mean, they did practice it, but there was a certain point. I mean, I met so many really good, gentle people in there that actually they did practice that, but it was like I was in a pretty big church, and so there were people that got left out,
Yeah.
Like if you were in a hospital, if you were prominent and known in the church, then you get visits. But if you weren't, but you were still, coming there every week and, stuff like that. I mean, and that's just that kind of, I attribute that to just human beings, being the way they are. Sorry, it's my alarm. But being the way they are, kind of, we get kind of in cliques, especially in large groups, especially, I mean, it was a pretty large church, like 1,200 members and stuff. So there was a lot of cliques in that church, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of people that were just kind of left out, and I was left out when it came to talking about this kind of stuff. I mean, there was very few people I could talk about real deep, conversations and this kind of things, and it's like, and especially, I mean, even going to my pastor, it's like, man, why are we, I mean, we'd have the, like, Easter weekend, they're probably still doing it now. They'd have a freaking helicopter fly over and drop Easter eggs. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So come on, man. And have a freaking Easter bunny riding on a Harley.
Yeah. It's like,
Yeah. So, I mean, is
wow.
that church or, I mean, come on, man. That's just freaking celebrating the pagan ritual even freaking further, man. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even bother with it anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. But yeah, you see it. You see it all the time. You see Easter being celebrated. You see Christmas being celebrated, and it's like, really? And then you say something about it, and you're the outcast. It's like, whoa, like, hey, I still want to be friends with you guys. I mean,
Well, what if you're married? What if you're married and your wife wants to do it and wants the kids to go participate? And you're like, this is bullshit. And then you have to fight with your wife.
I know that firsthand.
Fuck that shit. So
Yeah,
anyway,
I know that firsthand.
I'm divorced right now.
I'm wondering if that's the road I'm headed to, because it's the same thing. It's like I tell my wife, like, hey, look, I don't want to do this, I don't want to do that, I want to do this, and she's like, screw you. we're gonna do it. I don't see the big deal in it. And I'm like, I do, and well,
It's going against the grain, man. I mean, and it's really hard, And it's not really hard. I mean, it's just, I mean, I would have to fake my way through the whole thing, after having a fight with her, which I did, have a fight about him or whatever. Just be like, I just have to fake it way through. Hope, as soon as it's over, then I'll get back to my regular life and all these holy days and all the freaking pagan rituals that go through. You gotta go have fun. It's not fun for me because I know what it means.
yeah. What it's like. I told Candy, we were talking personally one day. I said, it's like, okay, so we always reference the Matrix and taking the red pill or the blue pill. I said, you take this red pill, and then you realize everybody around you hasn't taken the red pill. And so you want to go back and take the blue pill, but there is no blue pill. You're just stuck.
Where's the purple pill, man? Where you can do both?
Yeah. If I could, I wish it was like a light switch. I could turn it off and turn it on, but I can't. Oh man.
That's like, I mean, I don't know. My family now is not. I mean, I'm up here. I'm with my my mom, my brother, and stuff in Fayetteville and stuff in Arkansas, and they're Catholic, but they don't necessarily practice, you know that. But I mean, they still do the holiday, like Easter's coming up, but it's cool that way because I'm not in a, like when I was going to the Pentecostal church, it was like I was like they like make this big. Freaking, we had the Easter presentation, of the reenactment of the crucifixion and stuff, and I'm like, we're doing it on the wrong day. You're lying about that, and this isn't what happened. I'm like, all cynical, and then we got to participate in all the Easter egg, pagan bunny stuff and all that shit, and I was like, man, come on. And I just prefer to not even recognize that. I mean, and you know what's funny? It would always once I figured it out, it was funny to me. Now, Christmas, there's a debate on when Jesus was born, right?
Yeah.
We don't know the day. They celebrate on December 25th, which is not even close to the day that, if you really looked into it, where the date that he was born. Which, I mean, Christmas is is the winter solstice, and that's a festival for that. Now, Easter is a ritual to the goddess Ishtar, where she's a fertility god. That's thus the bunnies and the eggs. And but every year, even though the Jewish calendar is based on the moon, so it's 30 days. Every 7 years they have an extra month or whatever. But they know every year when the day of Passover is. Now that's the day. Why don't we celebrate? Why, as Christians, why wouldn't they celebrate that day instead of Easter, the pagan holiday? When I mean, the Jewish calendar tells you here's Passover. This is the day that Jesus died, and then this many days after, this is when he rose from the dead. Let's celebrate that and throw this other crap out the window, man, because that's all Roman pagan shit. That's the way I was thinking. Pardon my French. I only speak French when I'm really tired. No, I'm just playing. No, but seriously, that never made sense to me. It makes sense because of the indoctrination and the programming and the pageantry, but in the sense of being realistic about it, nobody wants to be, because it's tradition. You know what I mean? They don't want to upset their families because then they would, because of the tradition. I understand that, but at the same time, where's the breaking point? When is the real truth about this shit going to come out?
Yeah, I mean, it's just those things. Mr. Anderson, you driving?
Yes, sir. Radio check. Can you hear me? Audio?
Loud and clear.
Echo?
No, sir.
Very well.
Now, you drive a concrete truck?
Yes, sir.
Good deal.
Living the dream.
Living the dream.
Ever since I was a little kid, I just thought, oh, I'm going to grow up to be a concrete driver. Sorry. Caffeine just hit.
Hey, I was going to be a rock star. And you are a rock star, man, driving pulverized rocks around. Shit, you got me beat.
It's a good job for me at my age and at where I'm at in life and everything. It's simple. It's kind of stressful at times because you've got some really crazy drivers out there.
Yeah.
And they'll just pull right out in front of you and not even realize, hey, this is 80,000 pounds. And it's like a top-heavy elephant. And now I got to try and swerve around them without spilling my load and rolling.
Hey guys, I have to get ready for work. Then Felix, I'm not jumping off because you jumped in. I promise. I really have to get ready for work.
I hear you. That's funny. Welcome back, Miss Felix.
Where's Felix?
I just saw her jump in. Her mic's muted though.
Okay, I don't see Felix in here at all.
Really?
I got her on my screen.
Okay, that's just weird. Refresh.
Yeah, I gotta get ready. It's good talking to you guys.
Yeah, talk to you later.
Later.
Hey, Felix. Hi, Helio. All right, so we have 2 truck drivers, a sleepy girl.
Oh, Candy's up. She's trying to get ready for work.
She's sleepy, and 2 other girls.
Do what? I can barely hear you.
Oh. We have two truck drivers and 2 people on the panel that can talk. 2 girls. 2 girls. 2
I can
guys.
talk.
Okay.
Go for it.
We were just wanting to hear what you had to say. You never say anything.
I do talk though.
So, Mr. Anderson,
Yeah?
are you still in the military?
No. I
Okay,
got
your
out.
service is up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I got lost in the maze of tabs.
Yeah. I'm sorry, that was just funny.
What?
I didn't even know you were on here because I'm driving. I'm not looking at my screen, and just all of a sudden, I'm sorry.
Who's delivering concrete?
Me.
You know what?
No.
Concrete seeks its level. I heard you in Hillbilly's channel, and I was like, it's in the chat. Concrete seeks its level. Concrete seeks its level. Slump test proves concrete seeks its level.
Hillbilly's an interesting character.
Yeah, but you know that's something that I had to do for a class project. Was slump test.
Really?
Yeah. And then I got so good at it that it actually became part of my vocation. Now, there's all kinds of different grades, you know? We can get into that. All right, so from the hoppers and the water and the pouring units and the trucks to delivery site, wow, it's pretty stressful when there's assholes on the road. You not agree?
Oh, yeah. You got that.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Mr. A, don't you love it when somebody is sitting on the shoulder and you're coming down the road at 60 mile an hour, then they just turn 90 degrees?
Right in front of you.
Yeah, that's always fun. You're locking it up on the horn, man.
It's usually some stupid little freaking, new dart car or something.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many truck drivers do it. They'll pull over on it's considered the emergency shoulder. They'll pull over just to make a phone call. And then they'll just pull right back out in front of you. It's like, holy crap.
The most weirdest thing I've ever experienced that is actually I don't know. I saw a triangle flare. All of a sudden, poof! Hit something. And I passed this truck. And there were all these boxes. Hey guys. Aluminum boxes.
I'm about to go to work. I just want to say bye. I'm gonna leave this running, so y'all could just shut it down when you're done.
Whatever you want to do, Candy. You're
Good
sweet.
morning, Candy.
Gonna be another hell of a day today.
No doubt about that.
Bye, y'all. Y'all have a good day.
Bye, Candy. We'll talk to you.
Love you, Candy. Have a good day and everything.
Oh, hey, come on, people, go.
Flip.
Yep.
I know you can relate to this, but it's much more difficult. I'm not downplaying the difficulty of being an 18-wheeler, but with a concrete truck, you're extremely topical. Well, it's almost like a tanker load.
Yes, sir.
With a very thick slump, really thick mud, it really limits your ability to be evasive if somebody pulls up in front of you, because you're either going to spill your load, roll, or hit them.
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Go ahead. Oh, you're listening. Yeah.
I'm listening.
It's just difficult. It's stressful sometimes.
Because you only have a certain amount of time until that stuff starts hardening up in there and curing.
Yeah.
I tell you, I think the best thing I drive, I pull doubles down the road, but I think the best thing I ever drove that I enjoyed driving the most was a tanker. I really enjoyed it while I did that.
I have a really funny story. My ex-husband and I, we were going across, we're from Michigan, so we crossed the bridge, the Blue Water Bridge, Sarnia. We're here on Sarnia. Went across, got to Buffalo, crossed again. He was hauling some foodstuffs, stuff that need to go to like upstate New York, and I don't know, there's some road construction going on, and it was insane. And he pulled up into this parking lot where there was these big orange signs saying where to go or whatnot. And he got out of the truck, climbed down, picked up the sign, and moved it, and drove around the side. It was the funniest thing. He gets back in the truck, he's like, fuck them. Those were the days. Yeah, it's kind of like you could only turn left or turn right. I mean, they had like all these weird detours and everything that an 18-wheeler couldn't handle. But that was the route that was established. So, pranksters will be pranksters.
I tell you, one thing, you live up in Michigan, y'all get all those trucks, they can haul up to 164,000 pounds. They tear those roads up.
Oh, we got the shittiest roads in the country. I will guarantee you that.
Yeah, and they've got what, Interstate 75 there? What, a few miles shut down for the next 2 years?
Yeah, I think they're supposedly widening it out. The worst part is between I-75 in Detroit, the border of Detroit to Oakland County or Oakland County to Detroit, which a truck exploded there a few years ago and like totally blew out the bridge, and oh my goodness, it was terrible. But that's the worst spot because there's a real sharp curve there. And then not even, a mile away is an interstate change of I-696 and I-75, which can be very, very dangerous if you're in an 18-wheeler and you're not geared down and doing 20, 30 miles an hour. Yeah, those are really old roads. So in order to widen out any of that, either I-75 that's north of Detroit has to be widened. So in order to widen it, it has to be filled to make it wider. Okay? Because, it's already above ground level. So they're going to have to take a bunch of land and fill it in and add another lane. To me, I really don't know because I'm retired right now and I am not going to get into the politics and the bullshit involved, but screw NASA. The money should be going into our infrastructure, and that's all I've got to say about that. But it's a real screwed up thing around there, and yeah, it is going to be shut down or detoured or moved. They did downtown Detroit, and if you have gone on north of the Ambassador Bridge, which connects Windsor to Detroit, that was shut down for a while and gone up from the low interstate. You'd have to take an exit and go up on the main road, which was never designed to take such heavy traffic. No, pothole city. It's all fixed now, but now they're going to the north. I'm not sure about the widening, how they're going to widen it, because all the backfill eventually is just gonna shift. Whew.
Yeah, I was up there in Dearborn 2 weeks ago. We got a terminal there. They sent me up there. So it's yeah, that's the reason why I mentioned the roads, because I've been on them quite a few times, and man, they're rough.
Yeah, one of the videos I have on my YouTube is called Odie Flip, and I am going from 14 to 275, and it's a real sharp curve between the two roads there. So you really can't surpass more than maybe 35 or 40. I could probably take it at 50, but there's people in front of me. So my camera on my odometer was flipping 195,000 miles on my car. And then I got on that I-275 and I hit 93 miles an hour. When my camera turned off, I probably surpassed that a little bit, but I am very aware of trucks. If anybody needs a lane transfer, whatever, if it's darker, I don't care if it's light, I'll flash my lights. I'll put on my brakes. I'll let a truck in front of me when he needs to go. There are just too many people whizzing around on the roads like total freaking maniacs. If they're too close, if you can't see them in the mirror, they can't see you. And it's totally amazing to me. I could see a mirror, or and then somebody cuts in front of me and starts tailgating a truck, and they need to change lanes, or they need, to break or do something. And these idiots, they start pulling these tricks, and it just shows you how stupid people are.
Oh yeah. Yep, we see it out here all the time, and what amazes me nowadays is how many people ride around with their bright lights on all night long.
Some people don't.
Blinding the crap out of everybody.
The damn cars are made that way with the effing LED headlights, and they're made that way. And people don't bother to check their owner manual to check to see if they can turn these damn things off. And I live in a rural area. And, I got brights. I have halogens. So, I know, I can see somebody coming up over the hill or coming towards me. I click my brights off. You know what I'm saying? Or I click them on or whatnot. I don't want to hit a deer. I need to see what's in front of me. But I have the, common sense to, dim my lights. There are cars that are coming off the lines right now that have LED, those bright blue LED lights, and they can't dim them. And they come up on you. I tell you what, man, I take a trip from Detroit and I come back here to home, which I call home now, for like almost 4 years. I'm a refugee. I moved to the country. And, you get on these 2-lane roads at night, and these bastards, man, they I don't know, they're in like either SUVs or trucks. I mean, I've seen Chrysler and Dodge, they're rolling these LEDs off the lines. By the time I get home, I have a blasting headache from my pupils dilating and contracting and dilating and contracting from these idiots. I don't understand the mindset behind these bright blue LEDs. I'm glad truck drivers don't use them.
Well, they're becoming more common, even in trucks. I'm seeing them a lot now. And the bad part is, like, you go around a truck and you get just ahead of them, and you go to get over in the right lane. Well, the courtesy thing as a truck driver to let the other guy that's passing you, or if you're passing them, is to switch your lights off. And that way they can see, okay, I'm clear to move over, merge back into the right lane.
Right.
Well, for some reason, it seems like every time, I don't know if it's something with the LED lights or what, but I'll look over in my mirror, turn my blinker on, and all of a sudden they'll flash me instead of turning their lights off. And then you're just blinded for the next 15 miles.
It hits your mirrors, and then it hits your eyes, and then, so fast that you're looking out into the dark or whatnot, I mean, your pupils have to like contract into these little tiny little itty bitty. Oh my God, it's like you're staring straight at the sun.
Yeah, they're very bright.
I mean, that really should not be legal. I mean, as far as, I don't know, it just blows my mind. In the last maybe 3 or 4 years, I've noticed more and more of them. Now, if you're in the city and there's like a lot of, lights, like spaced out ever so much high, you know what I'm saying? They don't tend to bother you so much. But I mean, if it's foggy or rainy or, any inclement weather whatsoever, they're the most annoying things. Why are they coming off the assembly lines? I mean, I left the assembly lines before these things were coming out, so I wish I could have done something more about that instead of worrying about drainage.
Oh, me.
Another thing I noticed is that the LEDs are being installed in taillights. So the weirdest thing I ever saw is I think I was on I was outside of Detroit. I was in the Plymouth area on I-275, and there was a warning flashing sign that said bright lights ahead. It's a bright lights ahead. It's something about like your review may be compromised or something like that. I'm like, so why do they have these big giant lights on the freeway that are messing with people's eyes or compromising your view? Why are they wasting all this energy for these fucking lights? And then the signs to warn you that the bright lights are coming up.
Oh, me. So, Felix, you have been a flat earther way before all this resurgence happened.
Oh yeah, I can't see myself. I'm like, oh, I'm branding myself a flat earther, but I realized we're on a plane. You know, when I was really, really young, and then, everything came from there. You know, I mean, my parents knew my point of view, and they just clapped me. Just okay, good girl. It's just it's how I grew up.
Gotcha.
It took like sitting on the lake, and there I am in the boat, and I got my orange life jacket on, and I push it up over my ears, and I start like looking through the sun jacket and seeing the angle of the sun. And we're out there, my dad and my stepmom were fishing, and I'm just in my own little world checking out angles of the sun through like little holes in my life jacket that I got pushed up over the top of my ears. I mean, I could put it down. They probably thought I was a dork, but that's it. And then like I got a telescope from my uncle for my birthday, and then like I started looking at the sun and the moon, like because I had filters and things like that. And my dad was really fond of like going to auctions and stuff, and he'd pick me up like star charts and stereoptic viewing cards and all kinds of stuff from like the late 1800s, before globalism. Global was Madison Avenue kind of let loose, by the Rockefellers and their ilk,
Yeah. All right.
They stand guilty.
I don't know what it is. I guess when I was young and in school, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, and they would talk about the earth, I was always not, I mean, I was fully indoctrinated like everybody else, but I always had that in the back of my mind. Well, what if they're wrong? And of course, they had the picture from NASA and the globe, and that probably all sealed the deal for me. But
Can I ask
there
you
was a questioning to it.
question, Flip?
Yeah. Yeah.
How old are you?
32.
Okay. So that's kind of like I think somewhere in the mid-late 80s there was a change to the education system brought in by the Bush administration.
Hey guys.
Hi, Candy.
Better hurry, Candy. You got.
I know. These people need to move out of my way. I'm running late.
You got. Wait, you got to start at 8:30, right?
Hey, we're all girls except for Flip. Look at this.
What?
3 girls with Flip.
There's 2 Candies, a Kathleen, and a Felix, and 1 Flip.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Oh my God! Thank God.
Hey,
I'm not.
hey, Candy, you let a few people watch my video, and then you're gonna have a whole bunch of girls trying to get on here.
Well, Flip, you know, you turned
this video.
Kathleen, did you say something?
No, that was Felix.
Yeah, Felix was saying something.
I said, Flip, you turned your camera on, so you're gonna end up, you know, having a local driving job sooner or later.
I'm assuming from your disposition that you're a settled down kind of guy. Yeah?
We can't hear you.
Oh, really?
She said you're married.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
Couldn't
I
be.
am.
You put out a video that's going to make women come out of the woodwork for you? What?
Oh, Mr. Anderson.
Hey, I'm still a guy with a job.
Oh God.
Hey, baby, hop into my sleeper.
Shame on you.
What is it they say? Women love a man in uniform, but it's not because of the uniform; it's because they have a job.
You ain't lying. That's not true though. Holly, I'm getting my headphones on. How long has this call been going? It's got to be close to 8 hours.
It's getting close.
I couldn't tell you because what I see is 5 hours.
I think it's fucking awesome, like how long our conversations can carry. Like I go to sleep and I wake up and y'all are still talking.
But we respect you, Candy.
I think it's awesome. Uh-oh. Oh. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, from my perspective, I drive 600 miles and y'all are still talking.
Who's that? Kathleen, it's like, I don't know if it's mine, but it sounds like you're talking through like a, I don't even know. Can't hear
Yeah,
you.
it sounds like you're a mile away from your microphone.
Yeah, you sound like you're one of those AM stations that won't come in on the radio, and we're trying real hard to listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
So is everybody en route to their morning activities on Friday?
No, I'm working. I'm not even doing anything Sunday, I don't think. My kids are older now, so, I mean, I don't care about none of that stuff. I mean, they I guess like my 13 and 14-year-old probably kind of do, but I might buy them like a dozen of eggs to color or something, just so they're not.
All by yourself?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I like colored eggs. I'm a big kid.
I think I'm gonna grab my grandchildren after the Easter holiday because I think the other side of the family is gonna be grabbing them up. So we'll just repeat the whole thing. And one of the things I like to do, because we have like sprawled out property here, color the eggs and put them in little number the cupcake holders, actually muffin holders, and number them to make sure they all get in and stuff. It's so much fun. They have so much fun with that stuff. Yeah. It doesn't matter when it is. It's just when you're there.
Right.
And it doesn't matter the day. It just matters that we're together at some point. There's got to be like 4 times or 8 times during the year where, we just really need to get together as families, because
Anybody else here? What happened? Hey, anybody else? Is it just me that can't hear?
Can you hear you?
Oh, Candy.
Oh, hey! Like I heard Felix talking, and then it like cut out in the middle, and then I didn't hear anything.
I finished what I was saying, so you muted myself.
Oh shit! She muted herself. So what are you gonna do? Oh Lord!
When I'm done saying what I'm saying, I just hit mute.
Okay, yeah, because I thought that you were in the middle, because it muted like so quickly, like after you were done. I thought something happened, like.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
I do that. Like, I just say what I need to say, and then I just mute like this.
Yeah, it was like dead silent, so I thought something had happened. So I'm sitting here like, hello, anybody hear me? And nobody said anything. Y'all were just letting me make a fool of me. Yeah, we were so muted. Oh my God.
I just like to call it the right of way.
Yeah. I know, I try to do that.
Yeah, I don't like to talk over people, but sometimes, like, I don't know, there's something that's in the communications because there's delays or whatnot, and sometimes 2 people talk at the same time, and I never mean to be the person that talks over someone else.
Yeah, I always feel like I am that person, because a lot of times I'm at work, a lot of times I'm driving, so there's always like other things going on. So it's like it's hard for me. Like I try to stay on mute, and then it's like once I find the opportunity where I want to say something, like if I'm at work and I take the phone out of my pocket, by the time I hit unmute, like in all that time, like somebody else is talking, but I don't realize it because I'm like trying to pay attention to hitting that unmute, but my phone's like up, I have to unlock my screen and go back to the thing and then hit unmute, and I'm like, shit, I'm already talking over somebody,
And then some ADD people who just talk on without a damn comma for they change the damn subject by the time you get yourself unmuted.
Yeah, I'm usually, I have ADD pretty badly, and just ask Flip.
Yep. Well, I tell you, not too many people was as bad as Matt last night after he'd been to the bar and got him a little smoke. He was just right.
See, I wasn't online last night. I had to take a break. Not last night. The night before.
I just cut out.
You did?
Yeah, I'll rejoin later.
Wait a minute. Is that whenever Matt had that, whatever happened on Zulu's channel?
I don't know anything.
Yo, Flip.
Yeah, I was muted.
Yeah, is that what you're talking about? What happened on Zulu's channel?
When you're on Zulu's channel?
Is that when was Matt drinking? On Zulu's channel last night or the night before when I was offline?
Oh yeah. He had just come back from the bar when we went to Zulu's channel, and he said he just had him a couple of hits, and man, the guy was just, I mean, he was, I don't know, he was just wired up. That's all I can say.
So see, it's crazy because I was on the phone with Vincent whenever all that happened, and then like I just hung up with Vincent, and then he messaged me like as soon as I hung up with him. He said something about P. Mars or Tim Osmond was calling Zulu, and I'm like, what? And then everything kind of went crazy. Like I didn't hear any of it. I heard it through Vincent's phone, like he could phone up the thing, and I kind of heard a little bit of it, but I didn't really catch so many back until later.
Yeah.
Heard it great.
Oh, give me just a second here. I'm on mute.
Were y'all there for that?
I heard a portion of it, and I decided that I would listen to some psychedelic prog rock and watch a video from Dwayne on a balloon launching at night when the sun was coming up.
Rather than drama.
I copped out, and I had tabs open and was entertaining myself and my mate with Dwayne's balloon flights and some psychedelic music hooked up to it.
I still need to sit back and watch like everybody's just telling me to watch like a bunch of his old stuff, like how funny it was. I still need to go back and like look at his stuff because I've never seen any of anything he's done.
That's hard to believe, but I believe you.
When does she got time to be looking back over shit?
I know.
Like somebody had a hangout yesterday. Okay, great. I wasn't there. Not gonna likely see it.
I know, and it's like I've been in Hangouts non-stop since I started. I mean, non-stop. So I don't have time to go back and watch anything. Like, I haven't even watched Mark Sargent's show yet. I haven't even watched Hot Potatoes yet.
Oh, no.
Yeah, like I missed the live Hot Potatoes because I was in a hangout with somebody else. And that was still carrying on. It was like an 8-hour hangout. And then as soon as it ended, like, Carl sent me a message and he said, I just got done watching Hot Potatoes. And I'm like, Dad, why didn't you tell me? I forgot about it. Like, but yeah, I haven't been watching anything else really. Like I did watch Globebuster Sunday. I caught that one live, but other than that, I feel like I've just been in a hangout.
I missed the.
It sounds like you're on a CB radio.
Really? That's even worse.
Hey, there, I can hear you a little bit there.
So Pancho would spend like an hour or two watching other people's videos during his hangout. He would screen share it. So, you know, for quite a long time, I hadn't been watching anything. You know, a couple years ago, when I was watching all those videos nonstop, and so then I had a break of not really watching all that much, and then certainly when all the hangouts were happening, then it was like hardly any. And then Pancho started streaming. I was like, oh, great. I'm kind of getting caught up on what's going on with other people's videos by watching it and being part of that.
Yeah, I missed a couple of live hot potatoes because like I was hanging out on Poncho's chan with you, Kathleen, and some other people. But usually my boss will tell me and alert me, and I rarely miss that. And when Patricia was reading 1984, my 3-year-old granddaughter was staying with me for about a month, and she loved that, and she wanted to hear that, and she would ask me to turn on Pat and Cat. So
that's awesome.
Yeah, I actually, one day, it was in an evening, early evening or whatnot, and my granddaughter, she was kicking back, she was laying on the couch, and she was watching the video and listening, and
What up, dog?
I grabbed a shot off my cell phone of my granddaughter watching, Patricia Reed 1984, and I sent it to her on Facebook. I'm like, do you know how wide your audience is? You're hitting 3-year-olds right now. It's okay. And
awesome.
one night, Pete, he had the most awesome. He was doing a Pancho Pete sermon. It was like so awesome, and I was listening to it. And he was so funny, like you couldn't help but to laugh. And my older granddaughter, who's sick, was like half asleep and listening at the same time. And she was laughing in her sleep, like she was catching everything. So it's kind of like subliminal in a lot of ways.
How weird is this though? Like I bring up Poncho Pete and he jumps in the chat. He must have been listening, or somebody was.
Yeah, they got some kind of AI going.
Yeah, they're fucking androids watching us, bro. Like they're probably like exploring my house now with a 360 camera because I left my laptop open on my bed with the Hangouts running.
Oh damn those home cameras all over your house.
Yeah.
I saw so many of those. I didn't even know how many people were hooked up to Wi-Fi and home detectors until the Alberta fires. So many people streamed their own cams during the Alberta fires. It just blew my mind.
Hey, you're cutting out and you're gone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Felix, are you still there? I got off the Hangouts because I wanted to come say hi to chat because I haven't been in chat all night. They've been watching me sleep.
You're so sweet. It looked like the perfect photo because, like, your back, your headboard, and then Vince just put you on to your the one
Yeah.
we're now the icon.
Yeah, but yeah, whenever Vincent had turned my camera and my mic off because I was sleeping, I really was sleeping. But then whenever he came in the room and said that, like somebody said something, my earbuds were in my ears, and it was loud, and it woke me up. So I got I guess he saw me look at the messages in the chat, so he messaged me and he's like, "I'm on your stuff, but you're awake," and I'm like, "No, no, no, no. It's okay right now. It's okay. Like, leave the hangouts running and just keep an eye on it. I'm gonna try to get an hour of sleep before I go to work."
Well, the upside of that is at least you don't have a 10 o'clock shadow and you don't have your mouth open with slobber hanging out of it and you're not snoring.
There's been quite a few people to have been known to snore on this show right here already, and it hasn't been a week. Oh, Jazzaconda's in the chat talking about show feet, huh? Why don't y'all both come on this panel right now and hash it out?
Okay, now Jazza did want to get on here. Are you serious?
Well, I'm serious, because look, that's the one that, did you see when he came on Antonio's show the other day?
Mm-mm.
Oh. I know you were in the chat when Antonio was talking about it.
Okay.
And how he's a helicopter pilot, and Antonio just smashed him. Like,
okay, well, Poncho Pete, hurry up. Take your shower, man. Candy's on her way to work.
Yeah, we might have to start a new hangout for this because I'm about out of time. I started at 12. It's 8:10.
Oh, really?
Well, if Poncho's taking a shower, make him start his own dang hang up for the first time in like weeks.
I think they're planning on having a big start. It seems to me like that's why he hasn't started. I don't know, but everybody's saying like, "What is taking so long?" Like, I mean, I've seen him on everybody's hangout panel, so I mean, at least he's still present. You know?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Gonna butt whip Jazz for the umpteenth time. Do it with some maths with the plural S.
You already at work, Candy?
Just pulled in the parking lot. What, you got a fucking camera on me or something? Damn. I mean, I just pulled in the parking lot and opened my door.
Well, we didn't hear all the driving noise in the back.
Oh, that kind of freaked me out, dude. Like, as soon as I pulled into work, you're already in work? I'm like, what the hell?
Kind of surprised. How fast were you going? 85, 90, 95?
I can't disclose this information.
Yeah, Flip knows what gears you're in.
Yeah, by the sound of the trailblazing engine.
I just know how long it takes to get from where she's at to Graham Street in Charlotte. This time of morning, too? Jeez.
I don't play around when it comes to getting somewhere, believe that. Because, well, shit, I got a speeding ticket to pay for Gaston County, and it's about due. Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Where'd you get pulled in Gaston County?
Oh, fucking Lowell, man. And I wasn't even there on purpose. Like, the interstate was all backed up, and I didn't even know the speed limit or anything. And I was going 55 and a 35 just because I was lost, and I was trying to hurry and get to work. And the sky's falling, the sky's falling. Oh, you guys, some jokes, huh? Good morning.
That's falling.
Yeah, doggone Lowell, they don't play no games over here.
Hey, guys. What can I expect, though? Anything different? Yeah. I was trying to get here a little earlier, though.
You know better, don't you?
Yes, I do.
I swear she's probably going to sleep late tonight.
Yep. Yep. I am. Yeah. Yeah. I think stuff just kind of got to me. I know. I woke up. I thought it was gonna be like 8:30 or something, and I saw 11:43 when I got up. I was like, I don't have a job anymore. You better be on it the next 2 days. Are y'all still there? Just like an Easter bunny. Did somebody find care of water? Wait, is everybody still here?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't hear anything. You see that don't tell you how late I am every day, huh?
Yeah, we couldn't tell who you're talking to.
I'm still here. I'm just doing pre-trip, so I'll be back.
It's hot in here already today. I'll be right back.
Well, now that it's all
Wait.
quiet.
Where does Poncho Pete live? He's in the UK too?
Yeah.
Oh, I wish I was born there because I want their accent. They sound smart every time they say anything. Like they could say the dumbest thing and it sounds smart because of their accent.
Sorry, I gotta laugh.
I'm serious though.
That's like, kind of like where the language originated, though. So, you know. You can always call out bullshit from an Australian accent.
My daughter, that's her favorite accent, the Australian accent. I like that British accent. Me. But
I don't like some of the people are like on the BBC. They sound so smarmy, you know. And it's like, don't over talk me like that, you know. I speak 3 languages. Don't over.
Hey,
did you just say you speak 3 languages?
Yeah.
Hey,
hot dog.
Sorry to interrupt.
What?
Hey, Candy, I can't remember who. Somebody wanted my channel info in the main channel chat.
Yeah, I have your chat. I think I've subscribed to you already.
Okay.
I saw it in the chat though.
And I don't know. I mean, a lot of people, I guess, don't know if you click on the picture, you go right to the channel and do whatever you want.
Yeah, I guess people don't know that. Like if you're on a phone, you could do it on a phone. You just click on the person's picture in the chat, and it'll give you the option to go to their channel or to report them. Don't report them unless their name is.
If you wanted to put that in that'd be fine.
But yeah, it's in the chat. I can't because I'm at work and I'm not even in anything anymore. Like I have the phone in my pocket, but one of my moderators can do that though. Like can somebody take this channel out of the chat, the Hangout chat, and drop it into the live, like the watch page chat, please?
Oh, not the Hangout link. Just somebody.
Yeah. The link to his channel.
Hey, Candy.
Was yesterday bad? What? Somebody say my name? Am I mute? Oh no, what? Who said my name? Flip? say my name, you better have something to say. Or you just like the sound of my name coming out of your mouth. Oh, shit.
You're a nut.
What's the date, y'all? All these days have run together, and so like, I'm still on like the 3rd. Like, we didn't know what the date is.
I don't know. I think it's like the 14th or the 15th.
Holy shit! And I'm on the 4th or 3rd or something like that. Oh, no. Hey, what's the date?
I don't know.
Yep, it's the 14th.
So we missed Friday the 13th by a day.
Oh, wow, yeah, almost, huh? We still don't have nobody over there? Is it Kimberly? Okay. Every time I come in, there's a new person over there. Okay, thank you. Huh? Oh, she's talking to Queen. I wish there was a way for somebody to find out. Like, I could check at home, I think, but because I'm on Hangouts on my phone, so I don't have that original Hangout open. But I have no idea how long we've been on. And usually it'll tell you when there's 5 minutes left of the Hangout on the original one. But I'm not so sure it'll do that on here. And plus, if it does, my app will see it and not my eyes.
Hey, didn't your stream get cut though last night? You had to start a new one?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I don't know when
Look
that
at
one
you,
started.
Mr. Smart.
I know that it's been gone for about 7 hours.
As long as we have a little time before it cuts off, I don't want it to just, if it does, everybody, as always, I love my fam, and thanks for hanging out. So I'm going to say that now.
You know what's sad? Kathleen sounds like, well, it's not sad. I shouldn't say that. That's the wrong word to say. But Kathleen sounds similar to my mother-in-law.
Uh-oh.
Well, it's not really a bad thing. It's just,
No.
I like her probably better than I do her daughter half the time.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Kathleen sounds like a school teacher.
She sounds like I could see Kathleen being a grammar nut.
Oh, that's me. That's me.
I can
That's
see
you?
Kathleen like.
Yeah, believe it or not. Like, I correct everybody. Like, especially when it comes to scene and saw. That's like my fucking enemy, dude. Like, every time I hear, like, somebody said it in the chat earlier. They said, I've seen that, and I didn't know this person. Oh, okay. That's what she was saying. So,
I could see Kathleen like being a radio disc jockey talk show hostess of the mostest. Got like an excellent voice and
yeah, you can be a phone sex operator.
Candy.
Oh my God! I'm dying. Oh.
yeah, sometimes hang out at
Shit. Oh my God.
Can you imagine if I knew Flip's real first name?
It's Daniel.
You rolled on him so fast.
Sorry, I had to.
The only problem is he's married, I just won't.
Oh, so now you have an excuse, huh?
Yeah, that's the boundary. But Candy,
you're single. Yeah, Candy's single. Talk to me. Talk dirty to me.
Oh, and then there's Poncho Pete.
Oh, Poncho. You can have fun with that all day, that name.
Let's go.
Oh, Vincent. Vincent, honey, are you awake?
Get my coffee. Oh my God. What would I do without y'all? Look, I thought when she said that, I thought I just threw it away and put her there. But she is here. She's before. Blah blah blah.
I'm so glad I met you, Candy.
Me too. I mean, I'm not glad I met me, but I'm glad I met y'all. I mean, and sometimes I crack myself up too, but y'all do it better. But no, I'm being seriously. Like I really am. Like I was telling Cliff about this. Me and him were having a conversation yesterday. Like I'm really grateful for it. Every single one of you. Even the trolls.
Even the trolls, because they make the view counts go up higher.
And the thumbs down too, but that's okay. That means that they're here. Yeah. Some people just don't know how to express love.
Some people just want negative attention.
Some people just like to be beaten, it's background.
Do you see her on here? Kimberly, where's she at? Are you sick?
I would think. I don't know. I've never took it home.
Do you got medicine? Okay, I'll bring it to tomorrow. If you want, because I have some go text, take some prescription stuff. And nobody in my house takes it. My son has a prescription for it, but they should, he doesn't like what it does to him, so he doesn't take it. I'll bring it tomorrow if you want. Let me try this one more time. I'm messing up everything. I filled out my sheet and I had it right the first time. She came over here and told me something and I misunderstood her, so I started a whole new one with what I thought she said, and I had it right the first time. So isn't that lovely? That's the story of my life. Always go with your first intuition. You got that? Normally right. Unless you're just some crazy nut. And don't trust your intuition because you're probably never right. But for us normies out there, actually I don't know if we're normal. We're probably the abnormal ones. I feel like I'm talking to myself. Hi, self. How are you doing, self? Hi, self. We're good. How's the other self?
How are you? Are you having a good time, self?
Oh my God.
For you, self. Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm dying. I'm glad I went and peed. Oh. People are going to listen to this, like, catch it, like, right now, and they don't know the backstory about why you're talking like this, and they're going to be like, what the hell happened last night to them? Put down the weed, people. Somebody's alarm's going off. Wakey, wakey, eggs and bakey.
Yeah, it's me.
Listen to that. What? That's the Illuminati finding out you're on the phone while you're driving a truck. Report.
This one doesn't have it, but it has a bad air leak.
Oh, and that's not good. What time did you get off yesterday? Oh, that's not bad. Were you by yourself?
Say it again.
Were you over here? You're by yourself? That's not bad. Today? Because I wasn't here. You had to work by yourself. That you were cussing my ass all day yesterday, huh? I'm sorry. If it's worth anything, if I was going to do that to anybody in here, you would be the last one that I would do it to intentionally. You're one of the only ones I like in here. Corey comes over here and helps, once in a while, but when Larry's here. Yeah, I've been having that stupid Jolene song in my head ever since Les played it last night. My daughter sang a little bit. Hey, I'm about to run outside and get some rubber bands, okay? It's been in my head too. Like just playing over and over that one only verse that I know. I'm actually in a good mood today, and I didn't think that I would be. I was thinking that I was going to be pissed off and miserable when I got here, but I'm not so bad. Like, it's not so bad today. Like, I guess because I had a good morning, I guess. I don't know. Like all the things that I was scared about last night, Kathleen, I felt like an asshole for being scared about them whenever I got that phone call this morning.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I was way overthinking it. Like,
Let's talk about that later.
oh yeah, that's why I said I just got that phone call and that's all. Like Santa Claus could have called me. Hi, y'all ever got a call from Santa?
Candy.
Yo!
Hot mic.
Oh no, yeah. Oh my God. Bro, who was I talking to last night when I had that on? Crap, I forgot. What was I saying though? I had my microphone on and I didn't know it and I was on the phone for a good while.
Missed that.
Somebody said, hot mic, Candy, hot mic in the chat. And I think that was Dennis that said that.
Oh.
Or having a deja vu moment.
But Vincent, somebody told it. I think Vincent said, you're not muted. We can hear you. Somebody did it. And then y'all all said it, like everybody said it at the same damn time. But y'all took like 20 damn minutes to tell me. Like y'all want to put some Donald Trump sign on me or something. Like, no, I don't know. I don't remember even, like, when you get lack of sleep, your memory tends to fade your brain and act like it doesn't exist. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now. But I can't remember. Like, y'all were listening. Y'all should know. Y'all should be able to tell me what I was talking about at least. And then I know who I was talking to. Anybody?
Well, you one-up me there because I can't seem to sync my cell phone with my computer very well. It itself and surprises me.
Is that what I was saying?
Candy?
Yeah.
Mr. Anderson's trying to get your attention.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I can't tell because I'm in my pocket. Y'all are in my pocket. I mean, how's it feeling there? Is it cozy? Is it warm?
Yes.
Is it dark?
Pocket. Thank you.
It's dark and soft, huh? Oh, no, what is it, Mr. Anderson? Maybe he knows what I was talking about. Hello? I don't.
Should I mute you?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was trying to see what Mr. Anderson was.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Are you on 2 different devices?
Yes, I am. Because if I closed my laptop before I left, y'all would have all been booted.
Okay, well, you had another hot mic on.
Wait, now?
Yeah. Well, not right now.
No, because I'm at work.
There's 2 of you on this on my screen.
Yeah, the other one though is muted. It's in my bedroom with the dog. The dog's the only one in there, and I'm pretty sure she's not having a conversation. And if she is, I'm gonna win some money somewhere. That bitch is going on TV.
My dogs have like stepped on the computer and done stuff to it.
You might have heard me talking to these people at work. So I was just having a conversation with Jesus, the guy next to me. So that might have been Matt you were hearing. Possible. But I am trying to figure out who I was talking to last night when I did have a real hot mic going. I mean, it was like
I
6
think you were
hours
talking to
ago.
Carl.
I was? Probably, because remember he kept having connection issues, so he called me to see if I could get him on or something. I don't even remember, man. It's bad. It's that THC side effect, short-term memory loss. This is what it looks like. It's the only bad side effect, so I'll take that. It could be the deprivation of sleep acting as well, hand in hand. So who knows? I got y'all to be my backup brain, so who knows why I need mine anymore.
There you go.
It's like we're like a beehive of brain. But no jokes aside. I mean, no jokes aside. No jokes aside. This is a big joke. All jokes aside, like that's kind of true. It's like we all are a hive mind in a good way, though, not in the Matrix kind of way. Like we all put our ideas and thoughts together, and bounce off each other to help us along the way, learning. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why we're all here. I think.
I has no great, you can back up your whole memory.
What do y'all think about that? What do you think about this AI stuff we're doing right now? Like Elon Musk and all, and how they're like putting your conscious, they're uploading your conscious into a robot and saying that you can essentially live forever. So you're, I don't know how many of you have like looked into it in the details, but it's pretty intense. Like they can take your whole subconscious, it's your whole everything, all your memories, your like every single thing about you, and make it like you'll be able to recognize faces, voices, like the tone of somebody's voice, attitude, everything about everybody that is around you that you've ever known, and put it into a robot and make the robot look identical to you. And so like let's say your husband dies and you have his conscious uploaded into this AI little head thing sits on like your kitchen table. So like every morning you have coffee with your husband, and he remembers everything about you out of your wedding, your first time you had sex, every single memory you ever made. He is, this little robot guy is aware of it as if it was actually him. Like I have such a problem with that in so many ways, but like the first thing that came to my mind is like how do you have that breathing time? How do you get over somebody? Like you would never heal from that. You would always be, oh man, that would be like on so many levels so wrong. I mean, yeah, it sounds great, like at the first thought of it.
Sounds great. It sounds great, but does the AI actually bring you esteem? And some eggs for breakfast. No, I not do that. fuck the AI until it breaks the fucking.
Right. It's so wrong on so many levels. Like I don't even know where to begin. But that is like my main thing. Like you would be so mentally fucked. You know, like most people like hate their husband and wife by the time they die. But if I ever get married, I'm gonna marry somebody that I know I want to be with and be happy with forever, right? So if that person like essentially dies, you know, and then I have them uploaded into this little head thing, and it's them, sort of, but not. I would be fucked up in the head forever. I would never leave the house because I would want to be like, okay, they already died once. Like, say this little robot thing isn't going to malfunction, and then I'm going to lose him forever. And, okay, so I can't take this little guy with me nowhere because everybody's going to think I'm crazy. So I'm just going to stay in the house forever, and I'm never going to leave. And that's probably what I would become, like a crazy person. I mean, and that's just like the one thing. Like, there's so many other reasons why it's wrong, but.
You know, if he puts on an apron and cleans up the house, that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have to think about it then. That's a joke, but sort of. I mean, if I could get somebody to help me like 50% the housework with me, holy shit, I might die right then that day and be the happiest person that ever walked the earth.
If I could get my Robotnik guy to do some painting and scraping, it's just that kind of stuff. Besides breakfast and coffee.
Look, I'm sorry, ladies. It just ain't enough for me to go around.
Well, they have these cloning machines. We should go hit up the Illuminati for that. And so we'll talk to some Freemasons and some Bohemian Grove members and be like, yo, hook me up, man.
Yeah, like the Bohemian Grove dating service. Like, what can you do with these Robotnikis to make people cut It's just that it's a sausage fest that, just breakfast sausage.
Felix wants to have a sausage fest, yo. No, seriously, though, y'all have a singing sausage party yet? I know I asked last night, but I don't remember if it was the same people here it was.
Yeah, circle jerking. I've observed a few of those hangouts.
Yeah, well, technically, you're going to have guys and girls. At that point, it's not a circle jerk, it's called an orgy.
They really had an orgy at the end of the sausage party. A bunch of fucking cartoon food. Yeah, it was like, I mean hardcore. It was hardcore. Like, I had to cut it off. I was like, I feel dirty watching this. I feel like I am breaking the law of some kind of pedophilia. Huh?
Candy, Poncho Pete's here.
Hey, it's about dang
on the panel.
Got here.
Poncho! He needs a doctor.
You want to take care of sending a link to Jazzaconda, Pete?
Yeah, I can't wait for this shit. Yeah. I might even have to put myself on mute so I can just listen. But I do want to hear, because Jazz did get disconnected last time, and we were, everybody speculated and assumed on why he got disconnected, if it was an accident or he said, oh, fuck, that's too much for me to deal with, or, oh, shit, I just realized what he's saying is true kind of thing. So nobody really knows the actual reason why he got disconnected. So I'm kind of wanting to hear the other side of the story. There's three sides to every story, his, hers, and the truth, So...
I agree.
But I do want to hear the real reason why. You know, anything could have happened. But I know one thing, I can say this for 100% sure. Antonio, I was about to say Anthony for some reason. Antonio's argument, there was no ifs, ands, buts, or any other bullshit around. What he was saying was absolute defeat to the helicopter guy. Like, there was no more argument after that. Like, I don't see how you could come up with another argument. Did anybody watch that? I know I asked, but I know some of you said you didn't, but there's more people here. Like, and Antonio posted the link to the part of I know, I think Vince, one of them earlier when we were talking about it, posted the link to that video with the timestamp on it. Because I think we were in like an 8-hour hangout.
Yeah, one problem with helicopter pilots is they get up so high and they start getting cold when you turn the fan off. It's like, it's so cold up here, turn the fan off. Ooh. And then
Are you there? Where'd you go?
Shout out to Shirley, who's behaving in
I'm gonna
chat.
make some hangers, okay? Like some paper things.
it's 8:45. I want my coffee.
Oh man, my coffee so much. Like I was on the phone whenever I was making my coffee. I thought I was with y'all, but so I was like talking on the phone, and I was like, damn, thank God I have a Keurig, you know. So I almost had to leave with no coffee because I did come to work still 10 minutes late. I still wasn't on time, but well, I was on the phone, and I was like, dang, I almost left without coffee. So I fixed a cup of coffee, and I just grabbed the bag of sugar from under the cabinet, and I just like opened the side of it and poured it into my coffee. So my coffee tastes like diabetes or something.
You want diabetes coffee? Stop. Just stick to your tongue. You're like, you have cotton mouth. And
Yeah, it's like, it kind of like makes your throat feel all funny when you swallow it. Like, it's like your body saying, no!
Your pupils are all dilated and shit. Like, oh, no, not coffee. Oh, no. Oh, the worst coffee is the one that like hits you like the center of your stomach, and then you gotta like go to the bathroom.
You know what, too? Like if I don't eat anything in the morning, and that's usually like what I do. Like I only drink coffee and I don't eat breakfast. So like when I go pee, my pee smells like a cup of coffee in the toilet. Like I just threw the beer up a cup in my. And I ask other people, I'm like, yo, when you pee, does it smell like coffee? And they're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I'm like, okay, maybe not. Never mind. Wait, for real? It doesn't? You know?
Oh my God.
So that's like, I don't care what I say. Like, I don't really get embarrassed very easily. So, like, when I do get embarrassed, I done did something really fucking stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just drink for some tea, because whatever you do, just don't get gas station coffee. I don't know what they put in that shit.
There's some good coffee here at the gas station. Like I don't ever go to like regular gas stations because I'm a spoiled brat, I guess. But like I get spoiled to some gas stations. Like I only go to truck stops because like around here we have QT, and they have crushed ice and Barks root beer, and it's like my favorite two things. And so I always go in there and get a crushed ice drink. I mean, Barks root beer with crushed ice, and the crushed ice machine is not order. I'm very unhappy.
Yeah, black truck stuff is not too bad. Not too bad.
My mom, because I like to eat ice, especially ice that's been in like really sweet Kool-Aid, so the ice kind of like it melts, so it melts like in a different way, and it's like it gets kind of soft, you know, like I don't know. I love to eat ice. Like I eat ice all day long.
It's little
And,
funny little hollow spots.
yeah. So for my birthday, like I have a like a refrigerator and a freezer like side by side that has water dispenser and an ice maker. But my mom, I'll be back out.
It certainly couldn't be as bad as having a 1951 Norwich that you have to defrost every couple of months.
Oh man, something happened to Candy.
Did she say goodbye before she left, or she just dropped?
No, she just dropped, so we ain't no telling what happened.
She had to mute one of them because she got busy.
Hmm.
So what's up, guys?
Not much. It's so quiet now.
Yeah.
It shows Mr. Poncho Pete's here, but I ain't heard anything from him.
Oh, let's hope he doesn't think that he's been talking the whole time.
Oh no, he was on. He said, "Mike."
I have.
You thought you were talking the whole time?
Yeah, I was calling Jazz Condor all sorts of names. Dang it!
God dang it!
Kidding? Ah!
You've missed the whole sermon.
Oh no!
Are you kidding? Are you
Dang
kidding?
it! I know. I thought I was talking.
That's happened to you before.
This
my
magic moment. Oh, they just passed you by.
You look good there, Mr. A. You look like you're ready for work.
I saw something yellow across the screen. What was that?
That was Mr. A.
A bandana?
No, it's hard hat.
Oh, okay.
Come on, where is it?
I was watching some internet YouTube videos, and on my search, it like had like these like flat Earth videos. What do you guys think about that?
What do you think about what?
You know, like when you start up your computer and you like go on the internet and there's suggested videos for you, and they're flat Earth videos.
Well, if I didn't have a recommended, I'd never have found Flat Earth. So
What does that mean?
it's recommended to you because of your searches.
I see. Well,
Anyway, I come here to talk to Jazz Conda about gravity. Yoo-hoo, Jazz!
Woohoo!
I'm a Kiwi helicopter pilot from New Zealand, and I've seen the curvature. I can't find his name. I've looked and I've looked. He's got nothing about him.
Bonjour.
Who's that? Oh, hello, Kyle.
The handsome one.
How are you, mate?
Fine, mate, Sam. Your mum not here?
I say?
Your mum not here, obviously.
No, your mum went out.
Money from there. You sure any whistles can go out? She has. Lovely.
You on your way to work, or you got a day off?
Oh, no. Good Friday, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, fish time.
Yeah. No, me. So far, I haven't slipped up yet.
so you guys having
Yeah, it's not
coffee?
this morning, though.
Say what, Felix?
Are you having codfish?
Are we having codfish? No, we have haddock in Grimsby. We don't eat cod. It's full of worms.
Bottom feeders.
Screw that. I'd sooner just eat worms than cod.
I don't know if I just added Jazzaconda or not, because I don't know that we're friends or anything.
in the system, but I tried, so I don't know if that worked. Open your Hangouts, maybe you'll find it.
No, just next one.
No, you can always toss them out on it fast.
She's ill. So she's all on the sofa. Cal's up. I'm running around.
Go on and do your manager job then. All right, Kyle.
All right,
see you in a bit.
Take it easy.
Ta-da. Welcome from New Zealand. Come on, Jazz, where are you? I sometimes wish I'd never been taught the ball. Carry on, carry on.
'Cause it really doesn't matter.
Because it really doesn't, Doctor.
Doesn't.
In 1973, a crack commando unit escaped from a New Zealand underground facility. They've lived among the Kiwis for the last 30 years, eh, Jazz? Thinking that they're spinning on a ball.
Wow. And then they woke up?
No, he's still in the sleep. He's still in deep sleep, bless him.
Oh, shit. Well, we're going to have to shake them up.
Shake it up. Give me up, baby. Shake it up. Come on, Jazz.
Jazz needs a chiropractor soon. I will suspect that Jazz will need a chiropractor soon.
Well, yeah, it's being crushed by gravity. I'm surprised he can still walk upright.
Yeah. It'll start, like, you know,
All that gravity.
All that gravity.
All that gravity is holding me down.
Create some song lyrics out of that. I have to hit Hillbilly up for those Jolene Globine.
Would it not be Globaline?
Globine. Yeah, I have to sing really loud, so I'll just like.
I'm begging of you, darling, please don't take my love.
Please don't take my globe away from me. Yeah, I have to like be really like across the room.
Your curvature is not there. With
Because,
golden locks of auburn hair.
Listen, you know, because like when you sing from like, you know, your diaphragm, like I would totally like bury the mic and it would be a bad thing.
Oh,
Right, I'm not wearing the helmet with the horns on the ends.
Welcome back, Sugar Bear.
I'm there. Did y'all miss me? It's all right. You don't have to stay there. I already know you did.
Of course I missed you.
All right. Oh my God, see, it's just already in my head. Why, oh why? I'm already singing it.
it's not working, is it? I knew it. Hang on, I'm just going to refresh because it's not working.
So where's Jazz at? What's up? Is he scared? He can't run in the street with a big dog? Huh?
Jazzaconda, come on. Come out and play.
Come out and play.
There we go. Is that working? Is that better?
Yeah.
There we go. Now we've got Jazz Conda's head in there. No.
Who's that?
Can you see that?
Peter Pumpkin Eater?
Helicopter going in your face.
That's all right. As long as you can see Jazz, I don't care.
So he's here? Jazz is here? He's not scared? He's going to run the street with the big dog?
That was Poncho rebooting.
No, I rebooted because it wasn't showing on the main screen when I was talking.
So he's one of those puppies that are barking on the porch, huh?
Calling Jazz Conda. Calling Jazz Conda.
Okay. What did you say?
I think he's scared.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Are you working?
Yeah, and look, this thing right here, Queenie said that these are not They're in the they're in the machine right now.
Why?
I don't know. That's what she said. They were the only blue pair of pants that were left from yesterday, and they're in the machine right now. That lady wanted her pants.
I mean, you working today? Like, you're going to stay caught up? You're going to do, like, your stuff? And technically, you didn't get here till, like, something after 8, so I could fire you right now.
No, I was supposed yeah, so where's Jazz at? I know, my savior. I love Jesus. Anybody? Where's Jazz?
You want me to mute you?
No, I'm talking to y'all.
But it's dead loud. Yeah, it's too loud for me to get it.
I said, where's Jazz? Like, is he not going to come run with the big dog? He's going to park on the porch?
I have no idea.
I scared Jazz Calendar. I scared him since day one. He sent me a message on my first video. I made that boy look so foolish. He never came back.
Tell him, come on. If you're scared, say you're scared. We'll respect you more.
Come on now, Jazz. Don't be a big scaredy cat.
Jump on in here and talk. We got some things to say.
If it's too cold up there, I'm up there the fan.
Come on now, Jazz. Don't keep me waiting. I went and had a shower and everything for you, so I smell like flowers.
I'm all fresh like $1,000,000. Make me look cleaner when I take you to the trash.
I like to smell the lilac.
Mic check.
See that?
Mic check.
1, 2, 3.
All right. Echo. Everything's good.
Everything's dandy.
Okay. I'm driving, so just check it out.
Jazz.
Otherwise, I better mute.
Jazz don't want to play. That's a
He
shame.
don't. He's a scaredy cat. He wants to talk trash.
You
he
wait
got
till
a lot of bite, a lot of bark, but he got no bite.
Jazz, you wait till I make that video where you and Zysis bring down the Twin Towers in this helicopter.
Dang. Wait, so is anybody watching chat? Like, has Jazz responded to anything that we're saying? Because I want to know what he has to say.
Nothing. He's too scared. It's always facing the helicopter and thought, screw that.
Mostly it's been trolls.
Oh, there's trolls here. Hi, trolls. Good morning. Time for a fresh start?
Well, you're going to have to get rid of the trolls, I think.
I used to like trolls. Like, I used to like them. And then when the new movie Pink Hair, and so everybody said, oh, look, we found you. You know, the troll with the pink hair.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, it sounds like you're yelling from the kitchen, but your computer's in the living room.
I seen the curvature. I seen the curvature with my own eyes from New Zealand.
Yesterday, I saw Punch Pete standing on his porch, and I'm all the way over here in North Carolina.
There you go, Jazz flying above the non-curvature there. Come on now, Jazz.
So let's just say Jazz is in a helicopter, and he decides to hover for 24 hours right above our atmosphere, okay? Would he not be able to circumnavigate this whole entire planet and be in the same location that he was in when he started 24 hours previous.
Stationary.
Like, why should he not see the whole globe spin on him and then end up in the same spot? Or let's just say, let's let 23 hours pass. He should be exactly 1 hour from the location he started in 23 hours. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So how come this phenomenon isn't happening? Because we're not spinning.
Not spinning. There's a beat and 3 hours.
Wow.
Right.
That was confusing to me, and I'm a glober. What do you call it, glober?
Globers be globing. Trollers be trolling.
Glober's got tiny balls, tiny balls.
They've got balls that we can't see spinning.
Their balls attract each other. It's due to mass, Miss Candy. Mass.
Yes, the mass that we find gravity from the mass.
Mm-hmm. Gravity. They define gravity as mass. My testicles, they be attracting each other.
I think it's funny now because I saw that I did see somebody say, why do all the Brits add S to the math? The word math. So I saw you comment and I saw you capitalize maths with an S. And I was like, oh my God, I did the same thing in my head when I saw that. Like, it's funny. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you say things, like some people around here, instead of oil, they say Earl, like a guy named Earl. Like, where's the R in that word? I don't know. But so, does it make people feel better to comment about how somebody said something? I just don't get it.
I don't get it either. Could I share a brief opinion of gravity?
Sharing is caring.
It's a hard topic. And again, I'm global here. I'm straight up here. Let's be nice. Globe and flat, right? If you're going to do gravity, you got to separate those two. You cannot use gravity to compare it with globe. You absolutely must take into account gravity if you're accounting for those two things separately. Does that make sense to you, Doc?
I didn't hear half of what you said. Gravity, you can't use gravity to do what?
Did anybody else hear?
No, he was breaking up.
All right. Well, I'll try that question again later when I got better service.
Okay. Right,
I'm sorry.
It looks like Jazz ain't coming, so I'm going to go out and see some friends, but I'll be back later.
Gravity is
Take care, flatters.
Chicken.
Is it chicken? I feel like Conda tonight.
He didn't want to get smashed again. He said his helicopter engine quit working for a week now. He needs to start riding it again. He's just too scared.
Taxi for Jazz Conda.
Disappoint me.
Mm-hmm.
That was going to be epic.
Jazz, you let us down.
So I told Vincent last night, who I emailed somebody trying to get them on to come have a debate, and I won't say anything unless this person doesn't answer me for a while, or if they do, I'm gonna make a big old surprise for y'all. But y'all are gonna love it if they answer me. Somebody did. I found their email somehow. I looked for hours last night while we were in that hangout, and I was off camera. That's what I was looking for. It was two people.
Taxi for Jazz Conda.
Come on, take this Uber ride. I got into my panel. I'll give you a free Uber.
on the beach, man. Like what is flat?
Why, damn, Felix, that's the flattest horizon I ever did see. And I've been flying my taxi helicopter thing for many a year.
I mean,
I can see curvature, Felix, but it ain't on the horizon, baby.
Wasn't Rob Skiba a helicopter pilot in the Air Force or something?
Maybe. Bob was. Bob's on it, too.
Oh, Robusters off?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think.
he was a pilot.
So we need to get all three of them on here together and talk to Dad. I mean, all two of them. We need to get both of them on here and talk to Dad.
Right, boys and girls, I'm going to go see some friends. I'll be back later. Wish you all lots of love, lots of kisses. And don't remember, keep it flat. Keep it flat and don't listen to Jazz Conda. He know nothing.
Never.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye. Hot dog, Jazz. Why you chicking out, man? Made my whole day bad. I was expecting to hear some is action.
Some people don't like to party, you know.
Felix, we know not what you said. Is Kathleen still here? Yes.
Is my audio any better?
Yes, it is very much better.
Wow. That guy had me. I'm trying to drive there. With that accent, wow.
Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Okay.
I love his accent. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I could listen to those Brits all day. And it makes me upset when people make fun of the way that they talk. Like, whoever said that last night, I think it was in Hillbillies. Oh, no, it was yesterday. I think it was in one of Vinny's hangouts. Somebody had made a comment when they were talking.
Well, yeah, his accent is fantastic, but his southern accent. Oh, man.
You could tell Flip got that real strong country draw, like an Alabama person. But you know what? Here in North Carolina, they have a very, very, very strong accent too. You would think it would be stronger way down in the dirty, where I'm from, in Louisiana, but no, they don't talk half as bad. Like, you hear me, I have a southern accent, but nothing like Flip. Flip sounds like he's straight out of the woods somewhere. Not the woods, the country, cornfield. Like, but their accent is so much stronger here than it is down in Louisiana. It's crazy.
Cornfields.
Down in the cornfield.
Some lime, coconut, he brought it back to me, right? Fading away, fading fast.
Who's making me some breakfast right now? Don't everybody talk at once now. Y'all could at least play it along.
Thanks to this call.
Huh? Breakfast is hot. My daughter, were y'all, who was on the hangout yesterday when my daughter brought me? I think I was on Hillbilly. Did y'all see the breakfast that my daughter made me?
No, I didn't see.
I wish I got a picture of it. She likes to cook. Like, she watches the Ramsey guy, and all that cooking show stuff. And so, like, she brought me in. She made diced potatoes that were like seasoned so good, and egg that was sunny side up. That's how I like it. And some sausage patties. That shit was so good. Like, I wasn't even hungry at all. Like, I was still a little sick to my stomach, and But it looked so good, I didn't want to hurt her feelings and say I wasn't hungry, so I started eating it and I smashed it like it was going somewhere. It was so good. I'll count them. And then the night before, like I got home and she didn't know I was in the driveway, so I think I was in a hangout or something. And like I hadn't walked in yet because my battery was dead and I had the phone on the charge. And because hangouts run my battery down super fast. And so she called me or texted me or something and said, "When are you going to be home?" And I said, "I'm home." And she's like, "Oh, okay, well, I'm going to start cooking your food. I didn't want it to be cold when you got here." And I'm like, and she's only 14, so she cooks like, oh my God, she can take just like flour and powdered chocolate and eggs and milk and make a whole cake. Like, it's so good. But without a recipe. Too, mind you, like she's that good. So she made like spaghetti noodles and she diced up chicken, really small chicken, and seasoned it with like broccoli and carrots and potatoes and green beans and like all like mixed vegetables. Oh my God, it was so freaking good. Like I should have took a picture of it because it looked like it could have been on a plate from the restaurant.
Sounds good.
It was delicious. I love it when people cook for me. I cannot even explain to you how much I love it when people cook for me. I guess because I've been doing the whole single mom thing for so many, almost 18 years now, and I've had to do everything myself, and I'm just burned out, I just want somebody to come along and do something for me.
Yeah, the iPod.
It's like I look at my mom, and it's like I look at how her life is. Like her and her husband, they both work, and her husband, he gets home earlier than her a lot. She works at a grocery store, and she's the manager of the deli, so she has crazy hours. And so like he cooks. He loves to cook, but he cooks dinner like almost most of the time. And like he doesn't mind it because he knows, she does a lot too. Like when she's home, she'll clean and cook, and they share the responsibility of everything. And I think that's how it should be. I mean, and it's so, I've never found somebody like that. I've been doing it myself forever.
Well, I'm flying up this hill.
Huh?
I'm flying up this hill.
Oh.
You're going to get a speeding ticket, right?
Not too fast.
Do you have a full load right now? Mr. A,
What did you say?
load?
Oh yeah. This is what 80,000 pounds like going up a hill.
So pretty there.
Yeah, we had a bit of a storm last night. It was pretty good. We'll take a look at that. But you've been out this way, didn't you? Up the mountains, right? You remember?
Yeah.
I don't see as long as you get it there in time,
That's some interesting special effects you got going on there. Makes me want to go to the beach.
Oh, man.
Okay, got a maneuver.
I ordered the gun for 10:20. You've got an hour and 2 minutes, and whatever you want to do between there.
That's how much time's left on the hangout?
maybe less.
Yeah, well, we're gonna have to blast.
Hello.
Okay.
Feeling fine on cloud nine.
Yeah. You're like semi-existing and not existing.
I keep fading in and out. This is the way it is.
Well, Stephen Bradley's heading to the beach after all.
Is he? Well, maybe he can visit me over here.
There we go, candy sack.
Yeah, and I tried to come back, and it kept telling me I was already in a call, and it said the call has ended.
Damn it.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Hanging out. I'm waiting for Steven.
Huh? Y'all hear me running?
Yeah.
I had to run out to my car.
Big time.
Felix is at the beach. I want to come there too.
Like, yeah, man. It's like really great.
Make me a Mai Tai woman.
I one coming up, but you know I'm still waiting for that batch to bring me my freaking. Truth is we're out of coffee and all we have left is tea. I just don't associate tea with the beach. Yeah, Mai Tai is better. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It makes me aggravated, like a lot of bartenders. Well, I don't go out to the bar anymore, but who knows? It's probably different now. But I mean, back when I was like 21 and 22 is when I went to the bar scene. And I really never went to bars. It was like clubs. And then once my clubbing days were over, I never really went out. And so it's been like 15 years ago. But so many bartenders didn't even know how to make a Mai Tai, and it used to aggravate the crap out of me. So I had to learn how to make it, and then like when I went to the bar, tell them how to make it.
I took one of those quickie classes that like lasted like 3 months for bartending.
I took one day of it, and then some other stuff happened.
It's kind of like how many glugs is a shot and la-di-da-di-da and recipes and all this other shit you had to remember, which makes absolutely no sense because everybody has a different recipe for this and that, the next thing. So it doesn't really matter. But, you know, if you can, like, make somebody happy, they make you better tips than their waitress. And that's all I could say.
I could never. Go ahead.
I waited tables for a while. Oh, shit, man. You know, you make 125, 175 somewhere in the night. You know, back in the 80s. That's all right to take on while you're on unemployment because Pontiac is going on strike. No choice to do.
Yeah, I've always been too shy to wait tables.
Beach all day, work all night.
Like people think, oh, like they say, there's no way you're not shy. How are you too shy to wait tables? But honestly, like I really am. Like I tried to do it. I couldn't even go up to my table. I couldn't do it. It's weird to think that because people say, you're not shy, not you, but I really am. Like it's hard for me to, like even though it comes out of my mouth, it's like I'm dying inside for it before it does, you know?
Yeah, but the industrial workers, they cash their checks on Thursday and Friday night. And somehow, I don't know how the bar has so much money, but, they cash their paychecks and they spend like, $100, hey, another round for the table, just 20 bucks. Yeah, that 5 times. It's not a bad thing. I feel sorry for restaurant workers because, like, they don't get, like, the max wage,
Yeah.
and they get to depend on tips and stuff like that. And, food is just not my thing. I tried working in a restaurant and it lasted for, like, a day. And this guy is, like, asking me to, like, get all these people their food and these kids, this table, these kids were, like, throwing shit on the floor.
Oh, God.
Salt shakers and these little kids are like throwing them across the. I mean, oh man, this sucks.
I know. It's like the parents like you don't even watch their kids. It's like that. There's like I could never work at Chuck E. Cheese. I give kudos to whoever has the patience to be in that place, but I hate it.
It was a diner, man. I mean, like a 7 booth diner. I could fucking take it. I'd rather punch drunks off the damn stools than handle people during.
Yeah, like my sister had her kid's birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese this past summer. It was this past summer, and I got there a little late. So I came after work, and she was, I don't know if it's still on here, but she was way out in Valentine. It's like a good 40 minutes from me. So when I got there, my sister was pissed. Like, she was in such a bad mood. And I'm like, dude, what's wrong with you? What's going on, And she's like, these motherfuckers make me, they won't watch their kid. And she just went going off, And I'm like, what happened? Well, apparently their kids, my sister spent like $60 on each of the cake. It was a birthday party for 2 of her kids. Their birthdays are just like 2 weeks apart. And she bought them like these 3-layer cakes and stuff. They were like, they were really nice. And apparently those kids at the table next to her kept sticking their fingers in the cake and like trying to lick the frosting and stuff. And my sister kept telling them to stop. And their parents, like nobody would watch the kids. And they kept like taking stuff off the table and like, you only get so much stuff there. It's pretty expensive,
No one even watches their kids when they're at Chuck E. Cheese. That's for the employees.
Yeah. Well, so my sister was mad, and then finally, and she wouldn't say anything, right? And then I was like, finally, I said, I can't take it no more. Like, I'm tired of this shit. And the kids kept coming over there, and finally I was like, yo, I was yelling now, And I was like, whose kids? Oh, they did? Yeah. Have you got a pair of blue pants? Are these them? Are the Brooks Brothers? I'm gonna go check. Hang on one second. I'm walking through the front. So, are these them? Where's that ticket at? Where'd she go? Hey, I almost didn't recognize you. Hey, where's that ticket? I think so. I don't know where's the ticket. So we were. Kiss my ass. Here, look. Hook her up, baby.
Maybe if you would come to work, you'd know.
Suck it while you're down there.
No, that's all the way you be.
Okay, here you go. That's it. Let me go bag it.
Good. It's not coming to.
You're lucky you're pregnant. We'll see ass right here.
I get.
Yeah, that would be fun. Okay, so I was like, yo, who do these kids belong to right here? and like they were like they didn't speak English well, so they were like looking at me crazy and like kind of all looking at each other, not knowing what I was saying. And then the dad like came over and he's like, "What's wrong?" You know. And so I told him, I was like, "The kids, like we're tired of being nice. Like I'm about to have y'all booted. Like if one more kid touches one more thing on this table, and y'all aren't watching them, and y'all don't tell them something, like somebody might have to fight me in here because I'm tired of it. Like you have ruined our whole day over here. You know, my sister's pissed. Like nobody will eat the cake now because all these fingers have been in it. Like you're lucky I don't just tell you to pay for the shit." Like I went off on them, and like 5 minutes later, guess what I saw? The same damn kids with the same damn fingers and the same damn cake. Oh my God! Do you know how much you know how hard it was for me not to snatch that kid up by the head of his hair?
Damn it.
I hate that place.
Let's done. On to better things.
How much money you got? Pay me, ho.
You know what? No, she was like, I was like cussing at you and everything, and she's like, "That is so sweet. She got a gun." I'm like, "That is." It doesn't look like you need to go to church.
They have them pants, Barbara. Who left? Did somebody leave or somebody go? I mean, somebody come.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Vince.
You're still up, my friend?
Can
Hello.
you get on the
Did I saw that my best friend Jet Conda was here, our helicopter pilot?
Yeah, I tried so hard to get him up here, but he chickened out.
Yeah, you turned the fan off because it got too cold up there.
He couldn't take the heat. He can't. He had to hide in the back porch.
Vincent,
Yeah.
what time is it there?
It's 3:30.
Yeah.
What the heck? It's 9:30.
No, where Vincent is, it's 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, it's almost evening. Almost evening.
Good
Did you get some
morning.
sleep?
No, of course not. I've been working all day.
For us.
You're on the beach by now. Your age. Come
Yeah,
on.
nice that beach.
You should be on the beach at your age. Come on.
On the beach at my age? What, do you think I'm 20 or something?
Tell me 20 other engineers on the beach, man. There's
Make
no
us,
out there.
make us a Mai Tai, Vinny. Vinny, make us a Mai Tai. Hurry, get on it.
Oh, yeah.
Get on it, Mai Tai. She wants Mai Tai. She's going to break in about a half hour. You need to make her. Okay, Vinny, make her Mai Tai.
On the
Vinny,
beach.
Vinny Bot, make a Mai Tai on the beach.
Not a sex on the beach, but a Mai Tai.
Oh. Now I'm really tired.
I know. I have a feeling it's going to hit me like all at just like 12 o'clock noon. It's going to be like, boom. Tired.
Look on the beach. Nobody cares. As long as you're very good. You're jogging.
Where did everybody go?
I'm still here, but I was checking some. Oh my God! I just turned on. Whoa! I just turned on my email and oh man! Oh, now I know. There's something wrong with somebody. I don't know. He's commenting on my video, but somebody is commenting all the time back. Cosmic Server from South Africa. But I cannot see his comments. Only from Cosmic Server, and I thought, who are you talking? Now I know why. One of my moderators deleted him, so I cannot see all the comments. He's been blocked.
You should be able to see them in your email, though, right?
Yeah, I see them. Yeah, I see them now.
Oh, okay.
Too many cooks stirring the pot.
Tergoi 1000 and Cosmic Server are. They've been talking all day. That I'm not an engineer and I don't know anything and I'm a bitch motherfucker. Oh, that's why somebody blocked me. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's got to be P Mars or Tim Mars is one of those.
Yeah. I thought, why the hell can I not see that comment? Somebody's talking to him. Okay. Oh, thanks, moderators.
I know you guys are great. Like I know I always say Vinny, and call because they've done a lot like behind the scenes that people don't see. But like, oh my God, every single one of you guys, I appreciate you guys just the same amount. Like seriously, all the mods, like y'all have helped so much.
No worries.
Rock.
Oh, that's why nobody picks up.
Why?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Del is on the imaginary curve.
Yeah, there's 500 people watching.
302.
I don't know. Screw that. You know, it's like you can't even keep up with it.
Yeah, the chat over there is like hard because there's so many people. But I've never met Dell. Like I've never talked to him. I've never chatted with him. Nothing.
I've been on his panel maybe 4 or 5 times now, but only to say hello and to hunt the sniper. Sometimes when you see me pop in and you don't see anything, you see only black because I make my camera black and you don't see my face. And then he hides me from the panel, so you don't see me, but I'm there waiting for the sniper.
Awesome.
I'm gonna jump in the chat and send him an email. I don't know. He's already running 2 hours, so I'm not sure if he wants to if he needs me or something. I don't know.
I only watched.
I'll be back.
No,
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Okay, he'll be back. In other words, he'll return sometime. You know, I don't know. When those chats get so moving fast,
Yeah.
It's kind of it turns into a radio show at that moment. It's just like don't even bother
Hey,
looking.
Barbara.
Chat.
Do you happen to know who that dress is for?
Huh?
The pink one. Hang on. Is it on the ticket with a bunch of other ones seen? Or is that it doesn't have no ticket, no label, nothing in it, and there is one pink dress in the we did a subscription search, and there's only one pink dress with no label.